and it was the overpowering of many feelings and emotions, going through. It's almost like a migration when you come back. You know, you have to unknow and unravel yourself and build yourself all over again. And then you have to fit into a certain point, and that in itself for any human can be it's a turning point in their lives.
And it can be very taxing, actually.
It can be very taxing, and it has many connotations for you because you're now dealing with so many different relationships. And although the majority, ironically enough, the majority of my poems, even when I thought of loss or love, I think the majority of the poems dealt with the country. Lesser with, I think there were about 5 poems on love and about 100 poems on how I felt about where I was, the safe space that I was living in, and I think everybody in this country feels that way in some manner or the other.
And where do the personal and the political or the social overlap in your work? Do they overlap?
Not in my articles, of course, but in Earth and Glimmer, yes, it is about me.
And what I really liked about your poems is, and there's this incisive blend of the personal and the political. For example, there's I would urge you guys to read that poem. It's called The River Indus, if I'm not mistaken.
Indus, yes.
It's a very, very incisive work of art. And where you come up with this very interesting phrase, you say, the river through which the blood of grief runs. Now, this is really, really poignant. And then the very next poem is Unnatural, which has that personal tinge to it, where you say there's no places for you to cry. Do you reconcile the two, or are these two different strands altogether?
The entire book is connected. It's linked to the running theme, which is finding a home. And I think that is your place. Whether it is, I wrote about that space that you find when you put your forehead down to the ground, whether it is the smell of a sweater of somebody that you loved, in my case my grandmother, not a man in that one, but it could be anything. It is that, or curling up in a cocoon in a womb-like state, whether it is your land, whether it is your family home, whether it is your memory, whether it is yourself, whether it's your spirit. The book goes in layers and it's connected. Okay. It goes in this motion. And the river Indus, as far as that was concerned, it is very symbolic for us. It has seen so much bloodshed done to us, but we have been doing the doing for so long as Pakistan, and we as a country we were witnesses, but now the land becomes our witness. It sees us souls being left behind.
You strongly feel about your country and your society.
I do.
And there are certain things that hurt you. It's indicative in your work. What are those things that hurt you about your society?
I think the Promised Land that we were
The Promised Land is another very good poem. Huh?
I think that is, it was simple and short, yes, but it encompasses the entire book, that here we are on Earth, and I had written 200,000 years of existence and civilization, and here we kill each other on just different belief sets. This is what we do.
And this brings me to this particular piece. It's called, ladies and gentlemen, this is called Grief. Grief, I think I grieve the loss of my grief more than anything, as now everybody tells me how I must do so. This reminds me of an Urdu verse by John Elia. जो इन रोज़ों मेरा गम है वो ये है, गमों की बुर्दबारी जा रही है. Now this roughly translates as, these days what I grieve is that the forbearance of my grief is vanishing. This is John Elia. And I mean, this is a serious condition. This is something to mull over. And the loss of grief. Would you like to expand on that? Or yes, societal? Is it like a societal concern?
Not one, but many people have spoken about grief in different ways and loss. We are always told how to grieve. We have wonderful self-help books to get over it. We have steps to get over it. But how do you really get over it? How can you get over the loss of a loved one? Whether it's a child, whether it's your mother, whether it's your grandmother, whatever it is, how can you stop grieving? And now you have people telling you in steps how to get there. And somehow, as a human being, how do you get there? And yes, I'm supposed to, and I will. I know that as a human being, that I will, of course, because that's what I need to portray to the world. And I think everybody feels like that. There is no value that can be assigned to that, and there's no value which brings me to loss. And I think you know what I said about loss. Yes.
Okay, now
there were too many sounds and there were too many words to be contained inside this universe, that you cannot put some value to it and you cannot have the steps to it.
Well, let's talk about the form of these poems and pieces of prose. Some of them are very, very short, very aphoristic, very pithy, and there are certain pieces that are longish.
They're a few pages long. Yes, correct.
But for example, ladies and gentlemen, I find this is a one-line piece. It's called Family. Those people who don't hit and hurt or break us. How good is that? No? And then there's another one. It's called Loss. Too many words and too many sounds to contain inside this universe. It's a very aphoristic style. So, ये कहाँ से सीखा आपने?
In answer to that, the book has been written in the open, it's called the open style. There are some VSS short stories, very short stories, and then those lines that you saw, they are part of commentaries. Sometimes a poet is given a challenge, a word prompt, and you have these groups and they give you 24 hours and you have to think of something in a whole entire group. And it can be a line, it can be an ode. It doesn't matter. Nobody is judging you, because as artists we don't do that to each other.
True.
Right? And so I formulated this as poetry, as prose, and then what we didn't say was commentary. And war was one of them, loss was one of them, and grief was one of them.
You know, the W.H. Auden says, poetry is the clear expression of mixed feelings. Is it something like that, isn't it?
I think it's a whole bag of mixed feelings.
Okay. And do you have any favorite poets, fiction writers?
Yes, of course. When I was very young, my grandmother gave me, she allowed me to take out from her shelf a book, and it was Khalil Gibran's Tears and Laughter.
Okay.
She had a little shelf, and any of us could go and get that out. In fact, the last poem that comes, Thin Glimmer, is dedicated to her. I wrote my love in it, but I meant Ma.
Okay.
Right. And they had a very great influence on my lives, and which I must tell you before anything. I think the audience should know that both of them were Bengali.
Bengali?
Right? Yes, and which is why from the beginning, from the first poem, I started from sifting, and that is about India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And it's a running theme throughout this book.
You speak Bengali?
I can understand it, yes.
Okay.
Right. And so as far as Khalil Gibran is concerned, that was my first, and then I didn't know I wanted to be like that, and then I saw some of his paintings, which people don't know about, and I said, oh my God, he's an artist.
You are multi-talented, okay.
And then the second book, and I think we just spoke about it because you asked me this.
Let's keep that for later.
Emily Dickinson was Emily Dickinson. And that was a book given to me in college by a young man, and he wrote me a letter, and he gave me a rock, and me being me, I threw the rock, and I lost the letter, but I kept the book. And that was the book on Emily Dickinson, and I loved that book. I carried it with me, and it's a piece by her, and I think everybody feels this way at one point. And it says, I'm nobody, who are you? Are you nobody too?
Wow.
And I think that affected me a lot. And I was 18, and I said, it's all right to put my feelings down that I've been hiding. Somewhere they were written down, I think now it's time to do it because it's all right to say so. There are these moments where you get when you think, can I say this? And then you say, I think it's all right.
Okay, the difficult question now.
Go
Your
for it.
favorite 3 poems from this book?
You're asking a poet to choose their own poems. Memory Home.
Okay.
It's about growing up and and my home, and it ends with home should not be a place where it hurts to live. And that encapsulates the entire book, just that last paragraph, that this country should have been my safe space. It should have been a safe space for everybody else, for vulnerable communities. This is where we are today. And I think this book has to do with what we are facing today as a nation.
Okay.
And that's one. And then the other one was, and I didn't realize somebody would pick that out. We have somebody very special with us who's going to read that out in the end. It was a safe space, you know. So it was on that, and then there is another one which is hope.
Okay.
And I think that has come up time and again. Glimmers is moments that I believe different people define glimmers differently. I believe they are those moments in your life, or even people that come into your life that just save you. And those moments happen with everybody. There's not a single person out here that cannot say it. And I described it as different things. It was the morning light into my cup of coffee. It was that bowl of cereal that looked up at you. It was hues from the ocean as you flew over it. And it was something a child said to me that made me ashamed to be an adult. So these moments happen to different people, and these are moments of glimmers. And from glimmers come that moment of hope which is inside every human being, that need to survive, and that will to move past whatever they're going through.
Excellent. So last question from my side. Since you have tremendous creative flair. So I was saying, since you have creative flair, is a novel on the anvil? Is it in the offing? Novel?
You do ask good questions, actually. That's why I enjoyed having you as a moderator, and we will talk afterwards. Yes, I do have one. I've already spoken to my publisher, and that's definitely coming. One is based on, one is the second part. I created the series Earth, Air, Wind and Water because the act of persecution and superstition is a running theme throughout in this book, and so I use the magical elements. Ice Spirit is coming out next.
Okay.
That's another one. I've been in talks with American publisher, and the third one is a think tank, and that would be on extremism and counterterrorism.
Okay. Thank you so much. A round of applause for her, please. And now we have a very prominent, famous artist, actor Adil Hussain with us. He's going to recite a few poems from the book. Please, Adil. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. And good afternoon. I'd like to congratulate Haya on the launch of her book and all the people involved in helping it see the light of day. And without further ado, I'll be reading a few pieces, some that resonated with me and some with her, and we won't be discussing which is which. So I'll start with one called They Called Me Hope. I am a chance, thought by the one, subjugated, a shimmer that crosses the man, subdued, lying in the angst of the oppressed, now overpowering the oppressor, called by different words in ancient, different languages, somebody cried out kneeling and found me when lost. You once thought of me decimated, lying naked in my shell. I am in fables passed down, an odd superstition to you from days gone. But you tell me you don't believe in anything, that nothing, neither I, exist. I am not fighting nor questioning your beliefs. You must believe in what you feel is your truth. I am only a bequeathed anecdote, inherited stories, an axiom coming from a point of origin. Life lit within different versions, but the ending is the same. I am not the David of any story. I didn't slay Goliath, but somebody must have thought of me there. I cannot move that mountain. I don't even know if I can save you. I am just a fleeting split second of survival, a tiny ounce of strength that kindles the fire and turns your circumstances around. I am inside of you, something innate to your being, delicately sutured into your soul. A glimmer. You once called me an illusion of humanity, but the humans, whether they believed in me or not, just called me by my name. They called me Hope.
Well done.
And this one is called Line of Control. Walking on the edge of water that night, people danced madly in the background noise of our movie. But with you and around you, there was no sound, no feigned conversation. We gathered, we already knew each other. The constraint that defined our race disappeared into the water as we dared to walk on the border of ease. All in the wet sand melting beneath our feet as people were shot in our countries. But that day, we weren't there, were we? We didn't think the battle would reach us. All our reserves didn't exist in that utter moment. Decades of a silent war. We were the same people, just ordinary people. That one day, thrown on either side of each other's fence. I hope you never come back here, my friend. We were born on either side as a joke, and I cannot lose my line of control again.
Wow.
And finally, this one is called Directions to Our Safe Space. To whom it may concern, if you find these directions helpful, come meet me out there sometime. I promise you, there is safety. In a very small dimension of this grand multiverse, there's a chance given to lovers not of this world. There is this space which lies hidden still. With no address and no names written, you will find no borders to guard it, nor any database where it may be searched for. It is a far away, a silent promise. Never a surety if it is even there at all. It remains unfound in an orbit of which only few would acknowledge from their heart. You may have heard of it set somewhere on uneven terrain as they whisper about these places that are often left on unmapped trails. You can trace its location back to where the split of the horizon occurs. It starts from the scar lines of my sorrow. Your basilisk dreams that beckon me so may have even hissed out its secret name. And when you decide to seek that hidden door, don't forget the compass to guide you. It bears the stars of longing and hurt. There are those tracks we all know that sometimes have no lights to illuminate them. When you pass the 7 stones marker on the road, come where the 7 kings and 7 seas cannot separate us. You would have found the cornerstone of an abode that is only visible to those who understand what it means to love. Can you see our selfish garden from the corner of your soul? It is where we both eloped, near ancient mangroves that waited for us. They are trees of want, of our own invention. It is there we have both learned to breathe amongst the fallen fields. Come meet me in our moment of Elysium. There, in a dimension where we both reside, each spirit is buried inside of each other's soul. It is that place where nobody can know. It lies only between you and me, our universe that has always been there, encrypted and unspoken. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Adil. That was very good. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very, very much for your time. Book signing will take place at Liberty Stall at what time? At 3:15. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
میں تمام مہمانوں سے گزارش کروں گا کہ اپنی اپنی نشستیں سنبھال لیں. ہمارے اگلے سیشن کا آغاز ہوا چاہتا ہے جو ایک کتاب کی رونمائی ہے. کتاب کا عنوان ہے انڈر گراؤنڈ، جس کے مصنف ہیں اشرف شاد. اس سیشن کے ماڈریٹر ہیں جناب مجاہد بریلوی صاحب، جو پاکستان کے معروف صحافی ہیں. میں ان سے گزارش کروں گا کہ وہ اسٹیج پہ تشریف لے آئیں اور شرکاء کا تعارف کرا کے سیشن کا آغاز کریں. شکریہ.
جی، میں عامر ضیاء سے بھی درخواست کروں گا کہ پلیز تشریف لائیں. ہمارے اشرف شاہ صاحب جو ہیں جب بھی ملک آتے ہیں یعنی وطن عزیز اپنے آتے ہیں اور تواتر سے آتے ہیں تو اپنے ساتھ ایک کتاب لے کر ضرور آتے ہیں. اور یہ آج سے نہیں، کوئی 90 کی دہائی سے ہے. ان کے بعد میں وزیر اعظم، صدر محترم، بلکہ اس سے پہلے بے وطن ان کی کتاب. اور اس دوران پھر انہوں نے جب اپنی سوانح لکھنی شروع کی تو ایک پر لہو میں تر، جی اشرف، جب سوانح جو لکھنی شروع کی تو اس میں پھر ان کا خیال تھا کہ یہ اتنی رقیم ہو رہی ہے کہ اس کو حصوں میں تقسیم کیا جائے. اور کم از کم آج 2 کتابیں وہ یہاں پر موجود ہیں، ایک انڈر گراؤنڈ اور دوسرے صحافت کے خار و گل. اور انڈر گراؤنڈ کتاب جو ہے وہ دراصل اشرف کی کوشش تھی کہ پاکستان کی جو کمیونسٹ موومنٹ ہے جس کے بارے میں یقیناً کئی کتابیں تو لکھی گئیں. حال ہی میں سرخ سلام کامران اصغر علی کی آئی، پھر عبدالرؤف ملک نے کتاب لکھی، پھر ہمارے جمال نقوی صاحب کی بھی اشتراکی تحریر پر کتاب ہے، لیکن وہ کتاب اعتراف نامہ ہے کہ ہم نے شاید کمیونسٹ موومنٹ کا حصہ بن کے غلطی کی. تو پھر اشرف نے جو ہے کوشش، ہم جیسے لوگ جو اب آواز لگانے لگے ہیں اسکرین پر زیادہ اور لکھنے لکھانے سے شغف کم ہو گیا ہے، تو مجھ سے کہا، عامر ضیاء سے کہا، پھر ایک کمیونسٹ موومنٹ کے سرکردہ رہنما جو خود برسوں جیلوں میں رہے سہیل سانگی، ان سے، اور یوں ایک کتاب یہ کمپائل کی گئی. اس پر لوگوں نے جب کتاب یا کوئی تحریر، اس پر سب سے آسان بات ہوتی ہے کہ آپ تنقید کریں یا آپ کرٹیسائز کریں یا کہیں جی زخیم بہت تھی یا اس میں یہ مواد نہیں تھا. تو میں اکثر سناتا ہوں، میں تمہید مان رہا ہوں کہ ایوب خان کے زمانے میں جب الطاف گوہر سیکرٹری انفارمیشن ہوتے تھے، بڑے پاورفل آدمی ہوتے تھے، تو جب انہوں نے کہیں حبیب جالب بیٹھے تھے تو کافی ہاؤس میں جب انہوں نے شعر ایوب خان کے خلاف شروع کیے تو کچھ لوگ کھڑے ہو گئے ان سے لڑنے کے لیے. انہوں نے کہا بھائی الطاف گوہر بڑے، میں نے کہا نا ایوب خان کے حامی، لیکن پائے کہنے لگے بھائی اگر جالب نے ایوب خان کے خلاف شعر لکھیں تم اس کے خلاف حق میں خلاف لکھیں تم حق میں شعر کرو، تو شعر کا جواب شعر سے دو. تو اسی طرح کوئی بھی کتاب، کشور نائی صاحب آئی ہیں، میں نام سے کہوں گا پلیز آئیے، تشریف لائیے، آگے آئیے کشور آپ. تو اسی طرح اس کتاب کا جیسے میں نے کہا کہ اس بارے میں بڑی گفتگو ہوئی اور بہت جلد بغیر کسی تقریب کے اور اشرف کی غیر موجودگی میں لوگوں میں پہنچی بھی. تو میں چاہوں گا کہ اس سے زیادہ، ایک تو آپ کو علم ہے کہ جو ہم لوگ جو اینکر لوگ ہیں ان کی زبانیں کافی بد زبان ہو گئی ہیں، بد لگام ہو گئی ہیں، اور سوال کرتے ہیں اور پھر جواب دینے سے پہلے ہی پھر سوال کر دیتے ہیں. تو یہاں میں ختم کرتا ہوں. اور عامر ضیاء جو بڑے سینئر سیزن جرنلسٹ ہیں اور غیر ملکی، انہوں نے ایجنسیوں میں کام کیا، رائٹرز، اے پی، اور بڑے اخبار کے ایڈیٹر رہے،
اور لکھنے لکھانے کا سلسلہ جاری رہا. اور سب سے بڑھ کر یہ کہ جب NSF میں تھے تو اس موومنٹ کا حصہ تھے جو لیفٹ کی تھی. اشرف شاہ صاحب کا میں نے کہا نا کہ جو ایک تعارف کرایا کہ ناول نگاری بھی کی ہے, سب سے بڑھ کر یہ کہ صحافت کی ہے, اور اس سے بڑھ کر یہ کہ ہم جیسے لوگوں کو جو اگر آج یہاں میں بیٹھا ہوں تو ہمیں لکھنے کی طرف راغب کیا, ہماری تحریر درست کری, بلکہ 350 روپے کی پہلی نوکری ان کی وجہ سے مجھے ملی. تو اگر آج موقع ملا ہے تو اس کا اعتراف کر دوں کہ جو کچھ اسکرین پر آواز لگا رہا ہوں یا کوئی لکھتا ہوں تو اس کی دین ہمارے محترم اشرف شاہ صاحب ہیں. جی عامر ضیاء, پھر اس کتاب کے حوالے سے, لیفٹ کی موومنٹ کے حوالے سے آدھے گھنٹے میں تو یہ ممکن نہیں ہے سب گفتگو ہو, لیکن کچھ آپ بتائیں کہ آپ سے کس طرح لکھوائی اشرف شاہ نے یہ, اور بہت سارے لوگوں سے لکھواتے ہیں.
ایک تو وہ کہتے ہیں کہ بالجبر نہیں لکھوائی, اچھی بات تو یہ ہے. اچھا, دوسرا بات میں یہاں سے شروع کروں کہ بائیں بازو کے جیسے مجاہد صاحب نے فرمایا کہ بہت ساری کتابیں وقتاً فوقتاً آ رہی ہیں, اور ہم دیکھ رہے ہیں کہ زیادہ تر جو ہے وہ واقعاتی قسم کی بکس آ رہی ہیں, اس میں تجزیے کی بہت کمی ہوتی ہے. اور لیکن اس والی اس میں کیونکہ کسی ایک کہتے ہیں مصنف کا شاہکار نہیں ہے یہ, اس میں بہت سارے کئی لوگوں نے اس پہ کنٹریبیوٹ کیا ہے, تو اس میں جی اچھا تو کیونکہ کئی اس کے مطلب لکھنے والے 4-5 لوگ ہیں, تو اس میں کوشش یہ ہوئی کہ آپ کو ڈائیورسٹی آف اوپینین ملے گا, جو ایک اچھی بات ہے. اور جہاں پہ واقعاتی ہے کہ ظاہر ہے کہ جو ہم ماضی کے مزار بن کے پرانی ہی باتیں کر رہے ہوتے ہیں اور ہم آج کا تجزیہ نہیں کرتے, آج کی جو چیزیں اس پہ ہماری بائیں بازو کے لوگوں کی جو ہے فوکس بہت کم ہے. تو جہاں پر واقعاتی ہے تو اس میں آپ کو تجزیاتی جو اسپرنکلنگ ہے وہ بھی نظر آئے گی, جو میرے خیال میں اس کتاب کو کافی منفرد کرتی ہے. اچھا, کیونکہ صرف ایک نقطہ نظر سے نہیں لکھی گئی کہ اس میں ہو کہ جی سوویت نواز کمیونسٹ پارٹی کے دوست لکھ رہے ہیں یا چین نواز کمیونسٹ پارٹی کے دوست لکھ رہے ہیں, تو اس میں آپ کو جو میں کہتا ہوں کہ تنوع جو ہے وہ آپ کو نظر آئے گا. پھر سب سے مزے کی بات, جو ان تمام باقی جتنے ہمارے دوست ہیں وہ تو انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے ہیں, میں واحد اس میں لکھنے والا ہوں کہ جو اوور گراؤنڈ رہا ہوں. کبھی میں روپوشی کی زندگی میں نے نہیں گزاری.
نہیں, میرا بھی عنوان یہی ہے عامر کہ میں کبھی انڈر گراؤنڈ نہیں رہا.
ہاں, میں بھی نہیں رہا. میں بھی, اور میں نے اشرف بھائی کو یہ بالکل ان سے کہا تھا کہ جی میں تو کبھی, میرا کوئی تجربہ نہیں, خواہش بہت تھی, لیکن وہ خواہش اس لیے پوری نہیں ہوئی کہ ہم جہاں جن دوستوں کے ساتھ کام کرتے تھے, مراج محمد خان ہمارے سینئر, تو وہ ہمیں ان تمام انقلابی حرکتوں سے جو مہم جو ہوئی تھی اس سے باز رکھتے تھے, اور کوشش کرتے تھے کیونکہ ہم طلبہ فرنٹ کا حصہ ہیں تو طالب علموں ہی کی طرح کام کریں, کلاس بھی اٹینڈ کریں, اور جو تھوڑا سا وقت ملے اس میں اور باقی چیزیں بھی کریں. تو لیکن اس میں کیونکہ میرا جرنلسٹک بیک گراؤنڈ تھا, تو میں نے جو دوست واقعی روپوشی کی زندگی جنہوں نے بسر کی, ان سے ظاہر ہے کہ پہلے بھی ہمارا رابطہ رہا, پھر اس کتاب کے سلسلے میں بھی تھوڑا بہت وہ ہوا. لیکن جو وہ کہتے ہیں نا پوزیٹی آف ٹائم, کیونکہ ہمیں وقت کم ملا تو غالباً ہم پوری طرح اس موضوع کے ساتھ انصاف نہیں کر سکے. لیکن جو اس کتاب کا میں سمجھتا ہوں جس طرح سے لکھی گئی ہے, اس کو اگلے ایڈیشن میں مزید پھیلایا جا سکتا ہے اور پھیلانا چاہیے. اور اس میں وہ لوگ کہ جنہوں نے واقعی یا تو مطلب ان پہ لکھا جائے کہ جن کا تجربہ رہا, اور وہ صرف واقعاتی نہ ہو کہ جی ہم نے بس جلائی اور ہم نے کہاں پہ میٹنگ کی, اس میں تجزیے کا ایلیمنٹ زیادہ ہونا چاہیے کہ ماضی میں ہم سے کیا غلطیاں ہوئیں کہ اتنی ایک روبسٹ مضبوط تحریک کہ جس کے پیچھے اور اس کے اوپر جان دینے والے, نچھاور کرنے والے انگنت افراد ہوا کرتے تھے, وہ کیا ہوا کہ آج بالکل ایریلیونٹ ہو گئی ہے. اور ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ جب بھی وہ, میں بار بار مجھے وہ سپت حسن صاحب کی کتاب ماضی کے مزار یاد آتی ہے کہ ماضی کے مزار ہم لوگ بن کے رہ گئے. ہم جو بھی بات کرتے ہیں وہ 60, 70, 80 کی دہائی میں کرتے ہیں, جو کچھ ہوا پہلے ہوا. آج ہم کیا کر رہے ہیں اس پر جو ہے ہمارے دوست بالکل نہیں بات کرتے. پھر کہ جو 21ویں صدی کے انقلابی ہے, ہمیں پتہ ہے جی 20ویں صدی کے انقلابی کی ایک کیفیت ہوا کرتی تھی, اس کے تضادات جو تھے وہ بالکل مختلف نوعیت کے ہوا کرتے تھے, اور ظاہر ہے کہ 19 سینچری کیپٹلزم کی کوئی اور صورتحال تھی. تو آج 21ویں صدی کے انقلابی اس کی کیا ذمہ داری ہے, اور جبکہ AI کا انقلاب آ چکا ہے اور ابھی پورا امپیکٹ نہیں آیا, ابھی اس کا امپیکٹ نہیں آیا ہمارے سامنے, تو اس میں جب روزگار جا رہے ہوں گے, اس میں جب مطلب ہے کہ انڈسٹریل ریولوشن کی ایک نئی جہت آ رہی ہوگی, اس طرح کی انڈسٹری نہیں ہوگی, کوئی اور انڈسٹری ہوگی, اس میں ہم کیسے کام کریں گے؟ ہمارے سامنے تضادات کی نوعیت کیا ہے؟ کیا ہم 1960 کا سبق 2025 میں بھی 2024 میں بھی دہراتے رہیں گے, یا ہمارے پاس کوئی نیا زاویہ ہوگا؟ مجھے جو لگتا ہے
ایک اور بات بھی ہے, یہاں بہت سینئر لوگ بھی بیٹھے ہیں جو ایک ون نظر میں بنے, تھوڑا سا مجھے یہ لگا کہ جو جن کا حق تھا, اور سب سے بڑھ کر یہ نہیں, یہاں بہت سارے جو میں نے کہا بیٹھے ہیں لوگ, جیسے خود سید شہناز ظہیر صاحب, انہوں نے روشنائی کتاب تو بہت لکھی, لیکن جس طرح وہ آئے اور اپنی کمیونسٹ موومنٹ, پھر جیل میں رہے, اور پھر اس کے بعد کیا ہوا, پھر دوسرے ہمارے استاد محترم سید سپت حسن صاحب, جنہوں نے, ڈاکٹر جعفر یہاں بیٹھے ہیں, انہوں نے ان کی پہلے پیریڈ کی کتاب تو لکھوائی, لیکن میں نے جعفر سے یہ کہا کہ اگر آپ سے یہ سپٹے صاحب سے مارچ 95 کے بعد جو پارٹی کا ہوا اور پھر اس میں کس طرح بکھر گئے کیا ہوا اور پھر وہ ہائی جیک کس طرح ہو گئی پارٹی مختلف گروہ میں، تو غالباً حالیہ تاریخ میں، تو میں چاہ رہا تھا کہ اشرف یہ جو آپ نے سب کچھ دیکھا ہوگا، اور میں اس لیے یہ کہہ رہا تھا کہ بعض کتابیں جیسے ابھی سرخ سلام کتاب ایک آئی جن صاحب نے کامران اصغر علی کی لکھی، جس کو بہت پڑھا جاتا ہے، میں اس پر بعد میں آؤں گا کہ اس میں بعض انہوں نے ایسی باتیں لکھی کہ جس پر تھوڑا سا افسوس بھی ہوا، اور خیر میں نے لکھ کر تھوڑا جواب بھی دیا. جی اشرف.
جی شکریہ مجاہد اور شکریہ عامر. آپ عامر نے جو کچھ باتیں کہیں اور مجاہد نے بھی کہیں تو وہ میں ان کا جواب، ان کے بارے میں جواب تو نہیں اس سلسلے میں بعد میں بات کروں گا، لیکن پہلے تو میں آکسفورڈ کے KLF کا بڑا مجھے شکریہ ادا کرنا ہے کہ انہوں نے ایک ایسے موضوع پر یہ سیشن رکھا ہے جو آج کی دنیا سیاست میں پاکستان کی آؤٹ آف فیشن ہے. آج کوئی لیفٹ نہیں ہے. آج آپ اگر پوچھیں کسی سے کہ لیفٹ کون ہے، اچھا لیفٹ کو ڈیفائن کرنا بہت مشکل کام ہے. آج کا جو لیفٹ ہے، اچھا لیفٹ کیا ہے؟ اچھا یہ پوری دنیا کا واقعہ ہے. پوری دنیا میں لیفٹ جو ہے اب مختلف ہے. آپ جائیے مجھے آسٹریلیا میں یا امریکہ میں یا یورپ میں جائیے تو وہاں پر گرین جو ہے وہ لیفٹ ہے، LGBT لیفٹ ہے. جو لیفٹ تھا وہ کہیں کھو گیا ہے. وہ لائنیں بہت ہی ایک باریک ہو گئی ہیں جن کو کراس کرنا ہے. تو میں پاکستان میں تو خاص طور پر دیکھیے ایک جو بات کی ہے اس پر یہ کہا بھی جاتا ہے جو کتاب چھپی کہ اس میں کہ جی اور بھی لوگوں سے فلاں لوگوں سے یا جو رہے لکھوائے گئے لوگ اپنے آپ کو آج آئیڈینٹیفائی نہیں کرنا چاہتے اس لیفٹ کے ساتھ. وہ بڑے کامریڈز جنہوں نے اپنے زمانے میں بڑے کام کیے ہیں اس انقلابی موومنٹس کے لیے، وہ آج اپنے آپ کو آئیڈینٹیفائی نہیں کرنا چاہتے ہیں ایز اے لیفٹ. ان کی شناخت کا مسئلہ جو ہے نا، پھر ان کے بہت سے مسائل ہیں پاکستان میں ہر طرح کے پروفیشنل یا پولیٹیکل یا جو بھی ہیں جس کی وجہ سے. تو یہ ایک مسئلہ ہے. یہ کتاب ہم نے جو انڈر گراؤنڈ جیسا کہ عامر زیاد نے بھی کہا، مجاہد نے بھی کہا، میں نے بھی کہا، انڈر گراؤنڈ ہم میں اس کتاب کے لکھنے والوں میں جو انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے ہیں اصل میں وہ سہیل سانگی صاحب ہیں، تشریف رکھتے ہیں. سہیل سانگی
میں چاہوں گا کہ کرسی ایک آپ دیں تو سہیل سانگی صاحب کو یہاں میں زحمت دوں. بیٹھیں، آئیے بیٹے، کرسی دے دینا یہاں پہ.
سہیل سانگی صاحب جو تھے انہوں نے صحیح حق ادا کیا کہ اس کو یہ جو موضوع، یہ نام تھا اس کا کتاب کا انڈر گراؤنڈ، اس کے حوالے سے، کیونکہ یہ خود انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے اور نہ صرف یہ انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے بلکہ انہوں نے فیسیلیٹیٹ کیا جو لوگ انڈر گراؤنڈ، بڑے ہمارے سیاستدان جو انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے ہیں ان کے انڈر گراؤنڈ رہنے کو انہوں نے فیسیلیٹیٹ کیا. اور بڑی دلچسپ اس میں انہوں نے جو چیزیں لکھی ہیں، مثلاً انڈر گراؤنڈ رہنے کے آداب کیا ہے. یعنی یہ ایک طرح کی ٹیکسٹ بک بھی ہے انڈر گراؤنڈ لوگوں کے لیے کہ صاحب انڈر گراؤنڈ جب آپ رہتے ہیں تو اس کے آداب کیا ہیں، اس کے لیے کن باتوں کا خیال. تو بڑے اچھے واقعات ہیں. اگر آپ لوگ کتاب پڑھنے کا موقع ملے تو آپ کو اندازہ ہوگا. اصل میں قصہ یہ ہوا اس کا کہ ایک تو میں ذرا سی بات تجزیے کے حوالے سے کہہ دوں جو عام، اور میں نے شروع میں کہا اور میں نے خود بھی یہ بات کہی کہ اس کتاب میں تجزیہ نہیں ہے. دیکھیں یادداشتوں میں تجزیہ نہیں ہوتا. یہ کتاب یادداشتوں پر مشتمل ہے. یہ ہم نے دیکھیے یہ کوئی ایک سائنٹیفکلی کوئی ایک ریسرچ بک نہیں ہے. یہ ہم نے کوئی تحقیقی کام نہیں کیا ہے. تحقیقی کام جیسے اب اس حوالے سے اس نام سے ایک بڑا کام جو ہے وہ انٹرنیشنل سطح پر ایک ٹم ہارپر صاحب ایک کیمبرج یونیورسٹی کے پروفیسر ہیں، ان کا ہے ایشیا انڈر گراؤنڈ. اور ایشیا انڈر گراؤنڈ جو ہے اس میں انہوں نے جو ہے وہ کام کیا ہے. اور میں نے اس میں پیش لفظ میں لکھی بھی ہے یہ بات کہ انہوں نے جو ہے وہ جو ایک ہماری تیسری دنیا جو ایشیا کے جو ممالک ہیں وہاں جو انڈر گراؤنڈ موومنٹس تھیں جن کی وجہ سے آج ایک روشن ایک بڑا ایک زندہ ایشیا آج نظر آتا ہے، وہ تو ویتنام میں تھی، چائنا میں تھی، انڈونیشیا میں تھی اور سب ملکوں میں تھی. اس کے بارے میں اچھا، لیکن کیا ہے کہ وہ جب ایک بڑی یونیورسٹی کا ایک پروفیسر جب تحقیقی کام کرتا ہے تو وہ بڑی سائنٹیفکلی کرتا ہے. اس کے اندر تجزیہ بھی ہوتا ہے، اس کے اندر جو ہے وہ بالکل وہ واقعات ہوتے ہیں، ان کی سند ہوتی ہے کہ وہ واقعات صحیح ہیں. اب ہم تو سند نہیں دے سکتے ہم کسی کے بارے میں، ہم لکھ رہے ہیں امام نازی شمروی کے بارے میں لکھ رہے ہیں. اب وہ جو ایک بہت بڑے کامریڈ تھے، سب سے پہلے سے ایکٹیو ہوئے سجاد ظہیر کو تو سب جانتے ہیں، لیکن سجاد ظہیر کے بعد جو ہے وہ مستقل انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے، زیادہ تر انڈر گراؤنڈ رہے، پاکستان میں رہے، افغانستان میں رہے، روس میں رہے. تو وہ یہ جو لوگ تھے انڈر گراؤنڈ ہمارے اس زمانے کے، تو وہ ان کے بارے میں اب ہر اس میں مجاہد بریلوی نے بھی ان کے بارے میں لکھا ہے، ان کے بارے میں سہیل سانگی نے بھی اس کتاب میں لکھا ہے، اور ان کے بارے میں جو ایک ہم نے اقتباسات شائع کیے ہیں صوفی جمعہ خان کے، انہوں نے تو باقاعدہ ان کے ساتھ وقت گزارا ہے اور ان کو لے کے کہاں کہاں دنیا میں وہ گھومے ہیں، ان کے بارے میں باتیں کی ہیں. تو ان میں جو ہے وہ آپ اگر سائنٹیفیکلی اس کو ایک تحقیقی کتاب لکھیں گے تو وہ آپ کو ان سب کے حوالے چاہیے ہوتے ہیں. یادداشتوں میں مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ آپ کو اچھا یادداشتیں تو لکھی بھی، اگر ہم نے تو نہیں لکھی اس طرح، ہم تینوں میں سے کسی نے، لیکن اس طرح لکھی جاتی ہے، کچھ اپنے آپ کو گلوریفائی کرنا مقصد ہوتا ہے، کچھ تھوڑا سا. تو یہ
ایک اور بات ہے کہ جو حالیہ دنوں میں جو زیادہ کتابیں جو پڑھی گئیں، ایک ہمارے جو قائم مقام سیکریٹری رہے سانگیاں بیٹھے ہیں جمال نقوی صاحب کی. اب یہ ٹھیک ہے کہ بہت سارے لوگ جو تھے، کچھ کمیونسٹ تھک گئے، کچھ ملک سے باہر چلے گئے، لیکن میں خیال ہے وہ بہت سارے لوگ جنہوں نے، میں نے کہا نا کہ پوری لوگوں کی زندگیاں گئیں، ذہنی طور پر بیمار ہو گئے، گھر ہو گئے، تباہ ہو گئے، برباد ہو گئے. میں جمال نقوی صاحب کی بڑی عزت و احترام کرتا ہوں، لیکن مثلا ان کا اگر یہ کتاب لکھنا کہ بعد میں جب میں روس گیا تو بڑا مایوس ہوا اس کمیونسٹ مومنٹ سے، اور انہوں نے اپنے اس کو یہ اعتراف کیا کہ جناب ہم نے غلط پوری 50 سال کی تاریخ کو انہوں نے آخر میں اس طرح سمیٹ دیا کہ ہم سے غلطی ہوئی. کتاب کا نام بھی شاید عامر اسی کا طرح تھا. دوسری اب ہوا یہ کہ جو تحقیق کی کتاب جو پتہ چلا کہ 100 لوگوں نے اس میں کنٹریبیوٹ کیا، اور اس میں باقاعدہ پھر انہوں نے اداروں سے لیا. تو کشور نائن یہاں بیٹھی ہیں، ان صاحب نے کتاب میں جہاں تحقیق کرتے ہوئے، جو میں ایک ہی صرف مثال لوں گا، وقت کم ہے، وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ وہ کتاب کی تحقیق کے سلسلے میں لندن گئے، اور لندن میں ایک کامریڈ تھے، کامریڈ افضل خان، ان کی ایک غیر ملکی بیگم تھیں جان. جب ان کے پاس دوپہر ملنے گئے تو انہوں نے کہا، یہ کامران اظہر علی صاحب نے اپنی کتاب میں لکھا ہے کہ آپ کیا پئیں گے دوپہر کے وقت. تو انہوں نے یہ سوچا کہ مجھے سوپ آفر کریں گی، یا جو عام طور پر جو لندن وغیرہ میں جاتے ہیں. تو اس پر انہوں نے کہا کہ دراصل جو جتنے بھی پاکستان سے کمیونسٹ آتے ہیں وہ دوپہر سے وسکی برف کے ساتھ پینا چاہتے ہیں. اب میں اس پر چلیں ان کا اگر تبصرہ تھا تو یقیناً کامران اظہر علی کو، جو کمیونسٹ پارٹی کی ہسٹری لکھ رہے تھے، تردید کرنی تھی، لیکن اس پر انہوں نے کہا میں نے اس پر ساتھ کیا، میں نے ان سے ایگری کیا. اب آپ غور کیجئے کہ بے شمار ہمارے کامریڈ ایسے ہیں یا کمیونسٹ ہیں کہ جو ڈرنک بالکل نہیں کرتے، اور اگر کرتے ہیں ایک پرائیویٹ معاملہ ہے، اور دوپہر سے تو سوری ٹو سے یہ کہ شام سے ہاں چلیں بھائی ہم لوگ کرتے ہیں. تو اس طرح کی یعنی اب بتائیں کہ جو کمیونسٹ تحریک پر کتاب لکھ رہا ہے، اگر اس کا دماغ وہ اس طرح کے کنزرویٹو اور مذہبی خیالات رکھتا ہو کہ شراب نہیں اس طرح نہیں پینی چاہیے، تو بتائیں پھر اس کی جو کریڈیبلٹی کتنی بنتی ہے. سہیل جہانگیر آپ کی نظر سے گزری ہوتی ہے کتاب؟
ہاں، میں نے وہ کتاب دیکھی تھی. اس میں پہلی بات یہ کہ میرے خیال میں آپ کامریڈ جمال نقوی صاحب کی بات کر رہے تھے، تو یہ تو کسی کو بھی ہر ایک کو حق پہنچتا ہے کہ وہ کسی وقت اپنے جو بھی مائنڈ ہے وہ چینج کر سکتا ہے. وہ اس کے لیے ہم کو یہ سمجھیں گے کہ کمیونسٹ تحریک کو جمال نقوی سے شروع ہوئی تھی اور جمال نقوی پر ختم ہوئی تھی. یہ تو ایسے ہی ہے کہ پاکستان عمران خان سے شروع ہوا تھا اور کرکٹ بھی عمران خان سے شروع ہوا تھا. تو میرا خیال میں ایسا نہیں ہے، آپ اس کو اتنا لمیٹڈ نہ کریں تو اچھا لگے گا. دوسری چیز جو آپ کہہ رہے تھے، ان کی جو کتاب ہے سرخ سلام والی آپ بات کر رہے تھے، تو وہ انہوں نے لکھا، وہ ان کی مرضی ہے. ویسے آپ کو میں ایک چیز بتاؤں، جو واقعی ہارڈ کور کمیونسٹ ہول ٹائمر کام کرتے ہیں جو انڈر گراؤنڈ تھے، وہ ان کے لیے یہ ہوتا تھا کہ وہ شراب نہیں پئیں گے. اور سچی بات یہ کہ میں نے بھی جب تک ہول ٹائمر تھا پارٹی میں فل فلیج کام کر رہا تھا، میں نے کبھی شراب نہیں پی تھی، اور یہ ایک طرح سے اس کو کوئی اچھی چیز نہیں مانی جاتی تھی. تو یہ تو چیز جو ہے وہ انہوں نے کس طرح سے لکھی، اور آپ نے 10 بار کہی، پہلے بھی ایک آدھ مرتبہ کہی تھی، یہ بھی مجھے اچھا لگا کہ آپ نے کہی. تو وہ تو اس طرح کی بات ہے. باقی اس کتاب میں ظاہر ہے کہ انہوں نے اپنا ایک پورا ایک ہی نقطہ نظر جو ہے اس حوالے سے اس نے دیا ہے. تو میں اس پر کوئی زیادہ بات نہیں کروں گا، اس لیے کہ وہ ایک کمیونسٹ موومنٹ پر، پاکستان کمیونسٹ موومنٹ پر پہلی کتاب ہے جو ریسرچ کر کے لکھی گئی ہے، ہم اس کا خیر مقدم کرتے ہیں.
آپ چاہیں گے کہ اشرف نے کیونکہ کمپائل کی ہے بہت ساری گفتگو ہو سکتی ہے، پھر وہی وقت کا مسئلہ ہے. مثلا رؤوف ملک صاحب جو عبداللہ ملک کے بھائی تھے، ان کی بھی ایک بہت مستند اور اچھی بات یہ ہے کہ انہوں نے پارٹی یہ لکھی کہ آخر میں جو کراچی پنجاب کی پارٹی یا سندھ کی پارٹی میں تفصیل میں نہیں جاؤں گا. آپ کیونکہ یہ ایک کتاب آئی ہے انڈر گراؤنڈ اشرف کی، ویسے تو ابھی ایک آپ کو 2 کتابیں یہاں ملیں گی، صحافت کی تاریخ بھی انہوں نے لکھی اور یہ بھی. اشرف سے جو آپ معلوم کر سکتے ہیں ماشاءاللہ آپ بیان کریں کہ کیا اس کتاب کے حوالے سے.
دیکھیں، ایک تو اشرف صاحب نے بڑی اہم بات کی، وہ یہ اپنی گفتگو میں کہ بائیں بازو کی تعریف جو ہے ہر ملک میں بالکل جدا ہوتی جا رہی ہے. کہ جیسے گرین کے بارے میں کہا کہ اس کو بایاں بازو کہا جاتا ہے، ایل پی جی ٹی کو کہا جاتا ہے، تو یہ ذرا سا میں کہوں کنفیوژن ہمارے ملک میں بدقسمتی سے لبرل کو لیفٹ کہا جا رہا ہے. اور یہ لبرل اور لیفٹ کے درمیان جو ہے آپ کو تخصیص جو ہے ہمارے یہاں جو سمجھتے ہیں کہ میں لبرل ہوں تو میں لیفٹسٹ بھی ہوں، حالانکہ ایسا نہیں ہوتا. لبرل اور لیفٹ بالکل جدا جدا ہیں، بلکہ ایک دوسرے کے مخالف ہیں. اور لبرل ڈیموکریسی کی جو بات کرتے ہیں تو ہم لوگ تو جو اپنے آپ کو ریڈیکل کہتے ہیں، خدا کا شکر ہے اب تک ریڈیکل کہتے ہیں، تو ہم نے تو ہمیشہ لبرل ڈیموکریسی کی مخالفت کی. مطلب ہم نہیں سمجھتے تھے کہ اس سے وہ ہمارے دکھوں کا درما ہوگا. لیکن ہمارے یہاں بعض کامریڈز جو تھے وہ یہ ہوا ان کے فیصلے ہوئے کہ جی ایم آر ڈی کو سپورٹ کرنا ہے، وہ سمجھتے تھے کہ اس وقت یہ چیز اچھی ہے، یا فلاں پارٹی میں شامل اگر ہو جاتے ہیں. میں بغیر مثالوں کے بات کر رہا ہوں کہ کوئی جاگیردار کی پارٹی میں شامل ہو گیا، کوئی سردار کی پارٹی میں شامل ہو گیا، اور اس طرح بائیں بازو کی خدمت ہوئی. تو ہم جیسے جو ذرا سے مطلب ہے پیورٹن ذہن رکھنے والے، ہم سمجھتے ہیں بھی پارٹی کا اپنا جھنڈا، اپنی شناخت ہونی چاہیے. پھر باقی جو ہے، اور اب جو سب سے بڑا کنفیوژن آ گیا کہ جی لبرل اور لیفٹ کا، اس کو میرے خیال میں تحریر میں بھی لانا چاہیے. یہ میں کئی دنوں سے میرے خود ذہن میں کہ اس چیز پہ بات ہو اور اس چیز کو ہم
میرے خیال میں عامر صاحب آپ جو ہے تھوڑا سا اس کو مختلف دیکھ رہے ہیں. دیکھیں، یہ جو جب سے دنیا میں جمہوریت رائج ہوئی ہے اس کے بعد یہی ہوا ہے کہ 2 لوگ پھانسیوں پر چڑھتے رہے، یا نیشنلسٹ یا کمیونسٹ. پاکستان میں پہلی مرتبہ لوگ جمہوریت کے لیے پھانسی پر چڑھے، تو لہٰذا یہاں پر جو ہے وہ ڈیموکریٹک کوسچن جو وہ آگے آ گیا تھا. اس وجہ سے لکیریں ذرا وہ جو واضح تھی وہ دھندلی پڑ گئی، اور اس دھندلی کرنے میں میرے جیسے، آپ جیسے اور ہمارے کئی دوستوں نے اس میں بڑی کوشش کی یہ مزید دھندلی ہوں اس کو واضح نہیں کیا جائے. تو میرے خیال میں وہ جو لبرلس ہیں جن کو آپ لبرل کہہ رہے ہیں، ان کا بھی اگر ڈیموکریٹک وہ جو اسینس ہے تو ایک حد تک تو وہ لیفٹ کے ساتھ ہیں، لیفٹ بھی ان کے ساتھ ان کو چلنا چاہیے. لیفٹ اور وہ 2 الگ چیزیں ہیں.
ایک گزارش میں نے ایک ٹرم یوز کی اپنے کالم میں جب میں نیوز میں لکھتا تھا کہ ہاف بیک لبرلس. اینڈ میں کیوں یہ اصطلاح استعمال کرتا تھا؟ ہوتا یہ تھا کہ مغرب سے جو انہوں نے استعارے پڑھے، جو چیزیں پڑھی، اس کو بغیر چبائے ہمارے سامنے اگل دیا. یہ بغیر سمجھے کہ جی مغرب کے تضادات دوسرے ہیں، اور وہاں کی اگر ویلیوز اور وہاں کی چیزوں کو آپ یہاں پہ لاحق کریں گے تو بکنے والی نہیں ہے، چلنے والی نہیں ہے. ہمارے سماج کے تضادات بالکل مختلف ہیں، اور اس میں جب آپ مطلب ہے مغرب کی اصلاحات کے ساتھ آتے ہیں اور وہی کتابیں پڑھ کر آتے ہیں تو بھائی آپ اپنے ملک کی اور اپنے سماج کا غلط تجزیہ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. تو خیر یہ بحث والی بات ہے.
میں یہ چاہتا ہوں کہ وقت کی کمی کے سبب اشرف شاد کو میں چاہوں گا کہ اگر اس کو
عرب پر پرشن نظریات کو آپ کیا کہیں گے؟
نہیں، وہ لبرل
وہ کوئی یہاں پر ٹھٹے میں ٹنڈو باغوں میں ہم نے بنائے تھے گیا.
وہ لبرل
میں نے کہا جب بھی ہم لوگ الگ الگ پارٹیز میں تھے، اور مطلب ہے ایک راستہ، دیکھیں ایک ہی راستہ نہیں ہوتا. آپ کے بالکل آپ لوگوں نے کوشش کی، اچھا کیا. تو ایک ہمارا مطلب اس میں جدا تھا. وہ بے شک وہ بے عمل ہو، کچھ بھی کہیں آپ، لیکن ایک نقطہ نظر ہے، ہو سکتا ہے غلط ہو، اس میں کوئی بات نہیں ہے.
میں چاہتا ہوں جو وقت ہمارے پاس ہے 5-7 منٹ میں اشرف شاد کو دوں کہ کیا، کیونکہ میں نے کہا ماشاءاللہ ان کی ہمت کہ آج بھی 2 کتابوں کے ساتھ آئے ہیں، 4 ناول لکھ چکے ہیں، شاعری کی کتاب بھی ساتھ آ رہی ہے. تو آپ یہ سمجھتے ہیں کہ یہ کتاب آپ نے جیسے بڑی مشکل سے مجھ سے لکھوائی، سہیل سانگی سے لکھوائی، اور جو بھی ہمارے ناقص تجربے تھے یا عامر ضیاء سے کہا کہ وہ لکھیں، تو یہ اس کو آپ سمجھتے ہیں کہ اس کے بعد صوفی جمعہ کے کچھ آپ نے دیے کہ ایک بھرپور مربوط کتاب، آپ تو خیر ماشاءاللہ وہاں ہیں.
نہیں، میں اب یہ ہم ایک ڈسکشن تو اب نہیں کر سکتے. یہ موضوع ایسا ہے کہ اس کے اوپر آپ دن اور رات بیٹھے رہیں تو اس پہ وہ مختلف معاملہ. لبرل کا معاملہ تو یہاں پرویز مشرف کے بعد شروع ہوا تھا کہ اس کو انہیں کیا نام دیا جائے، تو وہ لبرلزم. اینی وے، دیکھیے میں کتاب کی طرف آنا چاہوں گا. یہ کتاب میں جو بنیادی طور پر جو چیزیں جو یادداشتیں ہیں اس میں ہم نے کوشش یہ کی تھی کہ مختلف عہد آ جائیں اس میں. اب اس میں ہمارا وقت تھا 60 اور 70 کی دہائی کا, تو ہمارے تجربات جو تھے اس وقت وہ ہم نے بیان کر دیے. اس کے بعد 70-80 کی دہائی سہیل سانگی کی تھی, اس کے بعد انہوں نے وہ عہد اپنا بیان کر دیا. پھر مجاہد بریلوی بھی 80 کی دہائی اور اس کے بعد کے تھے, انہوں نے وہ اپنا زمانہ بیان کیا. یہ ہمارے نئے کامریڈ تھے اپنے عامر ضیاء جو ہیں, انہوں نے اپنا جو زمانہ تھا اس کے بعد میں خیال 90 کے دہائی کا, جی ہاں 80 سے 90 سے انہوں نے بہت ہی NSF کے صدر رہے اور بہت ہی طلبہ سیاست بھی کی لیفٹ کے حوالے سے, اور اس کے بعد پھر یہ میراج محمد خان کے ساتھ جو ان کی بائیں بازو کی سیاست تھی. تو وہ ایک اچھا, پھر اس میں میں نے کہ اب ہم سب لوگ, ہم جیسے مجاہد, میں اور عامر ضیاء, ہم لوگ شہر کراچی کے لوگ ہیں, تو یہ شہری لوگوں کا ایک اپنا پرسپیکٹیو ہوتا ہے. تو ہم نے سہیل سانگی کو خاص طور پر اسی لیے کہ اس میں جو ریجنل سندھ ہے اس میں کیا ہوا وہ ہم کو بہت زیادہ علم نہیں, ہمارے شہر کے لوگوں کو علم نہیں ہوتا, تو سانگی نے وہ بیان کیا. پھر ہمارے پاس پنجاب میں ہم نے پھر سیف خالد کی نئی کتاب آئی تھی, ان کی کیا نام تھا اس کا, ایک بہرحال جو بھی, تو انہوں نے پنجاب کی پوری جو پنجاب کی اس زمانے کی جو ایک لیفٹ کی جو موومنٹس تھیں, کمیونسٹ پارٹیز تھیں, ان کا انہوں نے بیان کیا. پھر صوفی جمعہ کی جو کتاب ہے اس میں انہوں نے بلوچستان اور سرحد کا, خیبر پختونخوا کے میں جو وہاں جو لڑائیاں لڑی جا رہی تھیں وہاں, اور پاکستانی اسٹیبلشمنٹ سے لڑی جا رہی تھیں, اوپنلی اینٹی پاکستان سطح پر لڑی جا رہی تھیں, لیکن یہ کہ وہ لیفٹ کی سب پارٹیاں تھیں. تو وہ ہم نے تو اس طرح ایک طرح سے ہم نے کوشش یہ کی کہ وہ تمام عہد, تمام زمانے اور سارے ریجنز اس میں آ جائیں. لیکن اصل بات میں جو یہ کہنا چاہوں گا یہ تھا کہ وہ زمانہ, دیکھیے لیفٹ کی سیاست کوئی ایک پاپولر سیاست نہیں ہوتی, اس میں یہ کوئی پیپلز پارٹی کی یا جماعت اسلامی کی یا کسی کی, جماعت اسلامی کی بھی پاپولر سیاست نہیں ہے, لیکن جو اور جو پارلیمانی سیاست کرنے والی جماعتوں کی جو سیاست ہے, خواہ وہ لیفٹ کی ہوں کہیں کی ہوں, تو وہ اس کے مقابلے میں لیفٹ کی. لیکن وہ جو زمانہ تھا, یہ جو ہمارے انڈر گراؤنڈ کا زمانہ ہے, اس زمانے میں جو انقلابی تحریکیں خواہ وہ انڈر گراؤنڈ تھیں یا اوور گراؤنڈ تھیں, ان کو بے شک وہ انقلاب تو نہیں لا سکے, لیکن اس زمانے میں انہوں نے اس سیاست پر اثر انداز ہوئے. دیکھیے یہ بڑی بات ہے کہ آپ نے ٹھیک ہے حکومت تو نہیں بنائی, کیونکہ حکومت کرنا ان کا ہمارے ایک انقلابیوں کا جو ہے وہ گول نہیں تھا بیسیکلی. لیکن آپ یہ دیکھیے کہ ایوب خان کے خلاف جدوجہد, ایوب خان سے بڑا فوجی ڈکٹیٹر پاکستان میں میں سمجھتا ہوں کوئی نہیں تھا, پہلا فیلڈ مارشل تھا,
ضیاء الحق غالباً زیادہ بڑا تھا.
اس کے خلاف ایوب خان کو کس نے گرایا؟ اسی لیفٹ کی موومنٹ, وہی انڈر گراؤنڈ کام کرنے والی موومنٹ, اسی NSF نے جس کے یہ صدر رہے ہیں, جس میں یہ کام کرتے رہے ہیں ہمارے مجاہد بھی. تو پورے پاکستان میں ایک ایسا ڈومینو ایفیکٹ تھا کہ جب چلی ہے یہاں سے موومنٹ پورے پاکستان میں گئی, اتنا بڑا ڈکٹیٹر ہل کے ختم ہو گیا. اس کے بعد بھی پھر بھٹو صاحب کو اتنا پاپولر کس نے بنایا؟ اسی موومنٹ. اگر بھٹو صاحب کے پیچھے یہ NSF کی طاقت نہیں ہوتی, بائیں بازو کی طاقت نہیں ہوتی, طفیل عباس کی جو کمیونسٹ پارٹی ہے وہ ان کے ساتھ نہ ہوتی, تو آپ کا کیا خیال ہے بھٹو صاحب ان سندھ کے وڈیروں کے ذریعے جو ہے وہ پاکستان کے اتنے بڑے لیڈر بن سکتے تھے؟ تو میرے کہنے کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ وہ زمانہ یہ جو تھا نا, یہ دہائیاں جو تھیں 60 کی 70 کی, اور میرا خیال شاید کچھ عرصہ 80 کا بھی لے لیجئے, اس میں ایک جو لیفٹ کی جو موومنٹ تھی, ہماری جو موضوع ہے اس کتاب کا, ان کی جو موومنٹ تھی, اس کا ایک اثر تھا, اس کا ایک بہت ایک محسوس ہوتا تھا. یہ اس میں کوئی وہ شبہ نہیں ہے کہ وہ بٹی ہوئی تھی, لوگ جو ہے وہ بکھرے ہوئے تھے, بٹے ہوئے تھے, لیکن جس جگہ بھی کام کر رہے تھے تو وہ انہوں نے جو ہے اس میں. تو میں یہ سمجھتا ہوں کہ آج لیفٹ نہیں ہے کہیں. ممکن ہے آج ہوں گی, سوشلسٹ پارٹی بھی ہوگی, کمیونسٹ پارٹی بھی ہوگی, ممکن ہے انڈر گراؤنڈ بھی ہو یا اوور گراؤنڈ بھی ہو, لیکن ان کا کوئی اثر نہیں ہے کہیں, کسی بھی سطح پر ان کی کوئی آواز نہیں ہے کہیں, بالکل آواز نہیں ہے. وہ کہیں کسی سے مل جل کے کچھ کر رہے ہوں. تو فرق یہ ہے کہ اس زمانے میں ہم سب کو اپنا پرانا زمانہ اچھا لگتا ہے, لیکن واقعاتی طور پر آپ اگر دیکھیں تو اس زمانے میں آپ نے ایک اثر ڈالا. پھر یہ کہ ضیاء الحق کے خلاف جو جدوجہد تھی بنیادی طور پر سیاسی جدوجہد تھی, لیکن اس جدوجہد میں توانائی کس نے ڈالی تھی؟ انہی لیفٹ کے لوگوں نے, انہی اسٹوڈنٹس نے, انہی مزدوروں نے ڈالی تھی. تو یہ ایک اس تناظر میں, اس پس منظر میں بھی ہمیں ذرا سا دیکھنا چاہیے اس کو. اور انڈر گراؤنڈ ان کی ایک بات مجھے یاد آئی ہے, میں کہہ دوں کہ وہ ہم جب سب نے کہا کہ ہم انڈر گراؤنڈ میں رہے ہیں تینوں میں, لیکن میں سچ مچ انڈر گراؤنڈ ہوں ایک بار. میں آپ نے یعنی وہ ویتنام کی جو جدوجہد تھی, ویتنام پارٹی تھی, تو انہوں نے سچ مچ انڈر گراؤنڈ یعنی انہوں نے زیر زمین سرنگیں بنا کر جنگ لڑی تھی. تو ہم جب وہاں گئے تو ہم ان سرنگوں میں گئے, اور یقین مانیے وہ کوئی آسان تجربہ نہیں تھا. یعنی وہ مجھے لگتا تھا کہ بس اب دم گھٹ جائے گا اور ہم چلے جائیں گے, لیکن ان سرنگوں میں نیچے یعنی لٹرلی انڈر گراؤنڈ تو ایک سیاسی اصطلاح ہے جس میں کہ آپ جو روپوش کارکن ہوتے ہیں جو کام کرتے ہیں ان کے بارے میں, لیکن وہاں پر تو سچ مچ وہ جناب جو ہے پورا ایک شہر جو تھا سائیگون اس زمانے میں, تو وہ لوگ انڈر گراؤنڈ رہ کر کام کرتے تھے. تو میرا خیال یہ ہے کہ ہم اس کو سمیٹتے ہوئے میں یہ کہوں گا کہ بہت سی کمی ہیں. مثلاً اس میں ایک بڑی کمی یہ ہے کہ ہم نے طلبہ تحریک کی بات کی, سیاسی تحریکوں کی بات کی, ہم نے مزدور تحریک کی بات نہیں کی زیادہ اس میں. اور مزدور جو ہے اس زمانے میں, آج وہ طاقت ختم ہو گئی ہے, آج کوئی مزدور یونین مجھے نظر نہیں آتی یہاں. ممکن
اشرف ایک اچھی بات یہ ہے آکسفورڈ کی, جن کا ہمیں شکریہ ادا کرنا چاہیے کہ ایک تو یہ کہ ایک انڈر گراؤنڈ ایک کمیونسٹ موومنٹ کے بارے میں کتاب یہاں جہاں اور موضوعات پر ہی کر رہے ہیں, تو انہوں نے اس بات کا بھی موقع دیا کہ آپ آئے, اور اس کتاب کی تقریب کے لیے انہوں نے ہمیں وقت بھی دیا. اور شاید ایک آدھ منٹ 2 منٹ ہمیں اگر دے سکتے ہیں, نہیں 5 منٹ دے سکتے ہیں. اور یہ کتاب دونوں کتابیں یعنی اشرف شاد کی انڈر گراؤنڈ وہ تو پہلے یہ ساتار میں فروخت ہو گئی تھی, وہ بھی یہاں تھوڑی سی موجود ہے, اور ایک نئی کتاب اشرف شاد کی آئی ہے. اور قیمت اب تو اتنی یعنی آج کل کتابوں کی قیمتیں بہت زیادہ ہوتی ہیں, لیکن اشرف کا مقصد یہ نہیں تھا. شاید جو برگر آپ لیں اس سے بھی کم قیمت ہوگی ان دونوں کتابوں کی. تو اشرف اگر اپنی بات کو, اور ہم تو بولتے ہی رہتے ہیں,
میں ایک پوائنٹ کہنا میں چاہ رہا تھا کہ دیکھیں, ایک تو اس دور میں کہ جب پہ بائیں بازو ہم خود کہہ رہے ہیں کہ تسلیم کرتے ہیں ریلیونٹ ہو گیا, اس پہ کتاب آئی, اس کے بہانے ہم لوگ بیٹھ کر بات کر رہے ہیں, تو اس کا جو اگلا ایڈیشن آئے تو اس کو میرے خیال میں مزید پھیلایا جا سکتا ہے انڈر گراؤنڈ کا, کیونکہ یہ بڑے مزے کی وہ ہے, آئیڈیا بہت زبردست ہے, انوکھا آئیڈیا ہے کہ انہی لوگوں سے لکھوائیں کہ جن کا کسی نہ کسی حوالے سے اس میں پارٹیسپیشن رہا. اور جتنا اس کو پھیلائیں گے میرے خیال میں اگلے 1-2 ایڈیشن میں اور اس کی جو کمیاں ہیں جو خود ہم کو نظر آ رہی ہیں اس کو ہم دور کر سکیں گے. لیکن یہ ایڈیشن بھی جو ہے اپنے لحاظ سے ہمارے کو چلا رہا ہے یوں ہے کہ جب کوئی بات نہیں کر رہا تو ہم چلیں غلط سلط ہم بات تو کر رہے ہیں, یہ بڑی بات ہے.
یہ سہیل سانگھی کو بھی دے دیتے ہیں.
یہ بہت اچھی بات ہے, شاہ صاحب نے بہت محنت کی اور تقریباً ہم سے کیا کہتے ہیں زبردستی لکھوایا. ہم اس طرح کی یادداشتوں کو لکھنے کے لیے اور اس کو پڑھنے کے لیے ظاہر ہے کہ اس کو انکریج کریں گے. یہ ایک واقعی حقیقی تاریخ ہے, تحقیقی نہیں ہے, تحقیق والے اس پر تحقیق کریں گے. میرا خیال میں اشرف صاحب کا ہم سب کو جو ہے شکریہ ادا کرنا چاہیے, خاص طور پر وہ لوگ جو بائیں بازو کی پالیٹکس سے دلچسپی رکھتے ہیں, کرتے رہیں اور کر رہے ہیں.
جی میں بس بہت شکریہ. وہ دیکھیے یقیناً ہم نے جب کتاب آئی تھی اس کے فوری بعد ہی عامر سے بھی اور مجاہد سے بھی ہم نے یہ ڈسکس کیا تھا کہ اس کو ہم اس کا دوسرا ایڈیشن یقیناً جلدی, کیونکہ جب نئی کتاب آتی ہے تو ہم زیادہ جذباتی ہوتے ہیں. اس وقت ہم زیادہ جذباتی تھے کہ نہیں ابھی فوری اس کا ہم ایک سیکنڈ ایڈیشن لائیں گے. لیکن وہ سیکنڈ ایڈیشن جو ہے ہم کو, دیکھیے میں آسٹریلیا میں رہتا ہوں اور آج سے نہیں کچھ 40-44 سال ہو گئے پاکستان سے باہر ہوں. وہاں بیٹھ کے لوگوں سے لکھوانا کوئی آسان کام نہیں ہے. یہاں پر لوگوں کی لکھنے کی عادت بھی, مجاہد بار بار کہتے ہیں کہ یہاں پر لوگ لکھنے کی عادت نہیں رہی ہے, اور لکھنے کی عادت کس کی نہیں ہے, لکھنے والوں کی. تو اس لیے ذرا سا یہ مشکل کام تو ہے, لیکن میرا خیال ہے کہ لکھوایا پھر لوگ گریز بھی کرتے ہیں, جیسے میں نے پہلے بھی کہا اپنی بات میں, لوگ گریز بھی کرتے ہیں. اب وہ آئیڈینٹیفائی نہیں کرنا چاہتے اپنے آپ کو اس طرح جس طرح کے اس زمانے میں انہوں نے کیا تھا. لیکن ہم کوشش ضرور کریں گے, اور کوئی بھی یہاں پر اگر جو ہے وہ اس سلسلے میں تجربات ہوں لوگوں کے, تو وہ کچھ ہم ان لوگوں کو شامل کر کے اس کو ہم کوشش کریں گے.
یہ مجھے یہ دیکھیں, انہوں نے ایک تو آدھا گھنٹہ بڑی مشکل سے ملا. ایک سوال اگر ایک آپ کر لیں, ایک میناد آپ کر لیں. ایک ہاں 1-2 منٹ سوالوں کے دے دو. جی عقیل 30 سیکنڈ کا سوال, 1 منٹ کا جواب, 4-3 منٹ ہے.
مختصر سا سوال ہے. میں عقیل ابا جعفری میرا نام ہے, بس یہ کہنا تھا کہ یہ جو 1970 کی تحریک تھی جو 13 دن 14 دن پورے پاکستان میں اخبارات شائع نہیں ہوئے، اس کو کن لوگوں نے سبوتاش کیا اور کس طرح سے پی این ایف یو جے اور کے یو جے وغیرہ کے دھڑے بنے. کے یو جے کا جو حال ہے اس وقت کہ ہر 4 صحافی اپنا کے یو جے بنائے بیٹھے ہوئے. ان سب لوگوں پر بھی کوئی کام ہونا چاہیے، اور یہ کون کرے گا کام؟ آپ ہی لوگوں کی جنریشن کا یہ.
اچھا، یہ اس کتاب میں آ گیا ہے کہ کی تاریخ کافی ہے، جو نئی کتاب آئی
شام صاحب کی کتاب جب آئی ہے اس میں بھی کچھ آ گیا ہے.
میں ناز آپ پلیز کوئی سوال.
افاظ صاحب کی کتاب میں بھی ہے تھوڑا حوالہ.
میں ناز کوئی
1970 کی جو ہڑتال کے بارے میں کہہ رہے ہیں اس کے اندر بہت تفصیل سے جو ہے وہ میری یہ جو کتاب ہے آپ کے پاس بھی ہے، یہ صحافت کے خار و گل، اس کے اندر ایک کمپلیٹ چیپٹر ہے 1970 کی ہڑتال کا بھی اور 1974 کی جیل بھرو تحریک کا بھی جو لاہور میں بھٹو صاحب کے زمانے میں ہوئی تھی.
اچھا، میرا سوال صرف یہ ہے کہ آپ لوگ نے ظاہر لیفٹ کے رہے اور تحریکیں بھی دیکھی، تو اب آج کل کے نوجوانوں کے لیے آپ کیا پلیٹ فارم سجیسٹ کرتے ہیں؟ کیا ان کے لیے کوئی پلیٹ فارم بچا ہے جہاں سے وہ اسی جذبے سے آگے آ سکیں جیسے ہم لوگ آئے تھے ایک زمانے میں؟
پروگرام میں کوئی نوجوان نہیں ہے.
دیکھیے یہ تو بڑا مسئلہ ہے. دیکھیے یہ ایک تو یہ کہ میں موضوعات میں نہیں ہوں، سوال کا جواب دینے پر میں یہاں رہتا نہیں ہوں. آپ مجھ سے آسٹریلیا کے بارے میں پوچھ سکتی ہیں، وہاں کی سیاست کا.
مجھے جیسے میں نے کہا کہ اتنے بڑے موضوع پر ایک کتاب، بہرحال پھر بھی آکسفورڈ کا شکریہ کہ انہوں نے ہمیں آدھا گھنٹہ دیا، دوستوں کو ملنے کا موقع دیا، اور اشرف شاد کی جو خدمات ہیں وہاں بیٹھ کر رہے ہیں، اور خود ہمیں ندامت کا احساس ہوتا ہے. عامر ضیاء ہوئی یا سہیل سانگی ہوئی یا میں ہوئی یا بہت سارے لوگ بیٹھے ہیں کہ وہ کام جو انہوں نے سڈنی میں بیٹھ کے کیا وہ ہم یہاں نہ کر سکے. ان کی دونوں کتابیں یعنی انڈر گراؤنڈ غالباً 300 روپے کی ہوگی، صحافت کے خاروگل وہ بھی بہت محنت سے خود کری، وہ شاید 500 روپے کی ہوگی. دونوں کتابیں یہاں موجود ہیں، اور اس کے ساتھ میں آکسفورڈ کا شکریہ ادا کروں گا، اشرف کا، خاص طور پر اشرف شاد کا، اپنے استاد محترم کا، کہ ان کے سبب ہم دوستوں کو ملنے بیٹھنے کا موقع ملا. تھینک یو عامر، تھینک یو سہیل. اور شاہ صاحب دیکھیے یہاں بیٹھے ہیں، کشور آپا بیٹھی ہیں ہماری سے.
آخری لفظ ایک لائٹ نوٹ پر، آپ نے وہ کامران ان کی کتاب کا جو آپ نے تذکرہ کیا تھا نا، وہ صبح وسکی پینے کا، تو ابھی ہم تقریب سے پہلے میں، جاوید اقبال اور 1-2-3 لوگ ہم یہی ڈسکس کر رہے تھے کہ شام کے کام شام کو ہی ہونے چاہیے.
شکریہ.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to begin our next session, book launch, The Monsoon War. Moderator for this session is Christy Maury-Lauder. I request her to begin the session. Thank you.
Saw me and lost me. Where? Oh, you were in the. And then I lost you. Oh dear.
میں تمام مہمانوں سے گزارش کروں گا کہ اپنی اپنی نشستوں پر بیٹھ جائیں تاکہ سیشن کا آغاز کیا جا سکے. شکریہ.
Thank you. Okay, you ready to start? You're not on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
There. Good. Hi. Hi,
two.
Veena.
Hello.
Azab. We are here with Beena Shah, one of our very eminent Pakistani authors, to talk about her newest work, The Monsoon War. It was published internationally in May of 2023.
That's right.
And I think you have an announcement about Pakistan in publishing.
I will announce it at the end.
Fantastic.
Let's let people settle
That'll
down
be
and get to their seats, and
please come sit down and join us for this conversation.
it's more like a fireside chat.
A little conversation between friends.
All right, we're going to get started regardless.
I think so. So, Beena, Monsoon Wars. It is the sequel to Before She Sleeps.
Yes, yes it is.
Yes. So we are revisiting their futuristic city. Do you like to tell the audience just a tiny sliver of what the book's about?
Yes, well, for those of you that know my 2018 novel, Before She Sleeps, it's a dystopia, feminist dystopia is what they call it. It falls in the genre of speculative fiction, which is a subgenre of science fiction. Mm-hmm. But what would you say is special about speculative fiction?
Speculative fiction is, well, sci-fi in a classical sense deals a lot with what we call hard sci-fi. So our lasers, our space travel, our aliens, our interstellar travel. And speculative fiction tends to be a little more grounded in Earth, a little more closer in reach, I would say. So this is a relatively close future of, well, you tell us, the region.
So Before She Sleeps was set 70 years in the future. And I just say 70 years so that each year it can just keep being 70 years away. I don't say that it's in 2088. I just say it's 70 years in the future, so you can keep thinking of it as being in the future as the years go by. It takes place in a Gulf, Middle Eastern, a Gulf country that I did not name. I changed the name because I wanted it to feel a bit like it could be anywhere in not just the Middle East or the Gulf, but also maybe towards Persia, towards Iran, towards our part of the world, the subcontinent, South Asia. But I do have it situated in a Middle Eastern country. I was very inspired by the way those cities are so futuristic, and they've got smart cities coming up, they've got drone taxis, they've got self-driving cars, they've got a lot of initiatives that they're leading the way, I think, in a lot of these futuristic developments. So it was very inspiring for me to be in that environment, and I just started envisioning a world, a condition, a perspective, let's say, in which there has been nuclear war, in which there's been nuclear war, in which Pakistan and India have actually had a nuclear war, and the effects of that are devastating. The fallout, the nuclear fallout, causes a lot of damage to the environment. It causes a lot of damage to health. It causes the women of the area to develop a mutated form of cancer. It's fatal, so it kills many, many, many of the women, to the point where there's perhaps one woman for every 20 men. Now, this is a scenario that sounds far-fetched, but it actually is already happening in certain parts of India, certain parts of China. Anywhere where you may have seen selective sex abortions, it skews the ratio of women to men so that there are far fewer women, far fewer girls being born. And I thought, what does that look like 20, 30 years after the fact, where not only is this going on, but a virus has targeted women specifically? And what does that society look like, and what happens to the women that are left in that society? So that was the premise of Before She Sleeps. The Monsoon War is the sequel to Before She Sleeps. I actually set it in a different part of the same unnamed country. It takes place in the south. Now, in this book, I was a little more specific with the location. I located it in So I'll tell you the secret, which is basically that. But the country of Before She Sleeps is Oman, and the city that it takes place in is supposed to be Muscat, but a Muscat of the future, a very fictionalized Muscat. And I don't call it Muscat; I call it Green City, because there's so much these days in the Middle East and the Gulf about sustainability, environment, green this, green that. So those are the things that I was playing with. But in the Monsoon War, we moved south. The southern part of Oman is a province called Dhofar, right? And it's a very unusual place in that it is mountainous, and they get a monsoon that comes to them from our part of the world. So after the monsoon is finished in Pakistan and India, it moves southwest and it hits this area of Oman called Dhofar. And it's desert the year round, but when the monsoon comes, everything turns green. And there are waterfalls, the rivers fill up, the wadis fill up, there's greenery. The temperature drops. It's a good 20 degrees cooler than the rest of the area, and it's very big in tourism. And I was so fascinated by this region and this climatic change and the whole thing that I wanted to set the novel in that place.
I thought the contrast between the two books, where the first book is set very much in Green City and in the Panam.
Villages are remote, it's difficult to access them, and the type of life that the women lead there is pretty hard. It's very difficult, but I did adapt it to what they actually do in Oman, which is they cultivate, they have, it's really hard to describe, but they have these amazing water systems that are cut into the mountains, and they are able to turn their mountain into farmland. And they, so I envision a village which is remote, it's far away from the center, the city. And as happens in Pakistan, where you have such remote villages, so far away from the center, the federal center and governance, that things are really much the law gets taken into their own hands, and everything is very, I don't know what you would call it, improvised law. And the villagers are very stubborn in their own ways. They don't really want to follow the rules and regulations of the city people and so on and so forth. So we have, now what happened in Before She Sleeps is that because there were so few women, one woman would have to take on multiple husbands, 4 or 5 husbands, because there was such a lack of women that society was becoming unstable, and there was, you know, gangs of young adult men who couldn't find women to marry and have spouses. And this also is happening actually in certain places in the world. So this was very much enforced in Before She Sleeps, but when we come to the Monsoon War, this directive, although the women are supposed to marry multiple men, they resist.
Right.
They resist in the way that they don't really do what they're supposed to do.
It's a really fascinating, expansive view as you expand out your idea about this future society, that one, you're grounding it so deeply into real things that are going on right now, so you have that thread you're pulling through, and also the different ways that people can resist totalitarian rule.
Yes.
And I know that there is in particular a freedom fighting force that comes up in Monsoon War that was just really an amazing part of the book, very energetic, very unexpected. If you went from Before She Sleeps to Monsoon War, it's not exactly where I would have thought the story would have gone.
It's night and day.
Right, it's absolutely literally night and day. Can you talk a little bit about
yes, certainly.
This group as well?
So in Before She Sleeps, the women that resisted, it was a very, I focused on a very select group of women, and what they did was, because they weren't able to leave the city, they were hemmed in by travel restrictions, they decided to go into hiding. They went underground, much the same way that, for example, in Nazi Germany, there were many Jews who went into hiding. So in this, I also had women go into hiding. And they had a very strange, underworldly twilight existence experience. In Monsoon War, instead of going underground, because they didn't need to do that, there were women, young girls and women, they left their families and they joined a women's military resistance movement.
Which are based on some real-life fighters as well.
Yes, I based that group of women. What did I call that army? Now I can't even remember.
Oh, let's see if I put it in my notes.
Oh my God.
I did not.
Women's Army, it'll come back to me. I'll remember. But, sorry, what was the question?
Oh, they're based in some real-life women's resistance
I'm
fighters.
sorry. I was inspired by, well, you know, there was ISIS in the middle of the last decade, which was taking over Iraq and then Syria. And then there was a resistance to ISIS, which was made up of freedom fighters amongst the Kurdish populations. And there was there were women that were joining the resistance and fighting along with the men, but they had women's battalions. They were called the YPJ. And you may have seen some of these fighters profiled like in Western magazines, the beautiful women that fight ISIS. And I mean, that's the typical, let's you know, sex it up and make them look all whatever. But what they really were warriors, and they were really dedicated to the cause of freedom of their people, freedom of their women. They were directly fighting ISIS, which was kidnapping their women and making them become sex slaves. So I was very inspired by this resistance, and I mean, these women were brave. A lot of them got shot, killed, a lot of them, and you know, you would see them in their fatigues, their military uniforms, carrying guns, but they would have braids and flowers in their hair. And it was such an image of femininity and masculinity mixed, but in just a way that felt completely organic, very, very natural. I wanted to pay tribute to these women, so I turned them into this army, the name of which I still can't remember. This is embarrassing.
We'll remember before the end. Maybe the audience can
I'll remember
Google it
after
for
the
us.
panel is over.
But that's a very interesting, that's also one of the most interesting things about the book, and I think it took me a while to realize it. In the first one, we do have some prominent male characters.
Yes.
And there are basically no men at all in the second book. We are dealing with women in the village, we're dealing with women resistance fighters, we're dealing with women generals, and women diplomats. So this is a very female-focused, female-forward, which seems to also to make sense into this world that you're talking about, right, where fertility has been damaged.
Yes.
The environment has been damaged.
Yeah.
Women are given 4 or 5 husbands against their will.
Yeah.
It makes complete sense to me that the voices of the people who are affected are the voices that we hear from.
Yeah.
Did you think a lot about this? Was it a deliberate choice or just a naturalistic choice in the writing?
It was very deliberate because I wanted to do basically the opposite of what I'd done in Before She Sleeps. Before She Sleeps was resistance that is very subverted. It's a repressed kind of resistance. It's not a real. There's no real freedom for the women that want to be out of this system. They have to still compromise on their freedom and their safety and do things that are unpalatable to them, but they have to do it in order to survive. And if you've read the book, you know what I'm talking about. But in this, the Hamayat, thank you very much. The Hamayat is the name of the resistance. That's an Arab word that means the helpers. So the Hamayat are the women fighters in the Monsoon War. And I also wanted to center women in positions of power. So the main characters in the book, there's a wife. She has multiple husbands and about 6 children or so, 6 children. She's in her mid to late 30s, mid-30s. There is a commander in the women's army. She's an older woman. She's late 40s, early 50s. There is a diplomat in a neighboring country. She's a deputy minister for foreign affairs. She's in her early 40s, early to mid 40s. I really wanted to look at older women, strong women, women who had already been through many experiences of life, childbirth, death of their children, death of their husbands, war, many, many things to show what a woman's life looks like even after you think that her story is not worth paying attention to. I wanted to center the women, and I wanted to treat the men as peripheral objects, because too much of our lives is where we as women are treated as peripheral objects, and the men are the center of everything. Look at our government. I mean, even the newly elected government is just men, 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 men. The women are a sidebar, a token, a consideration, maybe. So I wanted to imagine a world where the women were in positions of power, and that was not an unusual or a token thing.
Especially since, you know, the main topics you're dealing with, climate change, devastation, these are things that disproportionately affect women, right?
They do.
In the real world. Disproportionately affect the mothers and the farmers,
yes,
and the on-the-ground people.
Yes, war always affects women more than men. The war that we're seeing today in Gaza, it's having just the most, I'm a writer, but I lack the words to describe this war, but the pregnant women are starving, the pregnant women are being forced to give birth without any anesthesia, their children are dying, they are facing the worst of the worst.
I think we talked about this, the last time we talked about this book was shortly after the war started.
Yeah.
And now we've had 6 more months. We've had such a devastating death toll. It seems almost unending and bleak. And I feel like I think about your book differently now. I feel like I'm sitting with it differently now.
How?
For many of these same reasons. You think about mothers and children and acts of resistance, which this book is about. Thank you. And acts of resistance in which ultimately these acts of resistance aren't futile. They overturn this entire government. They overturn this entire system in ways that we hope to aspire to, right? And so much of this conversation about Palestine is about the unending hopelessness of it, I think.
Yes, and so what I had done was actually, as I said, I was inspired by the earlier war against ISIS, the YPJ against ISIS, and what they managed to do, they did manage to actually defeat ISIS, and then they ran on the philosophy of a Turkish leader who was jailed, still jailed, he's still in jail now, and his philosophy was of women as roses that grow thorns to defend themselves. And I just really liked that imagery as well, the rose with the thorns. And so I just wanted to capture that, because after they finished the fighting, then what happens next? So what they actually did, they fought, they defeated ISIS, and they set up an enclave in a place called, I don't know how to pronounce it, Rojava or Rojava, I'm not sure if it's a hard J or an H. And this was a place where men and women would rule collectively. They would rule together, side by side. There would be a man and a woman in leadership in every area. Is there something wrong with the sound? It's too low?
No.
Is that better? All right. Okay. So they envisioned a kind of governance in which men and women were positioned equally. Not women superior to men, but men and women ruling together so that the needs of everybody would be represented. So the concepts, in a way, Before She Sleep really dealt with toxic patriarchy. The Monsoon War dealt with matriarchy, which could also become toxic, because again, if you put women in power positions, they're as likely to abuse that power as men are. There's no such thing that women are more moral and they're, you know.
What's the line? Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolutely. And so I'm thinking of a third book to round out the two, but I don't know when that's going to happen.
Boy, that was going to be my next question. I was going to ask if we are finished in this world, because this does end on a relatively hopeful note.
Yeah, it's hopeful. I want to, so as I explored patriarchy in the first book and matriarchy in the second book, I'm toying with the idea of alterity, which is a South American concept, I think. I need to do more research on this, but I recently met he's an archaeologist from South America. I think he's from Ecuador. And he was talking that in our country and in our part of the world, it's not about patriarchy. Matriarchy, we have alterity. And I want to research that more and find out what that means and see if I can characterize that in a novel, in the third, in a world where we've progressed beyond one gender or the other. Can we get to a world where both complement or all genders complement?
It's unfortunate we don't have much more time because I really also love what you're playing with in gender in this book, and I think it's so interesting. But I don't think we're going to have time.
We're going to take 5 extra minutes because we started 5 minutes late.
So let's talk a little bit about that. So you, without giving anything away, you have some very interesting takes on gender and gendered behavior in this book.
Yes.
In both as well, but I think you're playing more with it in the second book.
Yeah, I was a little scared in the first book to go beyond heteronormative constraints. I wasn't sure how it might be received. I'm still conscious of the fact that I live in this country and I don't want to offend people, but at the same time, my job as a writer is to offend people. So I'm stuck. I have to do it. So in the second book, I was a little more experimental, let's say, with traditional gender roles. I mean, if you've got women soldiers, naturally, that's already something quite... I wouldn't call it unexpected. Throughout history, there have been women who have fought.
Of course.
Yeah. And I'm reminded of Kenize Murad's book, In the City of Silver and Gold, where she talks about an Indian, it's a princess. I'm sorry? Satmaha. And she actually takes up, she leads a resistance movement against the British. And you know, there are so many of these tales in our history. And there are tales from every culture where women have fought and prevailed.
And not deep into our history. The Iranian Revolution of, you know, just the Iranian Revolution the first time, the second time, the most recent one, very heavily pushed forward by women and women-oriented.
Yes. But you have to be careful that it doesn't turn into a gimmick.
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm always worried about, that the struggles of the women from the global South, they tend to get exploited by Western media, by the global North media, the projections. Oh, these women are going to fight against the brown men and the evil, barbaric brown men, and they're going to prevail, and they're going to... This is a distortion. And, you know, again, you have this picture of the sexy woman in the combat fatigues, and she's so sexy, and that represents our country. And when the truth is that these women who took up arms and fought against ISIS, that was the last thing on their mind, was how sexy they were looking.
The reason I thought about that, I was doing some work with my own students about the images that came out of the first Iranian Revolution, and there's so many of the women in burqa with guns on the street and protesting.
It's a powerful image.
It is a super powerful image, but like, who is that image being sent to?
Who does it strike fear in is what I'm interested in. Who gets scared when they see the picture of a woman with a gun?
Exactly.
You know, a woman in a picture strength. And I mean, I've been coming to the Literature Festival for a long time, and I keep seeing a lot of the women security officers, and they have their hijabs on and they're carrying their guns, and I'm just like, you guys are awesome. Yeah. Can I take a photo with you? No, sorry, security, we can't let you do it. All right. Well, I'll write about you anyway.
Before we get off the gender, I think one of the things I really loved about you pushing on this is, obviously in a society where there is one woman for every 20 men, you cannot possibly maintain the kind of genderized structures, the kind of expectations. It is physically and logistically impossible.
But they still try to do it in a very Orwellian way. Is that telling us we're done?
No, I don't think so.
It's Orwellian. The authoritarian government of Before She Sleeps uses all kinds of mind tricks to convince women that giving birth to lots of children is a patriotic duty. Yes. And it's up to you to restore the lost generations, and it's up to you to make this post-apocalyptic society work. So putting a lot of pressure and labor on the backs of the women.
We are the mothers of the country. Right?
The mothers of the country. And it's such a powerful image. I think that comes out in every war.
Yes.
Mothers sending their sons off to battle. Mothers who are carrying their children once they're, even in the, the Palestinian war, Palestinian women give birth to their sons twice, once when they give birth to them, once when they carry their sons twice. So, moms have a lot of work that isn't always of their choosing.
Yeah. Should we open this up to a couple minutes?
We can take a couple of questions. Yes, absolutely. But I do want to say that the Monsoon War is soon going to be available in Pakistan. I'm in talks with Liberty Publishing, and I'm very much hoping that the book will be out sooner rather than later. If you keep an eye on my social media and Liberty Publishing social media, you'll see announcements for when it's out.
We're so delighted. I'm so excited that it's coming out in
Thank
Pakistan.
you. I am too. I can't wait to see what Pakistani readers think of this.
Yeah, I can't either. Does anybody have any questions for Veena?
Yes.
Sir.
It's not open.
I would like to ask Veena Shah. She's a very great writer. All your three novels, you're very focused on the women's sides, the woman role in a very diverse way. Yeah. So I would like to know what sort of picture you would like to project in a diverse way, a woman as a role, woman in politics. You have written a book about Benazir Bhutto also, the martyrdom of the Benazir Bhutto.
Yeah.
So why you are, as a writer, so much have a very high-centric approach about the women's? So what sort of picture you want to project of the woman in the future, in the current world? So that's, I want to know that.
Well,
in a diverse way, yes.
Thank you for that question. I mean, I think what moves me to write about women so much is the absence of women in every narrative, on every stage. How many times have you been to a panel and there's only men? How many times have you watched a news show at night and there's 4 old men giving opinions and there's just one young girl and she's like, G. She doesn't even have her own voice. So we have spent so long keeping women silenced and invisible. And I don't have to do that, and I don't want to do that. So this is where I get to do what I want to do, which is to center women in the story and show that women are human beings. People tend to think that women are not the same species as men. You're insan to hai, but women are different. They are, by virtue of their biology, by virtue of their reproductive role, they are something, they're like an angel. The mother's an angel, the mother is a saint, so on and so forth. This is not true. Women are human beings.
Well, we're a saint until we don't do something they like. We do something they don't like.
Yeah, then you're the devil.
Yeah. And your entry into science fiction, speculative fiction, which is a field that largely is dominated still by male writers,
yes,
male concerns, and male stories.
That's right.
So a book like Before She Sleeps or a book like Monsoon War is a very rarefied entry, especially one that has so many strong female viewpoints.
And it's not only the female, because there was a wave of feminist dystopias that came out at the same time as my book, but I think what made my book a little different was the milieu, that it was
absolutely.
set in times, does it have, okay. It was set in the Middle East, it was set in this part of the world, in the global south, and speculative fiction tends to still be very Western, white dominated. So I felt like I had sort of,
absolutely,
fired the first shot, let's put it that way.
I know, what a great first shot it was.
Thank you very much, thank you so much.
I think we have time for one more question. One?
No, I think we're done. Nobody wants to hear anymore.
Oh, that's okay. Let's thank Veena very much for her contributions and for Monsoon War. Thank you all very much.
See you next time.
I want to tell you just why I feel like this is such a special discussion. We're talking about higher education and the role of higher education, whether it's played it or not, in nurturing tomorrow's innovators in Pakistan. And it is so interesting to me that we're having this discussion in what I consider to be the most innovative city in this country, which is the city of Karachi itself. And so I think very, very special time to be having this conversation also. And Shahnaz Sahib, I'll start with you. You know, you're an academician. You have had the honor of being involved with several governments and advising several others, working with international development organizations. Do you think that a few incubation centers that our state seems to have opened up across the country, do you think that that alone is enough to promote innovation in Pakistan? Are we going to be able to get there without making the necessary changes that are needed within education and particularly within higher education? And what proposals would you make to the incoming governments, fingers crossed, we're going to have some very soon in the provinces as well as in the center? What major things that you would say they must take on, as painful as they may be, in terms of reform?
Thank you very much, Khatija. You made an assumption here that we're going to have a new government. I'm not so sure that a new government is around the corner. But whenever a government comes in and what the government's responsibility is going to be, I would definitely, I will identify several areas which I think need attention if we want to promote innovation in higher education. At this point, I don't think, and it's very clear, just opening national incubation centers across the country in limited universities without any of the other infrastructure in place, that's going to yield anything more than a couple of handful of innovators who have that opportunity to use those centers. So if you look at the entire education spectrum, I think it's not possible to talk about reform in higher education unless at least you touch upon what the rest of the system, in other words, what the schooling system is doing, because your students are coming through a schooling system which in my view is fundamentally anti-science. It is anti-rational inquiry. It is anti-scientific thinking. It is anti the mode of open, creative, student-based or student-centered learning by and large. I'm talking about public sector schools. And here and there, of course, in the private sector, there are many schools like that. हम सब जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे ऐसे schools हैं, ज़्यादा नहीं हैं, लेकिन शायद मैं कहूँ कि कुछ ऐसे schools हैं जहाँ पे क्लासरूम में जो जिस तरह कुछ पढ़ाया जाता है वो बिल्कुल एक नए तरीके से आजकल पढ़ाया जा रहा है. पाकिस्तान में भी ये चीज़ मुमकिन है और हो रही है. But this is not the pattern, and it's certainly not the pattern in government schools. So this dictation of the curriculum throughout the 10, 12 years of schooling creates a mindset which in fact deters the student's innate ability, which he has, both in intellectual terms, in terms of his knowledge domain, as well as in terms of his skill set. Students inherently are creative. Every single child is creative in some way or the other. They may not all be distinctly innovative in the traditional sense that we think of it. So very briefly, the answer is that in the universities, I don't think we are doing enough at all. What can government do? What are the weaknesses? What are the issues? We actually do not have a proper IT-based or innovation promotive infrastructure. And it is evident right across the higher education sector. It's a highly regulated sector with the Higher Education Commission sitting in Islamabad and determining how many courses are going to be taught, which courses are going to be taught, in what manner they're going to be taught. You have all sorts of accreditation agencies which visit universities and tell you exactly no more than 30 students in a class. Very rarely do they ask the question, what is happening with innovation? So if the question is not going to be asked, how are answers going to be provided? So the policy framework doesn't encourage it. It certainly does not treat it as a priority. Similarly, the facilities are not there. Similarly, the way the classes, the time schedules, and the university systems are structured. Innovation, student-centered inquiry, Scientific inquiry, rationalized approaches are not part of our university system either. Yes, there is research, and by the thousands you can count research papers. But research is not about innovation, or rather innovation is not only about research. You need research which can lead to innovation. But I think that there's a major deficit. So let me quickly name. We don't have budgets that promote innovation. We don't have infrastructure and facilities that promote innovation. We don't have university level pedagogical training and skill sets that build teachers that will promote innovation. We also don't have, as you know, Pakistan on the global innovation index, there's a global innovation index, and I'll just stop at that for a while and then come back maybe later. Usme Pakistan ki rank hai 88 out of 135. Pakistan ranks at 88th position out of 135 countries in the Global Innovation Index. This index is based on a number of indicators which have been developed. Actually, it's Cornell University and INSEAD in France. These are the two leading institutions that are part of the team that looks at the Global Innovation Index. And these are measurable types of indicators. And Pakistan is not doing well. We are doing a little bit better in this region of South Asia and Central Asia, not much better, but marginally better. We are in position number 5 out of 10 countries here, only because of the last 2 to 3 years where private sector has come up. Private sector universities and some public sector universities are doing something about innovation. So globally, Pakistan is way behind other countries, much further behind than we thought. And there is, of course, not much financial support. When there's a group of innovative students who want to do something, startups, enterprise, new ideas, उनके लिए सीड मनी लेना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है. कुछ थोड़े 2-3 ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स हैं जहाँ से वो कुछ सीड मनी ले सकते हैं. So money is limited, attention is limited, the system doesn't promote it. And what it promotes is the traditional do your business management and go get a job. That's what it's promoting everywhere. So I think we really completely need to change the landscape अगर आपको innovation चाहिए. But in society there's a lot of innovation. People who don't go to universities are innovating in the marketplace. Smart solutions are coming out in every city, every town, everywhere, where people are doing something to earn a living and they're being innovative about it. So it's not just about universities.
Yeah, I think very interesting questions you've raised. कि हमने तो इस panel discussion की शुरुआत ही इससे की है कि with the assumption कि innovation का तालीम से एक बहुत गहरा रिश्ता है, which I don't think that you weren't saying कि वो सच नहीं है, but you were saying कि innovation जो है वो और भी factors के ऊपर depend करती है कि कितनी हो रही है. And a lot of innovation can be credited to many other things that are happening around us. So, Numan, I want to jump to you for 1 second. बहुत सारी बातें जो शहनाज साहबा ने की talking about higher education के निज़ाम के अंदर क्या चीज़ें हैं जो missing हैं, जो कि innovation को नहीं promote कर रही उस तरह से जिस तरह से होना चाहिए एक institutionalized और systemic तरीके से. मैं सवाल आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि मैं जो काम करती हूँ उसमें हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ भी काम है, मगर जो कोर हमारा काम है वो हम स्कूलों के अंदर काम करते हैं. तो आप NED में पढ़ाते हैं, इट्स वन ऑफ द मोस्ट रिनाउंड इंजीनियरिंग यूनिवर्सिटीज इन द कंट्री. क्या आपको लगता है कि जब तक आपके पास स्टूडेंट आता है तो क्या आपके हाथ में कुछ रह भी जाता है टू शेप दैट पर्सन, या जो स्कूल लेवल से आपको निकल के जो प्रोडक्ट आ रहा है यूनिवर्सिटी के लेवल तक वो इस मेयार का आ रहा है कि शायद उसके ऊपर डेवलप करना स्किल्स और वो माइंडसेट्स जो इनोवेशन के लिए ज़रूरी हैं वो मुमकिन नहीं लगता या बहुत मुश्किल लगता है? क्या कहेंगे आप?
मेरा इसमें जो मुशाहिदा है थोड़ा सा मुख्तलिफ है. मेरा ऑब्जर्वेशन ये है कि हमारे पास जो आला तालीम के इदारे हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और डिग्री अवॉर्डिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस, अगर उनकी मजमूई तादाद आप हमारी आबादी से अगर उसको इक्वेट करें तो वो बहुत कम है. और وہ طلبہ جو کسی نہ کسی طریقے سے کسی یونیورسٹی میں انرولمنٹ حاصل کرنے میں کامیاب ہو جاتے ہیں وہ بہت سے حوالوں سے پریویلیجڈ ہیں، اور یہ پریویلیج یقیناً ایک بہت بڑی کارکردگی کی طرف ان کو لے جا سکتا ہے اگر ان کی صحیح رہنمائی کی جائے۔ عام طور پہ جو ہمارے پاس اوسط ٹائم ہے یونیورسٹی میں اسپینڈ کرنے کا ایک انڈر گریجویٹ پروگرام میں، وہ 4 سال سے لے کے 5 سال تک جاتا ہے، جو کہ ایک بہت بڑا ٹائم ہے، اور اس میں یقیناً جو بہت سی خامیاں یا جو بیک گراؤنڈ کی ڈیفیشنسیز ہیں، ان ڈیفیشنسیز کو عبور کرنے کا پورا موقع اساتذہ کے پاس بھی اور نظام کے پاس بھی ہے۔ لیکن بدقسمتی یہ ہے کہ جو ہمارے پاس ہائر ایجوکیشن کا طریقہ کار ہے وہ واپس اسٹیٹس کو کی طرف آ گیا ہے۔ جو اساتذہ ہم جیسے لوگ جو اعلیٰ تعلیم کے شعبے سے وابستہ تھے، انہوں نے جب ہائر ایجوکیشن کمیشن کا قیام ہوا تھا تو بہت سی امیدیں اس سے وابستہ کر لی تھیں کہ شاید جو ارسٹ وائل یونیورسٹی گرانٹس کمیشن ہے، جو غالباً ہم میں سے بہت سے ساتھی جو میں آڈینس میں دیکھتا ہوں اس زمانے سے متعلق ہیں، جو غالباً ایک پوسٹ آفس سے زیادہ اس کی حیثیت نہیں تھی، ہائر ایجوکیشن کمیشن سے توقعات تھیں کہ یہ ایک انوویشن کے لیے، آزادی کے لیے سوال کرنے کی جو ایک بنیادی یعنی ضرورت ہوتی ہے کسی اعلیٰ تعلیم کے شعبے میں، ان سب کے لیے ہمارے لیے راستے کھول دے گا۔ لیکن آہستہ آہستہ ہم نے دیکھا کہ اس نے تو ایک نئے قسم کا اسٹیٹس کو مسلط کر دیا، اور وہ اسٹیٹس کو ایسا تھا کہ جس نے اساتذہ کو ایک نئی دوڑ میں لگا دیا۔ وہ دوڑ تھی پرچے شائع کرنے کی اور ان پرچوں کے ذریعے سے اپنے ترقی کے منازل طے کرنے کی۔ تو بہت سے جگہوں پہ ہم نے دیکھا کہ اساتذہ جو ہیں وہ طلبہ کو بھول گئے، وہ یہ بھی بھول گئے کہ جو کلاس روم میں ان کا وقت گزرتا ہے اس کے علاوہ بھی ان کی ایک بہت بڑی ذمہ داری ہے طلبہ کی مینٹرنگ۔ اور میں جب اس زمانے سے اس کو کمپیئر کرتا ہوں، خاص طور پہ جب آپ کہہ لیں کہ یونیورسٹی گرانٹس کمیشن کا ہی زمانہ تھا اور تعلیمی ادارے مزید کم تھے، تو ایک بہت بڑی تعداد تھی اساتذہ کی، اور خاص طور پہ پبلک سیکٹر یونیورسٹیز میں جو زمانے میں اکثریت میں تھیں، کہ جہاں پر طلبہ کو مینٹرنگ کے لیے یا اپنے سوالوں کا جواب حاصل کرنے کے لیے یہ اساتذہ ایک گراں قدر کردار ادا کرتے تھے۔ میں اپنے آپ کو بہت خوش قسمت سمجھتا ہوں کہ مجھے جن اساتذہ نے کالج میں پڑھایا، یونیورسٹی میں پڑھایا، ان میں سے اگر ان کے پرچوں کی تعداد گنی جائے تو مجھے نہیں یاد ہے کہ ان کے کوئی پرچے تھے یا نہیں تھے، لیکن مجھے یہ پتہ ہے کہ انہوں نے معاشرے کا مشاہدہ کرنا، معاشرے سے سیکھنا اور معاشرے کی خامیوں کو ایڈریس کرنے کا جو بنیادی فرض ہے ایک اعلیٰ تعلیم یافتہ شخص کا، اس سے روشناس کرایا۔ اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ انہوں نے یہ بھی بتایا کہ جو ہمارے مراعات سے محروم طبقے ہیں ان کے جو مسائل ہیں، جو کہ ہم لوگوں کا، وہ لوگ جو کہ اس اعجاز پہ فائز ہیں کہ جنہوں نے اعلیٰ تعلیم حاصل کی ہے، جن کو اس نظام نے وہ اعلیٰ تعلیم فراہم کی، یہ ان کی ذمہ داری ہے کہ ان کی ضروریات کا، ان کی محرومیوں کا خیال رکھیں، اور ان کے جو مسائل ہیں ان مسائل کو حل کرنے کے لیے سائنسی تعلیم کو استعمال کرتے ہوئے جو طریقہ کار، جو مختلف نوعیت کے انوویشنز جیسے شہناز صاحبہ نے فرمایا، وہ ایک طرح سے ورک آؤٹ کریں۔ اور آپ دیکھتے ہیں کہ ایسے بہت سے نام پیدا ہوئے جو اسی نظام کی پیداوار تھی۔ میری ایک استاد پروین رحمان تھی، اور پروین پہلے تو استاد تھی، پھر اس کے بعد ظاہر کولیگ بن گئی۔ تو پروین نے تو وہ کام کر کے دکھایا جو شاید کلاس روم میں تو نہیں پڑھایا جاتا، اور پروین کے ساتھ ہم نے بہت سارے ایسے علاقوں کیے، سرویز کیے، لوگوں سے ملے، بے شمار شامیں ان لوگوں کے ساتھ گزاریں جن لوگوں نے کبھی کسی تعلیم یافتہ شخص سے شاید کوئی مکالمہ بھی نہیں کیا تھا، لیکن یہ انٹریکشن میوچول تھا، کیونکہ جو چیزیں وہ لوگ ہمیں بتا رہے تھے وہ ہم نے کسی کتاب میں نہیں پڑھی تھی، اور کوئی کتاب وہ چیزیں پڑھا بھی نہیں سکتی۔ تو میرا مختصراً یہ اس میں مشاہدہ ہے کہ ہمارے اساتذہ اس بات کی ذمہ داری کو سمجھیں کہ جو وسائل ان کے پاس ہیں ان کو بروئے کار لاتے ہوئے وہ تعلیم کو کس طرح سے معاشرے سے کنیکٹ کر سکتے ہیں، کیونکہ کلاس روم، لیبارٹری اور وسائل یہ سب ٹولز ہیں، اور ٹولز اس وقت کارآمد ہوتے ہیں جب آپ کو مسئلے کا پتہ ہو۔ اگر آپ کو مسئلے کا ہی پتہ نہیں تو آپ ٹولز میں اور وسائل میں اضافہ کر دیں تو وہی ہوگا جو ایچ ای سی نے اچیو کیا ہے۔
بالکل، آئی تھنک اتنی آپ امپورٹنٹ بات لفٹ کر رہے ہیں، اور جو کہ جس کے اوپر ایک پوری اور پینل ڈسکشن کی جا سکتی ہے، وچ از کہ بھائی سوشل پولیٹیکل کانشیسنس بلڈ کرنا، جو کہ شاید ایجوکیشن انسٹیٹیوشنس کا، چاہے وہ اسکول لیول کے اوپر ہوں یا وہ یونیورسٹیز ہوں، ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ فنکشن हुआ करता था शायद एक ज़माने में. मैंने तो एज अ स्टूडेंट एक्सपीरियंस ये किया है at the university level, not at the school level I would say, but at the university level certainly. And even now we see that in bits and pieces and pockets, but it's almost like that has been weeded out of the system in a very kind of active and purposeful way. And that I think we certainly need to question, because that एक तो आपने बात की क्रिटिकल थॉट की, क्रिटिकल डिस्कोर्स की, और उसके अंदर उसका एक हिस्सा ज़रूर आता है सोशल पॉलिटिकल कॉन्शियसनेस का, which I think leads me to the question that I want to ask you, Stephen. Is you've written so extensively about the politics of lineage, descent and patronage in Pakistan. To what extent do you feel that these factors lead the less privileged people among the segments of society to not have the opportunity to even become tomorrow's innovators? And if it does that matter? Is that something we need to care about?
I think it matters, yes, absolutely. I think one of the pivotal words here is tomorrow's innovative leaders, because they will be innovators. There's no doubt about that. Innovation is from top to bottom everywhere. People are constantly adapting, they're figuring out different ways to solve new problems, so people are innovative. The issue are those innovations, are they aligned with a civil society that will help build the institutions that will benefit the much wider population, or are those innovations very narrow? So you talked about the biradri, the shadi, all those networks that I've written about that I find endlessly fascinating, but what those are important for is protecting resource, right? So they are putting boundaries in and saying, if you're part of this shadi network, then you're apne log, you're inside. If you're not part of this, then you're someone else. So nikal jate, you're not welcome to this. And so this 2019 book that I wrote about the political marriages, what you see is a lot of the continuity and the stability comes from the fact that the people who are marrying each other are the ones who are just swapping the positions of power. And if you're not in that, then you are excluded. So where do universities come into this? Universities really can play a pivotal role in being centers of innovation. If that innovation only welcomes the elite kids, the elite people, then that innovation will only affect that population. If those universities like Zabist, like NED, like Aga Khan can open up the space so that people from all socioeconomic classes, from all genders, from all faiths, from all ethnicities have a seat at the table, then we start to diversify some of that innovation. And I think then we can align the innovation with the growing civil society to build the institutions that will have the stability and the resilience. Because right now what we've got are very brittle institutions that aren't resilient. They don't cope well with shock. So the continuity and the resilience comes from the social things which are exclusive, right? So all of these marriage networks and these kind of, the only things that are cross-cutting those are not aligned very well with the state. They're not aligned very well with public institutions. They're aligned with kind of competitive power structures, competitive power institutions that undermine the civil society that might provide that, I think, that sort of more resilient and robust institutional framework where we might see, the turnaround that I think everyone in this room would like to see. And I'm more optimistic than President Shahnaz. I think we will have a government. It's going to happen.
Yeah, sooner or later. It's just. So one question that I have, and I guess it's for all of our panelists, is industry is a big word, but I use it because I think that when we talk about innovation, we can certainly agree that we need innovation right now across all fields and all sectors in Pakistan, right? It's not just technical innovation that we need. It's not just scientific innovation that we need. And so to what extent do you feel like academia and industry is on the same page about a vision for what innovation we need and how we are going to work together to nurture it, to cultivate it?
I think, Khatija, that's a very, very good question. देखिए इस तरह है कि जब यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में करियर फेयर्स होते हैं ना, जॉब फेयर्स होते हैं, बच्चे अपनी 8वीं सेमेस्टर में जॉब्स ढूंढ रहे होते हैं या मास्टर्स करके जॉब्स ढूंढ रहे होते हैं. So what is it that the marketplace is saying to them? They are saying we want a student who has domain knowledge, discipline knowledge, but we also want a creative skill set for adaptability, for change, because we don't want to bring people into our system who are just going to do the same thing that people have been doing for the last 10, 15, 20 years. That's what the marketplace is saying. तो जब हमारे वो सर्विस जाते हैं ना हमारे एम्प्लॉयर्स के पास, I mean, for example, ज़ाबिस्ट में कल एक जॉब फेयर है, 3 दिनों के लिए है, हमारे पास कोई 150 कंपनीज आ रही हैं. अच्छा, उनसे हम बाद में पूछते हैं कि जब जो स्टूडेंट्स आपके पास आए हैं 6 महीने के बाद, 8-10 महीने के बाद, invariably on the top of the list is we want to see the highest priority, different ways of thinking, different ways of solving the problems that the company is having, different approaches, new approaches, innovative type of approaches. ये marketplace ढूंढ रहा है, ये companies ढूंढ रही हैं. But there isn't enough market sophistication yet. You know, the market is not that sophisticated to have enough time and financials to allow people to come in and experiment. Because experimenting in a business and a venture or an industry or trade has its risks.
Yeah.
So you have to build a culture that allows risk. पाकिस्तान में हमारा culture जो है वो risk aversion का culture है. We don't like to have institutions take risks. Universities are not allowed to take any risks. We are supposed to go according to all the regulations and rules. Somebody is sitting in the big commissions says that इसी तरह होना चाहिए और इसी तरह फिर universities चलती हैं. हालांकि universities में बहुत सारे लोग काम करते हैं, हज़ारों की तादाद में universities में professors भी हैं, assistant, associate professors भी हैं, और एक भी बना हुआ है Office of Research, Innovation and Commercialization. लेकिन कितने patents बनाए हैं पाकिस्तान में, कितनी copyrights आई हैं पाकिस्तान में. So ये जो system की तब्दीली जब तक नहीं होगी और system को totally rethink करने की ज़रूरत है. अभी हम अपने system को बहुत ही traditional way से चला रहे हैं. रिवायती अंदाज में इसी तरह universities कायम हो जाती हैं. शायद अभी आप सबको मालूम होगा कि सिंध में मसलन 67 universities हैं, 67 universities in Sindh, out of which 37 are in the private sector, out of which 35 are in Karachi. अब आप देख लीजिएगा कि यूनिवर्सिटी का पूरा लैंडस्केप जो है वो कैसा है. और जो 35 हैं कराची में, उसमें कई ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं जिनके पास बेसिक फैसिलिटीज़ भी नहीं हैं. और इनोवेशन करने के लिए यू नीड बजट्स, यू नीड सम फाइनेंसेस, यू नीड सम सपोर्ट. यू कांट जस्ट से कि ये बच्चा है, स्टूडेंट ने फीस दी है और इतने बच्चों को क्लासरूम में बिठा दो एंड दैट इज़ द यूनिवर्सिटीज़ financial arrangement. Now public sector universities are very well placed in some ways because they get a lot of public sector grant. But does the government ever ask them, you may have produced 500 PhD research papers. What have you produced in terms of innovative products? That is not looked at as a principal indicator amongst the 3 or 4 principal indicators. So I think industry is saying to all of us, please change what you do in the universities.
Yeah.
Is saying it loud and clear in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Top innovation university marketplace companies कौन सी हैं? Palm Olive है, and Systems Limited and Mizan Bank. They have appeared in the global index that these are your top companies. But the universities are not changing.
Yeah.
So we are not responsive to what students want. We are not responsive to what the global trends are. And I think we really need a very major policy shift everywhere, federal, provincial, in order for our universities to begin to create something. We are not finding our own solutions.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting actually, जो आपने बात की, it makes me think, so Teach for Pakistan is a big employer of graduating students every year, and so we get from the top public and private universities. So year on year, we get a big batch of young people who are just coming out of their undergrad and or their grad school. And the thing that we're seeing actually, it's so interesting, is that in private universities, actually, there is even a greater risk averseness, right? And I'm talking about the top private universities. It's almost like we want to not create the innovative leader, as you called it, Stephen, but the manager, right? That's what we think that we want to create, people who will manage things, not people who will change things up, not people who have the ability to disrupt and create anew, right? And that takes something completely different. And then when that young person then hits the market with a great degree, shiny degree from a great university, and then they find that they start to fail, then it's even harder for them because they're not expecting to fail in the market. And so I think very interesting that point that you've listed.
One quick point, sorry, Dr. Naman and Steve. You know, what is it that the university gives priority to? अगर आप 30-35 साल यूनिवर्सिटी में रहें और किसी के वो तंग बंग ना करें और ठीक ठाक अपना काम क्लासरूम में करते रहें, आप प्रोफेसर बन जाएंगे. But the innovators, the young generation, it's the newer person, it's the younger person who's innovating, who wants to think differently. Universities don't give them that credit. So we are really, seniority is still very much prized. 35 years, 30 years, you become a professor, it's a very prestigious thing, but professors are not innovators. Innovators are lab engineers, technicians, lecturers who are coming into the system.
Only someone from within academia can say that. I'm a practitioner and I can't repeat that. So would either one of you like to jump in?
Yeah, I think there are two dimensions to this observation. One is the university education, which in our context is very much curriculum driven. In most of the cases, it does not let the students innovate too much, or at least beyond certain type of limits, because if you break those limits, you are in trouble. And I've seen then, I've spent more than 3 decades in campuses in Karachi and elsewhere, and that's like one major thing, because that's where the students often complain. The other thing is the university life experience, and that is something that usually emerges from the type of opportunities that are provided during the time that the students spend in the campuses or during their university life. There are 3 things that I have found extremely useful, but things that for the various reasons are not necessarily an integral part of our teaching and educational process in the campuses. The first point is travel. If the students travel across the city, across the country, and even beyond, it changes their perspective. No matter which background they are coming from, which discipline they are associated with, what type of degree they are pursuing, it completely changes their perspective, and they are able to, in fact, relate to the classroom realities they are subjected to every time. There are certain type of isolated attempts where departments and faculty members and other senior professionals make efforts to make students travel, but that is not usually the case. Ironically, there were times when we were studying when a study tour was an integral part and parcel of the educational process in universities. There was a bogie of railways that was booked for the students starting from Karachi Kant station, taking them all the way to Peshawar and coming back, and the type of stories that those students would bring, they were extraordinary. The second entity that is almost considered as a taboo word is student unions. The moment you pronounce this word, shiver runs down the spine of the university administration that what next is going to follow. Although interestingly enough, most of the leaders of higher education are actually the product of the university union process that you find. You just look at the former chief minister of this province or some of the leading politicians of this country, or even leaders in various other fields of application. It was the type of experience that all of these individuals were able to acquire during their times when they acted in one capacity or the other in the student unions, and they learned enormously. And usually, the taboo that is associated is that student union actually means violence. That is not the case. When the unions used to function properly, we used to have extraordinary leaders and opportunities of leadership. So this is a question for us, higher education leaders, to see that if unions are to be revised or revived in the campuses, what type of methodology and approach one needs to follow to prevent external influences and also the possibilities of violence. The third entity is the university life, internships, and interaction with the industry. It is just felt that a student who has a marginal interaction with the industry, one fine day he will transform himself to become industry ready and capable of engaging into the roles that the industry has to offer to him. That's not possible. One has to have a kind of an organized program where the students during their summer vacations and other type of intervals are given the opportunity of interacting with their chosen industries or maybe industries in the wider respect. And after that, they would be able to reach out to the challenges that the industries and enterprises have to offer, and also, in fact, build up their capacities and skills to respond to those challenges that are, in many cases, routine with industrial enterprises.
Yeah, I think this is, it's fascinating listening to my colleagues to the right. I agree with everything they say. I think that travel, I think that the anti-science thing is absolutely clear, and that works against universities being centers of innovative excellence. And I mean, in our admissions interview on the Arts and Sciences program, I've seen a real difference between kids from the A-level board, the Aga Khan exam board, and the local provincial boards. So one of the questions that I asked them last year, and I won't ask them this next year, so I can say this, I asked why cricket was so popular in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and not very popular in England. Why is it a working class sport here for everyone, and there it's an elite sport? And there is no right answer. So the kids from the A-level board, they thought about the colonial history, they thought about geopolitics, they brought those things in. The AK exam board also did that, but were much more wary of this could be a sensitive topic because I'm a white guy and who knows what I think. So they were treading carefully. And the kids from the local boards were just paralyzed because they didn't know what answer I wanted. And that's what they've been trained. The reward is tell the teacher what they want to hear and you get your good grade. And that is a killer for educational innovation. So when we take those students in, we know that it's a much harder path to help those kids who've come in who've been taught. Anticipate your teacher's wishes and give them that. Whereas the A-level kid, I mean, my favorite answer to that question was a young woman, I won't say which school, but it was an elite Karachi school, who leaned back like this and said, oh, Steve, the thing is, we brown people love to beat you white people at your own games. And I thought, this is someone I'll have on my program because she's clearly not afraid of me. She's not afraid of her teachers. She doesn't know. I could be offended by that. She didn't care. She took me at my word that I wanted an honest conversation, and we had an honest conversation, which then explored the politics of sport, the politics of economics, the politics of history and colonialism. That's not encouraged at all in some of these schools. And I'm not saying all local board schools are bad, because I've certainly seen some very good ones, but the way they're assessed is reward the kid for telling the teacher what they want to hear. And we as teachers should have the confidence to accept that very often the answers that we get, we might not like. I mean, the student unions is a classic example. I think student unions have a pivotal role to play in this. It's very important that students I would much rather students learn their politics in the universities rather than wait till they've actually been elected to the National Assembly to figure out how to do it.
I'm finding this so interesting because at the school education level we speak so much about, and this has almost become development jargon, right? That we're all of course familiar with, whole child development. But now I'm listening to three experts who have who've reflected so much on higher education and have worked in the field, and essentially what I'm hearing you say is whole young person development, right? In so many ways, because if we're really serious about innovators, then you need a combination of course, the mastery, skills and knowledge, but you need the kind of scientific attitude and inquiry. You need a sense of agency and an unafraidness and a risk-taking entrepreneurial spirit, right? And those combinations they feel very hard. I mean, we work with kids from class 3 to class 8, and even there it feels so hard to kind of nurture all of these things within the confines of a regular public school curriculum So by the time the kids get to the university level, it feels like you need a base. Otherwise, you have to have something to build on and go from there. And so I'm going to come to my final question for any of the panelists who'd like to take this on, and then we're going to open it up because I know there's going to be lots of questions from the audience. So one of the things we've been thinking about a lot is what changes need to happen, what systemic changes need to happen to try and change what happens in higher education so that we can promote more innovation and we have more equitable innovation, right? Innovation for the right purposes, innovation by the right innovators, right? And so my question to you though is that in terms of creating those systemic reforms, it feels like there is a real vacuum of leadership, by which I mean visionary leadership that can not just set but also drive the right policies and practices. And so to your mind, what is the one or two things that must happen in Pakistan to give us that kind of systems leadership so that we can in turn see the changes we need to see and produce innovation in this country? Sorry, that was a mouthful.
Can I answer that very quickly? I'll be very, very brief. One of the things that I've always thought has held back Pakistani universities is the competition between them. I go to an anthropology department in one place, and if I dare to say something nice about someone from an anthropology department in another university, the room just goes silent because there's these kind of real animosities between, and all of this empire building, this kind of feudalism that is happening within the universities prevents us from that flow of information. And I understand where it comes from, but I really wish that we just would drop that and start flowing around our knowledge at least, even if we're a little protective of our resources, that our speakers move across all universities. And as you say, this is kind of travel. We need to travel to one another's universities and stop thinking, Habib is not my competitor, Habib is not my enemy, Habib is my partner, Lums is my partner, Zabist is my partner, and we should think of each other as we all rise together. And I won't be happy if AKU is number one and the next university down has half the resource and half the school performance. That really is a killer for universities.
I would fully endorse what Steve is saying. There needs to be more collaboration rather than just competition. And there's very little arrangement for collaboration. Two universities might seek out each other and then they may be collaborating in some things. But the overall framework for the way universities operate, इसमें collaboration के लिए कोई खास ना support है और ना इसके लिए कोई recognition है और ना इसके लिए facilitation या budgets हैं. सब कुछ भी आप करना चाहें, आपको budgets की भी तो ज़रूरत होती है. You need some arrangement, some financial arrangement to allow people to sit together, to discuss, to talk, to think, to create, to experiment. So we don't have all of that, and I think that's a very good suggestion. Also, there's a need really to create something which is, the way the higher education sector is structured, and the chairman of the Sindh Higher Education Commission is sitting in front of me, and I hope कि कल वो ज़ाबिस्ट को बंद ना कर दें. मैंने बहुत सारी बातें हायर एजुकेशन कमीशन के ख़िलाफ़ की हैं, लेकिन मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि देखिए जो रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटीज़ होती हैं ना, वो इनोवेशन, फ्रीडम, एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन को इनकरेज नहीं करती. वो एक मैनेजमेंट मॉडल होता है. वो मैनेजमेंट मॉडल जो होता है कि सारे लोग इस रेगुलेशन के तहत कहाँ किसी इंडिकेटर्स पे या किसी लिस्ट पर किस तरह उतरते हैं. So I think that we need another group apart from the regulators group, which is Higher Education Commission and Sindh and Punjab and Provincial Education Commissions, where the faculty, the students can come together and there can be some sort of a platform for that. So I think that sort of exchange of ideas is very, very important. And now it's extremely difficult क्योंकि अब सब कुछ इतना महंगा हो गया है. अगर हम यहाँ से 50 स्टूडेंट्स को भेजना चाहें भावलपुर या काराकोरम यूनिवर्सिटी या पेशावर यूनिवर्सिटी, ये तकरीबन नामुमकिन है. So where are the budgets, for cross-fertilization? And I think that we need to share our facilities. Public sector universities the government has invested billions of rupees in public sector universities. And for example, in NED, where Dr. Numan is, there's a very good national incubation center. But it's too far for most of our students to go. कोई स्टूडेंट्स जितने यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में, कराची की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में है, वो सब वहाँ पर नहीं जा सकते, बहुत मुश्किल है. तो बजट्स चाहिए, कुछ फ्रीडम चाहिए, कुछ स्ट्रक्चर्स को इनकरेज करने की ज़रूरत है. और जब फैकल्टी को रिक्रूट किया जाता है, सिमिलरली इन स्कूल्स, ये सवाल पूछने चाहिए, ये सिर्फ नहीं पूछना चाहिए वेयर इज़ योर PhD फ्रॉम एंड हाउ मेनी ईयर्स हैव यू वर्कड and how many research papers have you produced. We need to ask other types of questions to get the answers that we are hoping will create a new world for the young people. And we are not doing that. We are asking the same question, ticking the same boxes, and getting the same results. So we really need to change a lot in our system.
There are three very traditional avenues of developing leadership. And unfortunately, all the three are under some type of a disarray in Pakistan. One of the avenues of developing leadership were the proverbial trade unions. And ever since the times when contractual labor has become so rampant in our industrial and commercial enterprises, trade unions have been on the run, and the process and rigmarole through which the individuals were subjected to evolve as leaders, that has ceased to exist. The second avenue is the local government, the most important tier of government that has an interface with the ordinary citizen anywhere in the country. And it is something that the champions of democracy simply despise. Whenever they reach the assemblies, they make all the efforts not to let local governments acquire the type of power, privilege, and status that they deserve. And even when the so-called elections are held and the councillors and other tiers are elected, the type of resources and authority to act that they need, that simply ceases to exist. So that is the second avenue almost under eclipse. The third avenue, as I talked about earlier, are the student unions. And the experience one would get by holding a union office or any similar avenue, when that is not there, then obviously you do not get to practice what you learn, and obviously to act as a leader simply becomes an accidental option. Right now, as we were discussing, there are many, many universities in the country and in the province also. And there is something very interesting that we find, and that is the choice of Vice Chancellor. Any faculty member you talk to, his ultimate aim sooner or later would be to apply to become a Vice Chancellor. And that is taken as the, I think, the achievement of the higher pinnacle of one's career, although Vice Chancellor is, in my view, a very different type of job. Over the period of time, as we experience higher education reforms in this country, a very structured format of selecting a Vice Chancellor has been put in place. But if you just very randomly compare the type of people that have been selected to lead the universities, and compare them from the times when such a practice was not there, I think there's a remarkable difference. We had people like Professor Dr. Mahmood Hussain leading University of Karachi at one point in time, and I must not say what is happening in that university now. The list can go on and on, but it was basically the identification of acumen and capacity that was given weightage and not some other structured formats through which the vice chancellors are actually elected. You have a wrong person in that position, and you can possibly rest assured that that university is going to stay under the eclipse for a certain amount of time. So I think these are questions, very taboo questions that are important to be answered, but I think forums like these can help us at least spring them out, and maybe the people who matter may consider them to steer the process of higher education to a level where it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Noman Saab, and thank you to all the panelists for a great discussion. We're going to open up the floor now to, and lots of hands going up from the audience already. Let's go here first, to anywhere on this side, please. Thank you. Sorry, एक सिर्फ दरखास्त होगी कि कमेंट नहीं, अगर सवाल पूछ लें और छोटा अगर रख लें तो बहुत लोगों को मौका मिल जाएगा. थैंक यू. बिल्कुल, मैं ऑब्जेक्टिव सवाल ही पूछूंगा. शुक्रिया. मैडम शहनाज वज़ीर अली साहब ने फरमाया कि तब्दीली के लिए, इनोवेशन के लिए माली ज़रूरत है. इस वक्त पाकिस्तान की जो सियासी, माली
اور ماحولیاتی صورتحال ہے اس میں ہم انوویشن کیسے لائیں، اور آپ نے یہ بھی کہا کہ سسٹم کو تبدیل کریں، تو ان حالات میں کیسے سسٹم کو تبدیل کیا جا سکتا ہے؟
جی میں نے یہ کہا تھا کہ بہت ساری چیزوں کی ضرورت ہے، جس میں فائنانسز یا مالی جو وسائل ہیں اس کی بھی ضرورت ہے. ایک تو مائنڈ سیٹ کو چینج کرنے کی ضرورت ہے، جو ڈیسیجن میکرز ہیں ان کو، اور جو باقی سارے یونیورسٹیز میں کام کرتے ہیں، چاہے وہ ریسرچرز ہوں، ٹیچنگ فیکلٹی وغیرہ ہو. اور ہمارے اپنے کلچر میں جو اعلیٰ سطح کی تعلیم کا کلچر ہے اس کو ایک قسم کے اصلاحات یا ری تھنکنگ کے، اصلاحات تو میں نہیں کہوں گی، ری تھنکنگ کی ضرورت ہے کہ جب بچے یونیورسٹی جاتے ہیں وہ صرف ایک ڈگری حاصل کرنے کے لیے صرف نہ آئیں، وہ اصل میں اپنے علم میں اضافہ کرنے کے لیے اور ساتھ ساتھ شاید کچھ اور نئی چیز، نئی سوچ بھی لانے کے لیے ان کا ایک گول ہونا چاہیے. تو انفراسٹرکچر کی ضرورت ہے، کولیبوریشن کی ہے، کوآپریشن کی ہے، بہت ساری چیزوں کی ہے، اور انٹرنیشنل اور باہر کی دنیا کے ساتھ بھی ہمارا رابطہ رکھنے کی ہے. تو صرف مالی وسائل کی ضرورت نہیں ہے، اور میں سمجھتی ہوں کہ بہت ساری چیزیں ہو سکتی ہیں جس میں بہت زیادہ فائنانسز کی ضرورت نہیں ہے. بڑے بڑے یونیورسٹیز بن چکی ہیں جہاں پہ فزیکل انفراسٹرکچر بہت زیادہ ہے. آپ کو معلوم ہے کہ مثلاً قائد اعظم یونیورسٹی 1700 ایکڑ پر ہے. بھاولپور یونیورسٹی میرے خیال میں کوئی 2000 ایکڑ پر مقیم ہے. ہزاروں ایکڑوں میں یونیورسٹیز ہیں، اور بڑے بڑے ان کے پاس بلڈنگز ہیں، لیبارٹریز ہیں، سب کچھ ہے، جو کہ دوپہر کے وقت 2:30 ساڑھے 3 بجے کے بعد بند پڑی رہتی ہیں. تو ہمیں اپنے جو چیزیں ہم نے کریٹ کی ہوئی ہیں، انفراسٹرکچر کریٹ کیا ہوا ہے، اس کو جو دوسرے کالجز ہیں، کالجز کو کیوں نہیں پرمیشن کہ وہاں سے ان کے بچے آئیں اور ہاسٹلز میں رہیں اور ایکسپیریمنٹ کریں. یونیورسٹیز کے بچوں کے ساتھ ان کے رابطے ہوں، they can work together in groups. So sir, not everything is financial.
یہ تو آپ نے وہ بات کر دی، اتنی انٹرسٹنگ مجھے لگی آپ کی بات. I didn't know this was the case also at the higher ed level کہ اسکولوں میں لیب ہوتا ہے، بچوں کو کمپیوٹر کو ہاتھ لگانے کی اجازت نہیں ہے، نہ اکوپمنٹ کو کہ وہ خراب کر دیں گے. So let's, if we can come to this side. جی پلیز.
عجیب انوویشن کی بات ہوئی یونیورسٹیز میں. ابھی ریسنٹلی کچھ وقت پہلے ایک بڑا گروسم سین جو ہے وہ پاکستان کے واٹس ایپ پہ سرکولیٹ ہوا، جب ایک یونیورسٹی ٹیچر کو کمپیل کیا گیا کہ وہ سائنٹیفک ویوز کے خلاف ایک اسٹیٹمنٹ دے، اور سارے لوگ اس کے گرد کھڑے ہوئے تھے. تو اس قسم کے ماحول میں جب سوسائٹی ایک کنفرمسٹ اور ایکسٹریمزم کی طرف جا رہی ہے اور سارے بچے یہ سوچ رہے ہیں کہ کسی طریقے سے اس ملک سے نکلیں، تو یہ انوویشن یونیورسٹیز میں جب آپ کوئی سائنٹیفک ویو بھی نہیں بتا سکتے اور یونیورسٹی ٹیچر کو جا کے کمپیل کیا جاتا ہے کہ تم یہ اسٹیٹمنٹ دو، ریکارڈ کرواؤ، تو ہاؤ ڈو یو سی دا فیوچر آف دس ان پاکستان؟
It's a very valid observation, I think, but this is not an isolated instance. ماضی میں بھی یہ ہوتا رہا ہے، اور ماضی میں میرا یہ خیال ہے کہ شاید تھوڑا سا فرق یہ تھا کہ ایک بڑا گروہ طلباء کا اور اساتذہ کا اس نوعیت کی جو غیر سائنسی یا مبہم قسم کی جو اسٹیپس ہے، انیشیٹوز ہیں، اس کے خلاف کھڑا ہو جاتا تھا. ہمیشہ سے یہ خاص قسم کی جو دائیں بازو کی سوچ یا آپ کہہ لیں کہ آرتھوڈاکسی کی سوچ ہے، وہ مسلط کرنے کی یا اس کو اجاگر کرنے کی کوشش کی جاتی تھی، اور وہ طبقہ عام طور پہ بہت زیادہ مہارت یافتہ اور پریویلیجڈ ہوتا تھا جو یہ کام کرتا تھا، لیکن ان کے خلاف ریزسٹنس بھی اسی نوعیت کا آتا تھا. اب المیہ یہ ہے کہ اس نوعیت کی جو باتیں یا خیالات امپوز کرنے کے، مسلط کرنے کی کوشش کی جاتی ہے، اس کے خلاف ریزسٹنس کمزور ہو گیا ہے. اور وہ ریزسٹنس اس وجہ سے کمزور ہو گیا ہے کہ جو عناصر اس ریزسٹنس کو بناتے ہیں وہ عناصر یا تو رہے نہیں یا بالکل ہی اپنی ایگزسٹنس کی کیپیسٹی کھو چکے ہیں. تو ضرورت اس بات کی ہے کہ لوگوں کو اگر آزاد خیالی کے ساتھ ان تمام معاملات پہ بات کرنے کی اور ہر اس نوعیت کے آبزرویشن کو چیلنج کرنے کی، اس کے بارے میں کاؤنٹر آرگیومنٹس پیش کرنے کی اجازت دی جائے یا ایسا ماحول پیدا کیا جائے، تو میرا خیال ہے کہ آہستہ آہستہ یہ جو میرا خیال گمراہی کی فضا ہے یہ کم ہونا شروع ہوگی.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I do not have to make any question. If you allow me for a comment, I can make that. But there is no question. So the first thing is that whatever the panel has said, I agree with that to a larger extent, but to some extent I don't agree with them completely. The first thing is that there are 5 stakeholders in this higher education. It's not only the government that is responsible. After the government comes the private universities which are larger in number.
Sir, I'm very sorry मैं आपको interrupt कर रही हूँ. अपना तारफ़ करा देंगे साथ.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर तारिक रफ़ी है. I'm chairman of the Sindh Higher Education Commission.
Thank you, sir.
So the first thing is, the second stakeholder is the private university which the madam is representing. The third are the teachers. The fourth are the students, and the fifth is this civil society. Nobody has asked Zabist or Aga Khan not to improve critical thinking. The regulatory bodies never interfere in that. One thing to make clear. The teachers themselves do not have the capacity of critical thinking. That is the problem. We do not have good teachers who can think of innovation. They all are geared up only for those things, to give a lecture and to move out. If a student asks a question, they are not ready to reply. Who is responsible? The teachers. Who has made those teachers? Those teachers that come from the primary education, which is at its lowest right now. And those are those who come and become the teachers, the first thing. जहाँ तक आपने कहा for vice chancellor, there is nothing wrong in thinking of becoming a vice chancellor. Everybody wants to achieve something higher. You wanted to become a professor, so you became a professor. And I'm positive that the NED के जब सरोज साहब retire होंगे, you'll be one of the applicants for the vice chancellor. So there's nothing wrong in aspiring to become vice chancellor. But you compare Mahmood Hussain Saab, or you can compare them with what is happening today, is not because of selection. It is because पूरा माशरा खत्म हो चुका है. टीचर्स भी आप जैसे जो हैं अपने आप को कंपेयर करें, आप खुद अपने उन पुराने टीचर्स से, तो यू विल फाइंड देयर इज अ बिग गैप. ना वो टीचर्स रहे, ना वो वाइस चांसलर्स रहे. ये पूरा माशरा जो है ना मुतासर हुआ है. आई एम द चेयरमैन ऑफ द सर्च कमेटी फॉर वाइस चांसलर्स थ्रू आउट द प्रोविंस ऑफ सिंध, एंड आई हैव रिसेंटली डिड इंटरव्यूज फॉर 4 universities. There are only 45 candidates, a pool of 45 people who are applying for all the universities. And you have to select from that. 2 universities we have just skipped. हमने नहीं select किया. We didn't find them to be good enough. मकसद बताने के मेरा ये है कि it's not only to blame the government for that. Sindh government is the only government which is giving 32 billion rupees to the universities. Punjab gives nothing to the public sector. KPK gives 0 to the public sector. Balochistan gives only 2 billion. Sindh is the only government giving 32 billion. They are trying, but I think, at the end, I'll just close down. We all are responsible for this. Not to blame anyone, all 5 of us are responsible. The civil society is also responsible for all this what's happening in the higher education.
Ji. So, एक second, before we take the next question, which I think one of the women who raised their hands can be the next question. Would anybody like to respond?
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think we would disagree with that. The only thing I would push back on is I think there are very good teachers, actually. I think there's not enough of them, but they are there. And like you're hiring at the VC level, trying to fill the faculty positions for the arts and sciences is really tough. The pool is very hard to get people. I want an international faculty of Pakistanis and people trained outside of Pakistan, and it's really tough because there's a small pool of people who are actually willing to come to Karachi. Even in Pakistan, I struggle to get people from Punjab to take a job here for reasons that we don't need to talk about. But yeah, I agree with that, but I would say there are good teachers here.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for raising all these really interesting points. The higher education system is one of the hardest to reforms here. देखिए, आपने वाइस चांसलर्स की जो बात की यहाँ पर, प्लीज़ इसके बारे में थोड़ा सा बताइएगा. यहाँ हायर एजुकेशन के लोग भी बैठे हैं और अब आप भी लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ पर. केयर टेकर सेटअप में किस तरह 4-4 साल की अपॉइंटमेंट्स हो गई हैं वाइस. पॉलिटिकल अपॉइंटमेंट्स की ज़रा बात करें. मैं जिस इदारे से हूँ, IBA से, वहाँ इलेक्शन कमीशन ने मना किया है कि 3 महीने से ज़्यादा ना दें आप, लेकिन हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर ने 4 साल की अपॉइंटमेंट दे दी है. ये यहाँ पे हो क्या रहा है, और फिर हायर एजुकेशन सिस्टम इसके बारे में कुछ कहता क्यों नहीं है?
नहीं करना चाहिए था चीफ मिनिस्टर को, इंतज़ार करना चाहिए था जब तक सही हुकूमत आती है. उनके इख्तियारात में नहीं है.
ठीक है जी, मैं एक दफ़ा ऑर्गेनाइजर्स की तरफ देखूंगी कि एक और सवाल का वक्त मिल, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स का है, वक्त मिल सकता है एक और सवाल, 5 मिनट ऊपर चले जाएं तो माफ खैरियत चलें ले लें फिर अब मजबूरी है ले लें जो आपको पसंद आ रहा है
Assalamu alaikum. I just have a question from all of you. You've talked about higher education, yes, and I think what was very key to what Shahnaz Wazir Ali said about the schooling system. I work with the civil society school. So the kind of student body we get, they're not exposed to anything. A lot of those kids live in their community. They don't even move out of the community area. I mean, if somebody is living in Shirin Jinnah, does not get to defense also. So when we talk about innovators, the teachers we get are also from within that society. They're not coming from higher education institutes. And the higher education institutes generally have the elite school children. So how is this child going to fit into your innovator bracket if they don't have exposure? And they don't have the teachers to give them that exposure.
Thank you. Would anybody like to respond?
You're absolutely right. And that is one fundamental lacking that I pointed out, that even when these students coming from schools and colleges enter universities, through interaction we have found out that there are majority of them who have not ventured outside their neighborhood. They do not get to know what's happening in other parts of the city. In fact, if we talk about Karachi, Karachi is the size of a very large urban region. And even the normal people do not get to go outside their neighborhoods unless there is some very compelling need to do that. So for that, I think for observational purposes, there is an enormous need to make students experience the city and see what's happening in different parts of the city and what are the various activities, spaces, and other type of commonalities taking around. And for that, there has to be targeted activities organized by both civil society as well as school managements to make that happen. Obviously, budget is a huge constraint, but the corporate social responsibility portfolio of various organizations can be approached to make some of these type of ventures possible.
Sir, I'm so sorry, sir. Organizers keh rahe time khatam ho gaya. Panelists will be here for the next 5-ish minutes. Please stay outside as people will discuss. I'm just going to wrap up. I just want to thank the panelists. I want to thank the audience, and I'll just leave us with one last thought, which is I think there's lots of also reasons for hope. Again, as I was saying, Teach for Pakistan hires year upon year big cohorts, 200 people, young people who come to us from exactly these universities. And they are some incredible thinkers, incredible leaders who are working hard to create the next generation of incredible leaders and incredible thinkers. So there's a lot that we are doing right also within higher ed, whether it is about the faculty or the management or about the individual professors. And I just want to say a big thank you to everybody who works in higher education and makes that happen every day. It's a huge, huge credit to you. So thank you very much, and we'll see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for attending this session. Our next session is titled Ceasefire Forever, and is going to be a conversation between Salma Dabagh and Sabah Karim Khan. The session will begin at 4:45 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're about to start our next session, Ceasefire Forever. Please be seated and put your mobile phones on silent. We're about to begin our next session, Ceasefire Forever. This session has been sponsored by British Council. The moderator for the session is Sabah Karim Khan. She is an author, award-winning documentary filmmaker, and educator. Over to you, Sabah.
Thank you. A very warm welcome, and I apologize for the slight delay. I was apologizing to Salma. I'm just running from another session I was moderating, so sorry to keep you waiting. A very warm welcome to our session, Ceasefire Forever. And it is an absolute privilege to be in conversation with Salma Dabagh, a British-Palestinian writer who I'm sure you've been hearing over the last couple of days at the festival. Salma's first novel, Out of It, was published by Bloomsbury, and she's also the editor of the collection We Wrote in Symbols, Love and Lust by Arab Women Writers, both books that we're hopefully going to delve into this afternoon. But first of all, Salma, a very warm welcome to Karachi and to the Literature Festival. What a pleasure.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you, Sabah. And great to be in conversation with you.
Likewise. Now, I wish I could begin with something happier, but I'm going to start with a quote from Salma's novel, Out of It, which goes something like this. Deaths of children changed everything. Resistance movements started with dead children. In a recent essay Salma's written, there is a desire to eradicate Palestinians here, past, present, and future, and much of it is going on in the dark. Communications are often down and patchy at best. And then, Salma, in that piece I noticed that you'd shared what the photojournalist Motaz Azeza wrote in an Instagram post, and she said, "We are a group of people being killed. We are a cause fighting to survive. How alone we are." Salma, I want to start by just asking you, how are you, and where and how does one even begin to process something that is not just close to home, but in many ways is home for you?
Thank you for the question and for the opening. It kind of, I don't know. I mean, I'm very up and down. I think this since October, it's been so many different emotions going through you, but then you don't really have the space or the time to dwell on those emotions, and you don't feel entitled to really be making a fuss about yourself, because for me, I'm very conscious of my level of privilege and my level of distance. I appreciate my safety enormously. Like every night, I'm sort of glad that I know that my roof is going to be there in the morning, and that I know that there will be water in my taps, and I know I'll have food, and that my children won't get attacked on the way to school. So I feel privileged. I mean, sometimes it affects me in kind of, I don't know whether it's like physically, like sometimes I get stomach cramps, but I'm quite a sort of, my way of coping with things is to be quite upbeat. Yeah. I like to sort of turn things into a bit of a story or a bit of a joke, or to try and do something, or to act, or to, which it sort of works. It works generally, but I don't know really, internally it's been difficult. And it also causes divides with friends and people around you. I think I've lost people. I just, they've been silent, and I can't really forgive that. Yeah.
Yeah, Salma, before we get into the book and questions related to the conflict, I said to you beforehand that I'd really appreciate if you addressed a clarification question for our audiences, because people sometimes who I speak to get confused between whether this is a conflict between Jewish people and Palestinian people, or whether this is more about Zionists and Palestinians. And I wonder if, for the sake of our audience and myself, you're willing to get into that a little bit, because I suppose it's not right to conflate the two completely.
Right. No, absolutely. They should not be conflated. And I think Mohammed al-Kurd, if anyone's been following him, as a commentator has said, as Palestinians, we are so well versed in making this distinction between what is anti-Semitic, which is a racist trope about a people because of the religion that they were born into. So it's about being Jewish, you are born Jewish, it's characteristics ascribed, given to that group of people, and that is always reprehensible, deplorable, we distance ourselves from it, it's got nothing to do with us, it's a European conception, bad news, right? Anti-Zionism is a criticism of a philosophical way of, well, not philosophical, it was a sort of ideological movement born mainly out of the 19th century. It's the idea that Jewish people need a homeland to stay safe, among other things, and that is in Palestine. So it's an expansionist, settler, colonial ideology, and it is what the Israeli state has come to represent. That we condemn. I think what has happened recently in the UK, just in the last couple of weeks, it's been fantastic. There was a case in an employment tribunal where an academic who lost his job for making pro-Palestinian statements, he was called David Miller, he won the case at the employment tribunal. And what happened there was that the employment tribunal said his views as an anti-Zionist are protected views. They're a philosophical belief. And as such, he cannot be discriminated under the Equalities Act. That means that if you work in a university, if you're a student in a state school, any public sector service where you have anti-Zionist beliefs, you are protected. And this has been a really important and significant pushback. So I'm really grateful that the courts have got there. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you. And of course, as we were saying, Salma's written a novel, about people on the ground. So Salma, I want to talk about positionality, and I want to talk about narrative privilege, because you've said that you have the advantage of living abroad. You've said you've got a Western passport. So perhaps you've said you don't face threats on a daily basis as some other people might be doing. However, what this also means is that you're watching the crisis unfold from afar, which adds a degree of helplessness, a degree of frustration. Talk to us about what are the things that you have to stay mindful of as a writer when you're writing about the lives of people on the ground, in this case Palestine, who may not even have the privilege to tell their own stories.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an interesting question. It's one I wrestled over for so long before I even started writing. It's the kind of, particularly at the time, there was a lot of discussion about this idea of cultural appropriation and who has the right to tell the story. Yeah. And I felt this novel ended up being set in Gaza, but it didn't, in a way, need to be. And I felt my main concern was that I would offend Palestinians from Gaza in some way by getting it wrong. So what I did, I had sort of two tests. One was sort of just responsibility, just research as much as you possibly can. I was living in Bahrain at the time, where I didn't have a sort of Palestinian political community around me for the first time for a long time. And I feel almost like I went into Gaza through a periscope, like I dug in and I watched every documentary I could find, things on the internet, read as many books. I knew people from there. I took up bits of their conversation. But it affects the style, okay? You start writing in a more impressionistic way. I had a very big canvas. I wanted to get certain themes across. And I felt every writer has to kind of decide what is specific about you, where are you coming from? And I do think that the diasporic experience, and I'm half English, the sort of mixed race, diasporic, lived in 8 countries experience is a little bit a consequence of the kind of this expulsion, this being part of a dispersed people. So within that, I sort of found my groove. So I had these characters who were similarly a bit privileged, a little bit on the outside, trying to do a good thing, but not knowing what to do, living between England, London, the Gulf, and Gaza, and just having this extremities of experience, sort of, and hardship and challenge put upon them.
Now, Salma, we hear a lot about a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, but if you look at the demographic of the Palestinian population that lives in the West Bank, in Gaza, as well as in Israel, and then you're looking at Palestinian refugees that are outside these borders, and you combine them with the Jewish population of Israel, you get a kind of split. And so when I was researching for the conversation, there are proponents who are also talking about a one-state solution, this idea of a homeland that looks after both of these groups of people, you know, where resources and power can be shared. Similar to Bosnia-Herzegovina, I suppose, where 3 different kinds of people are living. So weigh in on this a little bit, Selma, and talk to us about how you look at either of these prisms.
Right. Firstly, I'd like to say thank you for mentioning the refugees, because they are so often forgotten. I mean, in the beginning it was called the Arab refugee problem, and now it's like people can know all about Palestine and not realize that there are like 53 refugee camps. There are camps in Lebanon which are a couple of kilometers across and have tens of thousands of people living in 4th, 5th generation. So thank you for remembering that. My basic outlook is a one-state solution, however far away that seems at the moment, because I feel if you had a 2-state, we've got apartheid, you know, it's been kind of agreed by all the main human rights organizations in the UN. You've got the system of distinction between people on the basis of race and religion, which is inherent within the Israeli system, inherent within its legal and its military repressive regime. If you have a 2-state solution, you still end up with apartheid in one area. And it's like there is no place now, I feel, for making distinctions of that kind and bolstering them with the law and with the military. It's just, you know, we're in the post-Second World War era. It was, you know, if we believe in self-determination, egalitarianism, anti-racism, you cannot have a state which is constantly perpetuating it and seems to think that there is some exceptionalism connected to a particular, you know, set of beliefs connected to one particular religion. And it's totally manipulated how they use this idea of it being a sort of this homeland for Jews, but that's a different conversation. So yeah, I am a one-state. Yeah.
Selma, let's talk a little bit about self-censorship and about footnoting. You know, I was reading a quote that you'd said, and you said you sometimes get these knee-jerk reactions from people who are very supportive of Israel, and the minute you sort of say you're from Palestine, that can set someone off. However, you might want to dress it up, as you said. And you said that means you get cautious in the way you speak, you qualify everything, you talk with your footnotes, you have to make sure that you're really not going to say something in a panel or a session which is going to be filmed or played on YouTube and then get distorted. Talk to us about if there was self-censorship going on when you wrote out of it, and you're also really a prolific writer today, doing kind of shorter journalistic pieces and other kinds of pieces about Palestine. So what's that headspace like?
God, I sound so cautious in that quote. I think I've become a little bit more forthright, and I'm pleased about that. It's very liberating. And I've got to the point where I just think a lot of the criticism that you get, it's being generated by small groups of people who are paid to do this stuff. There's a lot of bots who are like activating like this, and I just, you know, we've got to a point where it's like we all have to be standing up and making each other braver. So I think that's, you know, I've moved in that way, and that's liberating. There was a nice poster in one of the demos which said, "Palestine has set us free," and I really liked that. It was like a, you know, just a normal Londoner, like not necessarily a Palestinian character, but I like that idea that you can break those boundaries of fear with it. Self-censorship in the novel, I think that sort of fear of depicting people badly was playing on my mind, and in the novel I had conflicts between Palestinian groups, because it was huge at the time in the news. There was no way of avoiding it, between Fatah and Hamas. So that sort of is playing into the background. I did get a bit criticized for sort of airing dirty laundry, but the whole scene with Palestinian literature's moved on from there. I did get some criticism for that. I think also I was self-censoring a bit about, like, there was one short, like, sex scene, and, you know, somebody was very upset about that, said you can't have that, you can't have a Palestinian girl doing that. I also think that the climate from when I was writing it 10 years ago has moved a lot, and it's one thing I wanted to explore. I didn't have Israelis in the novel, but I thought it would be crazy to have an Israeli suddenly dropping into the Gaza Strip. I mean, I guess I could have had one in London. But I think, yeah, I'm a lot less censorious than I used to be, and it's good. It feels good, yeah.
That is such a powerful quote or banner that you saw that really captures it, yeah. And I think that's a great segue into my next question, because of course the conflict's been going on for years, but unlike the past, primarily, well, not primarily, but one of the things that's different is that we're now in a world of social media. And so when other sort of more mainstream forms of media might try to conceal, you're having this kind of live streaming almost from these different areas, right? And as gut-wrenching as some of those images are, this is sort of offering a unique kind of voice to people, a sort of citizen journalism, if you will. Are you finding any difference in the narrative, or just in the kinds and numbers of narratives that can now sprout up versus this one monolithic version that we used to be hearing?
Yeah, I think it's definitely changed the way that we watch the news for a lot of people connected to this. I mean, it's been changing for a long time, but it's definitely shifted it much more so for me. And I think when we look back on this, it's going to be seen not just genocide, you know, as a term, as a reality, but also like the war of the journalists. You know, what is going on here? Because the number of journalists who've been killed has been, you know, higher than anything since the Committee for the Protection of Journalists started reporting in '92. These are record levels of killings, and these are targeted assassinations. They know where they are. They go for their family, like with Wael Dahdour. And it's very worrying for journalists globally, because if Israel, the darling of the West, can do this and nobody says anything, then, you know, what's to protect journalists anywhere? I mean, it started, of course, with the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh, and I was involved in a legal case on that, and that was bad enough, and there'd been a systematic pattern beforehand. But in terms of how we're watching the news, I think that these citizens reporters on the social media have been so powerful, have got across to such young audiences like Bisan, Plestia, Motaz Azeza, and their dynamism and their heroism. It's providing a sort of an example of what young people can do to people all over the world, and they trust them far more than the mainstream media. And yeah, I think that's been a it's obviously they're effective, that's why they're being killed, but you know, but at the same time they are extraordinary examples, and I salute them in every way. Yeah.
Now, Selma, let's talk a little bit about how the book has been received. You know, you've spoken about two types of reactions, perhaps amongst others, but you said for the general reader it can be quite hard to get someone interested if the conversation or the incidents are happening at a distance, if it doesn't directly affect you. And on the other hand, you've said that you've been heckled and harassed by Israelis, but not as much as I thought I would be. And you've said, although this is a relief on a personal level, it also worries me. It seems Israel's national psyche is being encouraged to be so sociopathic and lacking in empathy that no one comes out to challenge you. Talk to us about the reception to the book, and what do the silences of certain categories of people tell us?
I mean, I think it shows a degree of complacency, that they don't have to persuade people anymore, that they've got any kind of moral cause, that they can just act with impunity, they can say the most I mean, I think that quote is before October 7th. I mean, they can just make the most say the most racist, outrageous, genocidal things, test every type of drone and military equipment on a young population, get away with it. I mean, that's the concern. You know, it used to be before that the Zionist movement was very much embedded to this idea of being righteous and socialist and, you know, like humanity, you know, like for the good of humanity, and you know, like they had a certain image they wanted to preserve. The propaganda machinery seems to be like all gone awry. You know, it's like clunky. It doesn't. Some voices it doesn't care about. Other people, like the journalists I was talking about, it'll just assassinate them. So it's working in a different way. It's a different kind of opponent that you have to deal with. Did I answer that question?
Yeah, absolutely. And just staying on that for a little bit, you know, one of the things that stood out to me about the novel was that these characters are facing extreme situations. There's bombing, there's interrogations, there's violent deaths of children and family. And yet we see their emotional attachments, and we see a tenderness, and we see the ability to love and keep hope. And that's not completely different, Selma, from the accounts that are coming out of Palestine, parts of there, right? In fact, you've written in one piece about the solidarity and kindness and kind of people sharing food and of a solar-powered house with all the phones and laptops of the neighborhood being charged in this one living room. And that was really poignant. Talk to us about how in times of dire crisis, we still sometimes have the human capacity and capability to retain our empathy when it seems like these things are completely irreconcilable.
Yeah, no, I think that was the accounts coming from Gaza that I read, and also like before October. We have to kind of, you know, this is much, much longer than just October. But it's like, I think there is this extraordinary thing, and I found it when I lived in the West Bank in my 20s and I was working for a human rights organization there. There's this idea that what you do and you say as a person is really important. People are very interested in you. They want to know what you're reading, what you're thinking, how you're because they might have to trust you at some point in time. They might have to really rely on you. So that you're checked out on a kind of like, you know, with X-ray glasses. And it's kind of nice because once you're taken in, you're really taken in. And then that builds strong bonds. And combined with that, I've noticed from talking to like witnesses coming, you know, like British Palestinians who've got family in Gaza, we were taking witness statements, it's just how tight a community that is, because it is locked in. If people don't know each other, they know the family name. And this is stronger, really, than the West Bank, which is much bigger and is divided up with all these horrible, you know, walls and barriers, etc. So people kind of need to maintain their sort of their name because it could affect others. And then there's this extraordinary sort of community, like around food, etc., that kept coming through, and a kind of tenderness, and it's sort of like the message of like, we are more human than you. How, you know, and this quote from Suad Amari where there are these young workers from the West Bank, and she's such a great writer. She's kind of, you know, she does this thing at like 50, like she dresses up as a young Palestinian worker to cross the border into Israel to just seek work. All these boys wanted, and they were being shot at and everything. And one of the other boys says, what you have to worry about is the blackness of their hearts. You know, it's like this idea that you can't communicate in the same way, that things have become so, and I'm not saying that as a sort of racist trope against all Israelis, I qualify that, but I mean, it's just like the idea that things are so, that you have to, that tenderness is what's going to keep you alive, what's going to sustain you, that love can sustain you, I suppose, in some ways. Sound like a Sufi.
No, but that's beautiful, absolutely. Selma, we've got a little bit of time before I open the floor to questions, and I want to bring in Selma's other book, which is this one. I don't know if you've seen it yet. And Selma, this is a fascinating anthology about love and lust by Arab women writers. And in the introduction, you've said that you grew up in Kuwait, like many teenagers, in opposition to your location, you know, which appeared to you to represent confinement. And you said that this collection is the product of a not untroubled love affair with the Arab world.
Yeah.
Talk to us about this love affair and how We Wrote in Symbols kind of pushes back against some of that confinement that you experienced growing up in Kuwait.
Yeah, so I think the thing with Kuwait is that we were very confined, but that almost meant that you wanted to do the thing that you were prohibited from doing most. Perhaps there was that kind of energy going on. And then I came, so in Kuwait I had Islamic religion classes at school and Arabic, and both of them were taught so badly, so hatefully, so boringly, you know, that I really pushed against the whole thing. So as a result, sadly, my Arabic is not as good as I'd like it to be. But then when I came, this anthology was, I was reading this anthology of classical poems by Arab women writers. So from the pre-Islamic era right up to the fall of Andalusia. And some of the voices are totally what you'd expect. They were things like, you know, a woman crying over the death of her brother in battle, okay? Other women were talking about their love for their husband who was in political exile in Morocco, for example, or their desires. And the way that they expressed their desires, often physical desires, was very practical. And it was like no shame, no sort of sense of trying to provoke. It was just like, this is what I need, you know, deal with it. So it really was an eye-opener to me. And then after the Arab revolts of 2011, there was really very little that was positive. And I always feel this thing that everything depicted with the Arab world is negative. Whereas actually when I'd lived later in Cairo and in Jerusalem, there'd been so much I had actually loved, you know, and so much energy I got from the women. And I never felt that was being shown. So after the Arab revolts, there were suddenly a lot more women who were writing about these things. And I'd felt the slight chill factor doing out of it, right? Yeah. So I thought this is such an important part of storytelling. Absolutely. And yet most women writing in English or writing to be published in English have this kind of don't quite know how to handle it. So let's see the ones who've been daring. Yeah. Let's put them together. So I put together the old ones with the new ones. And there's a gap in the middle of about 500 years where there's very little, fall of Andalusia up until the late 19th century, very few women's voices. But the early voices predate anything coming out of Europe by women. You know, it's like very old poetry by women. And then, so I put it together. So it's this wonderful kind of, and I mixed up the time periods. So when you're reading it, you don't know if it's, and I wanted to just throw people's presuppositions in every way and form, and to say, well, you know, don't assume that we're more liberated now than in the past, because it's not a continuum. Don't also think that all signs of emancipation come from the West, because that doesn't have to be. We can look at organic sources sometimes, but I'm very much in favor, as I was saying on a panel yesterday, for a sort of idea of accept the West on its own, on your own terms. And then the last point was I just loved these women. I mean, they were the best. It was during lockdown, and I was dealing with these women who were inventive, they were funny, they were brave, they were, you know, some of them were very sensuous and it was just very quiet. Some of them were in your face, you know, like that thing of when people are told you can't do something, that they just go, right, you know. I mean, it's not my personality at all, but I was like, wow, okay, great, you do it. You know, like Jumana Haddad in Beirut, who's had an erotic magazine and then it got closed down, so she's like, right, I'm going to do it again. It's like, oh, how do you do that? I mean, I want to be brave like you know. So it was a great experience.
No, and I love that, Selma, because I think there'll be many in the audience who can relate to this as well. It was my next question, and I'm really glad you answered it, because here in Pakistan, when I think about feminism in Pakistan and I think about women in Pakistan, I couldn't agree more with you, both about the fact that the history of our women and their empowerment often doesn't get its due. So it's somehow this brainchild of modernity, we think. And secondly, I'm also a little tired of this saving narrative. Like the Pakistani woman needs to be saved by the West. I think we're done with that. It's clunky, it's cookie cutter. And I couldn't agree with you more, that kind of look at your local syntax. whilst imbibing and exchanging, because that's where it becomes most generative. So thank you very much for bringing that up. Final question before I'm going to open to the floor. Selma, you know, there was a quote that I heard at NYU where I teach in Abu Dhabi a few years ago. And the original quote is by Sir Henry David Thoreau, but this is a mashed up version that a guest lecturer shared. And I want to just get your reaction to it. He said, most men and women lead lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. So he said, most men and women lead lives of quiet desperation and go to the grave with the song still in them. Now, of course, we know that quiet desperation is abound when we think about this conflict and elsewhere. People have seen too much, there's too much that'll stay, trust is at an all-time low. I want to ask you that in this maddening, chaotic context, as a storyteller and an artist, what is your song for Palestine?
Wow. What is my song for Palestine? Oh gosh, I mean, I guess it's, I mean, one hopes for, you hope for liberation and self-determination, and, you know, like, that people will sit up and recognize it and they'll say that this is just too much, just rein everything in, just reshift the world order around this. That's what one hopes for. As a storyteller, you want, I mean, I think one thing the Palestinians have caught up with so quickly is getting articulate voices, a lot of them female, in front of, like, social media, the media, like, you know, all very savvy, like, lawyers, like Noura Erakat. We've got some fantastic voices out there, and we're really challenging. And you just, so my song for Palestine is, I guess, you know, peace, ceasefire now, you know, I couldn't believe on day 2 that they weren't calling for a ceasefire. When Blinken was told, delete that tweet, I was like, that's outrageous. Day 2, and we're 4 months in. So I can't really think very much beyond that. I mean, I'm trying not to think about how much debris there is all over Gaza, you know, apart from dead bodies and broken hospitals and libraries and, you know, archaeological ruins and wounded people who can't get out to the hospital. I'm trying, you know, that we need to start, something has to happen so we can heal. I mean, it's got to be, I don't know, like a song. I'll work on a song.
No, thank you. And we've got time for questions, so I want to open up to the floor. Do we have a mic to pass to people who, so if you've got a question, you can raise your hand. And yes, the gentleman in the third row.
Hello, Salma.
Hello.
What I wanted to ask, what's been happening since 7th October in the Gaza Strip has been witnessed by the whole world, genocide on a mass scale, and the world is a witness to it. I want your gut on, do you think a two-state solution is still possible, or have we crossed the line?
I mean, as I said, I would prefer a one-state solution. I think any kind of two-state, so-called two-state that is on offer is going to be something really like a lot of Bantustans. It's just going to be small pockets of land with very much controlled borders. I don't even think that there's much of a movement for a two-state solution. I think it's, I can't see any activity going on that track even. I mean, any solution is better than no solution, which is what we've got at the moment, so I shouldn't be too disparaging about it, but I think it's going to be very difficult to sort of live peaceably next to, another state which has done something like this, if that isn't like a complete, like, sort of, you know, you need real neutral arbitrators coming in and getting involved, and for the Palestinians to have a voice in it. At the moment, I think it looks like anything that happens in this respect will probably have some notional, a couple of, you know, Palestinians who have no representation of anybody being there, but it just being negotiated above their heads and being another disaster. I mean, yeah. As I said, though, I think my fundamental problem with two-state is you still end up with apartheid unless you're going to kick out all the Palestinians from inside 48 and have a population transfer. And I wouldn't want to call for that. I wouldn't want transfer, and I wouldn't want apartheid. So I don't really think it's possible, but yeah.
Yes, in the front. Oh, you'll just get a mic. I think that'll be a mic there.
Where do you get your hope from when it gets tough? Like, what keeps you hopeful?
I think I'm naturally quite buoyant, and I keep myself very busy. I think keeping busy really helps me. I just have, you know, I have the most extraordinary group of friends. A lot of them, we connected like in my 20s, and they're very engaged on Palestine. And a lot of them are very funny, and all of them are very clever, and most of them are quite brave. So I like being with them, and they inspire me. Yeah.
Yes. You can go. Okay, you can go right after her.
Hello. Even though I believe in it with all my heart, but I just want you to say a bit on it too. So does boycott matters? I wholeheartedly believe in it, but we can see that there is still a debate going on it. So as a Palestinian, what will you say about it?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. What do I say about?
My question is, does boycott matter? As a Palestinian, what will you be saying about it? Because I have seen that there is still a debate going on this topic.
Does
boycott?
Oh, boycott. Boycott is incredibly important. Thank you for the question. And it is, I think, it is biting. I think it is having an effect. And I think it's something that we can all do as individuals. As Professor Massad was saying yesterday, I mean, it's like with McDonald's, etc., across the Arab world, it's losing huge share revenues. I think Ben & Jerry's also took a stand. That was them as company owners, which was fantastic and needs to be celebrated. I think that's another thing I'd say for hope. Every small win, you celebrate it. You know, however small, you've got to keep going. We're in it for the long term. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's something I think about a lot. We always talk about how do we convert people to the Palestinian cause. It's like, how do we keep them in?
Yeah.
You know, you've got to keep them in. So some of these things, social and celebratory, I'm kind of into. Yeah, I think it's boycott, divestment, and sanctions are every individual taking their own, you know, reading the lists of what they should be boycotting, taking individual steps. It's really important. It might seem small, it might seem a bit annoying, you might not always 100% comply, you know, it's quite difficult, like with environmental things, it's difficult, but do what you can. Just do what you can and it will make a difference. So that's great. And there are all these restrictions coming in the US and the UK with regards to the right to boycott. And that is because it's effective. You know, it can work. But they can't close down on all our civil freedoms. They can't. It's just, not if they want to stay with the sort of state myth-building sort of narrative of being liberal. But thank you for the question, yeah.
Yes. I'm coming to you. Yeah, just here, then here, and at the back.
Hi, this was a really good session. Thank you for it. So I just wanted to say that there are a lot of people who are in positions of authority, like political authority, who can do things. And then there's people like us. There's not much we can do except like maybe post about it on social media or boycott. But even that gets taxing at times. Like watching dead babies every day, it has an emotional impact. Not everybody is wired to take in that kind of content on a daily basis. I remember like deactivating for a bit, but then I thought it was kind of selfish. So I got back and I was like, I need to be up to date. I need to know what's happening. I need to research and I need to keep, because this is the least I can do. So where do you think, like where people who have very, very limited power in their hands, who have very limited authority, who cannot reach out to very many people or have any power to change things, what do you think their role is? Like what can they do? Where can they draw the line? Where is it okay for us to draw the line where we, you know, maybe stop consuming content because it is personally having an impact on us? Yeah, just that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think just do what you can and sustain it. You know, sustain it beyond the particular violence going on at the moment. I think you do need to protect yourself from some of the content, and it can become like counterproductive. I mean, you want to be aware, but if you get to the point where you're becoming just desensitized and not having a response, and you're just getting depressed and you can't act, then that's not useful. You have to sustain yourself. You have to kind of look out for yourself as well. Form a community of some kind. Form a group of people around you who feel the same way. Become more well-versed at putting the arguments across. I mean, I think in Pakistan, most people are familiar, you know, and are sympathetic, so it's not as, you don't need to have this kind of artillery with you all the time in the same way. Yeah, and every little bit helps, you know. I don't know enough about what the scene is here in terms of what one can and can't do, but maybe try to find access to the people with some influence and power in one way or another, and see if, you know, that there's a lot of sympathy at the moment. See if, you know, what issues can be done here to, you know, to help, you know, to meaningfully help.
Yeah, just right.
There's a hand at the back.
Coming to you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I was just curious about the meanings of one state idea on here.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
yes. So I was just curious about the one state that you have in your mind, and this question is actually, you know, coming from a recent publication that I just read. It was RAND Corporation's publication, and it stated that 5 possible solutions, and one of the solution was one state, and that one state solution, it was stated, it was, I mean, based on the interviews from the West Bank as well as from the Gaza residents, that with the Israeli political control and Palestinians are living peacefully with them. So is that the conception that you have in your mind about one state, or do you have the same traditional min al-nahr ila al-bahr, something like that?
So in that model, it was that, I mean, to be honest, like my sort of vision is a big effort towards like saying we cannot live with these distinctions in the law. The Israeli state inherited all of the military legislation, emergency laws that the British put in place, and they're using them against the Palestinian population, making distinctions based on them being Arab, non-Jewish, and it's dismantling those laws. I mean, I think that those are like, and the conception behind it. So it would be, yeah, it would be that with a right of return, it would be from, you know, from the river to the sea, that justice for all people within that. Living on equal terms, at least having the protection, like having an Equalities Act, basically, you know, you can do it with the law. I mean, it's really not that complicated. You know, if the political will's there, you could do it within 2 weeks, right? It's just, you know, to start the thing in process. I'm probably not the right person to give you exactly the answer you want. I do concede on that. Yeah.
Yes, we'll go 1, 2, 3, if that, and 1, 2, and then 3. So at the back, 2, just here 1, and then in the red scarf, 3.
I just want to ask you, you mentioned the David Miller case, and it seems that in Britain, just saying anything that's critical of Israel is loaded with danger and fraught with kind of, you know, terror almost. So Britain, like England at least, seems a very hostile environment for anyone who's talking up about what's happening in Gaza and criticizing Israel. Have you had any personal experience of this, or do you know of cases in which...
No, but a lot of people around me have. I mean, I've had hostile reviews, I've been heckled, I've had, oh, no, actually, you know, it's like, it's my daughter at school, it's that's where it's really like getting to me, it's just very innocuous social media posts that she's put online, girls going out of their way to, you know, even though she's on private settings, find those, report them to their head, get her being called in again and again, suspended. You know, that's driving me crazy. And it's really unfair, you know, it's coming against her because she's the only Palestinian in that school in a quite, you know, different North London. But I do know people who've been, like in the 90s, there were a lot of arrests of Palestinians, which was for around an event where the evidence was actually very slim, and it's now there's an MI6 officer who's saying that the whole thing was a sort of setup. So that was a kind of a point of fear in the 90s. Sorry, I don't know why I mentioned that because it's too long. It's mentioned in Out of It. I draw on it and Out of It. My university, Goldsmiths, where I did my PhD, there were a lot of the academics were being rooted out. They're now having an anti-Semitism inquiry into the university. Seems completely unnecessary. The union leader was really smeared and attacked, young girl. There's, I mean, it's sort of all around me. It hasn't, I think, yeah, it hasn't got to me as badly, yeah. But it's, I mean, I feel that the law, it has to protect Palestinians. If it can protect Palestinians, it can protect anyone, you know? We're the most vulnerable group in the UK at the moment. And the US, it's all the same kind of tactics being used in both places, yeah. Yeah.
The gentleman there, and then I'm coming to you at the back.
Hello, my question is that given the interest that West has towards Israel, so do you think it is ever possible for the West, US, to actually give Palestinians those rights within a one-state solution? And once it's a one-state solution, it would actually, in my view, it would actually, you know, make it an internal conflict rather than an international conflict. It would make them more weaker if you see it that way, and make it a more, you know, localized affair rather than the current situation where it is at least being, you know, debated at an international level and seen as a proper conflict between two countries rather than an internal problem.
Right. Okay. Is there? Can I take it? Is there a specific? I mean, is that? I missed the question.
I'll just rephrase it. Don't you think that within a one-state solution, given the interest that the West has towards Israel, they would ever let Palestinians have equal rights in everything, from in military or within the ruling class?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, I do appreciate it is very, very kind of almost far-fetched, but it's for me, it's like you have to go for what you think is the ideal, even if you don't think you can get it, even if you don't know that you can win. It's like, what should it look like? Is it not possible? And I met somebody who was in the anti-apartheid movement against South Africa, long-term campaigner, boycotting Barclays Bank. That's what she did, and she thought it was her job forever. And she said just one day it stopped. So things can change, you know, public pressure. If you bring in boycott, if you bring in divestment, you bring in sanctions, you change the vocabulary, you show the threats to Western democracies, which is coming about by the exportation of authoritarianism by Israel, possibly we've got a chance. I mean, it might be quite far away, but it might be around the corner. We don't know, but we have to, like, push with everything we have, just in case, you know, in the hope that Israel doesn't want to live in this kind of, you know, really extreme religious, militaristic kind of way for the rest of the time that it's in the region, because I can't imagine it's very pleasant for Israelis either. I mean, whatever their standard of living, I think that the, you know, indications in terms of domestic violence, and God knows what the fallout from this will be. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, so I hope. But I get your point. It is really difficult, really challenging. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't fight for it.
The lady at the, sorry, there's somebody at the back. I can't see properly. Yeah. Somebody, there was someone behind you first and then coming to you right after that. Yeah, you. No, there was no question there?
Yeah, there was.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Hi. Sorry, this is a question from the UK context and related to what you were saying earlier, Selma, about schools, universities. I find it interesting from a UK context that there's so much pushback from schools, universities and the labour movement which are traditionally liberal institutions. So I wonder, I mean, I have my own opinion, but I wonder about what you think about why the pushback is coming so heavily from liberal institutions in the UK against the Palestinian cause specifically.
Okay, well, there are a number of different factors at play here, and it's a really, I think, okay, so with education, it's not just coming from the schools, it's coming from the government in terms of its push of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. So that is a definition which conflates anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, particularly in the examples. So that there's a push for that, which is making people feel a chill factor throughout the school system. There's also been a systematic changing of educational materials by individual lobby groups. And this can get to be so extreme that you can pick up a book on like religious education, and there's a question like, why has Israel got the most moral army in the world? Like in a standard textbook for the whole of like all these impressionable 13-year-old Brits, you know, to read. It's like there's that coming from the groups. There are also other groups which overly report on anti-Semitism on one hand, and also produce materials supposedly about anti-discrimination, but actually within them, and they go around the schools doing these little, like, you know, I don't know, there's one called Solutions Not Sides, and it all sounds very sort of liberal and lovely, but it's actually got a lot of quite pernicious depictions of, you know, what the Palestinian movement means. And then there's, within academia, I feel that part of the legacy of like the Palestinian scholarship has had within academia has been so impactful on this sort of post-colonial movement in social sciences, the humanities, English literature, comparative literature. You know, you can't, it's been revised in the last 20, 30 years, that you were getting these people who were like very articulate academics, and they were saying, well, we can't have this. So now they're trying to find other ways of removing them. It's because they were effective, they're removing them, and it's an indoctrination system. You know, it's like changing the history of things, you know. So I think that's, and they're sort of soft targets sometimes, and they don't know who an individual school might not know who this group is coming to them saying, oh, look, we've got these nice materials for you to put in your library and share around, you know. And on the Palestinian side, we're catching up, but it's slow. We don't have the resources. We don't really have some of the organizational capacity yet. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, Salma, to what you were saying about the one-state solution. In effect, it is a one-state. Israel is running the largest open-air prison camp. It is administrating it. It is bombing it. That's called Gaza. It controls the security of the West Bank. It's making settlements and infringing on whatever is left of the West Bank. It is already a one state. All that is needed is for Israel to stop being racist and stop the apartheid, give the citizens of West Bank and Gaza the equal rights of the rest of the country, and call it something more than Israel. Yeah. But it is already a one state, and the United States is obfuscating the issue by talking about two-state solutions now. It is a one state, and it is the apartheid that has to end.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's very, very well put. I absolutely agree. Thank you.
Yes, we've got time for one final question. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead at the back, with the mics at the back.
The mics, and then we'll bring it to you. Yes, go.
Thanks. I feel as though I've had it twice. I feel very lucky. Thank you. But just to kind of come back at what you were saying then about there being an indoctrination process from the Israeli perspective within British schools and institutions, do you feel part of the issue might then be that the Palestinian side is more fractured in that you've got Muslims who are traditionally very pro-Palestinians, you've got leftists that have been traditionally very Palestinians, very pro-Palestinians, are now broadening into some of the liberal causes as well. Again, I'm talking from a UK perspective. But I'm not sure how much of those voices are bridged. And I think that's a lost opportunity. And maybe that's because of inherent prejudice between the different pro-Palestinian groups. I wonder what you've got to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been like in and out of the sort of Palestinian activity scene in London for almost 3 decades now. So, and I would say it's improved a lot. I totally hear you. But I think it's improved a lot in terms of the organizations being able to work together a little bit more and to be able to share information about what they're doing, to try and make themselves more effective. I do think that there's the inherent nature of non-governmental organizations, the problem which is fundamental to them, which is that most of them are trying to get funding from the same sources, so that they start sort of like not being as collaborative because they're slightly put up against each other in competition. That can sometimes happen. But I think I would definitely say as a network of individuals and people, there's a lot more collaboration, and it's getting stronger quite quickly. But it's got a way to go, and I think it sometimes takes something like this for people to realize like how impactful this issue is, both on the UK in some way, and also because of Islamophobia and everything else that results from it, but also on Palestine. And then you can, hopefully use that energy to push back and make a difference together, collaboratively. Yeah.
Did you have a final comment to make? Inko de dijiyega, please. Can you pass him the mic, please?
Well, I go back to my days of my youth, 1970. I used to interact with the Palestinians, and they had a very simple program. They said, we want a Palestinian state where Jews and Christians and Muslim can live together in peace. So what we're really talking about, the one-state solution, is that vision.
Yeah.
It's not a racist or a Zionist state. And surely if that can be arranged, but it is America and the West have sort of put their weight totally behind Netanyahu and the West. I personally feel that they have overstretched themselves, and they're going to pay a heavy price internally, because there's a lot of resentment growing up in America and in the Western world, in England and European countries, and they're questioning that. And so we have this wonderful vision of people taking in the streets, and I treat that as Western civilization. And of course their governments are Western imperialism, but at a people-to-people level, there is a lot of support for the Palestinian cause, and that is very heartening.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's good, yeah. Wonderful to put it in the historic context. I saw a film once called about the Palestinian resistance by Christian Ghazi. I think it was made in 1970 or 72. But it was like showing all the Palestinian kids in the refugee camp being taught Hebrew, because they're like, well, you've got to be able to like understand when we go home, like you've got to be able to talk to the, and that was the vision. You forget that now, but I mean, yeah.
I want to thank you, Selma. Thank you so much. I want to thank all of you for really generative questions, and
Saba,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
Thank you, everyone, for attending this session. The next session will begin at 6 p.m. It is a book launch A World of Our Own, Ada Jafri by Amir Jafri with Asra Jafri.
We are about to begin the next session, which is a book launch of A World of Our Own, Ada Jafri by Amir Jafri and Asra Jafri. The panelists are Zaira Niga, Amir Jafri and Nida Wahid. Please, may I request you all to be seated. Kindly also ensure that your cell phones are switched off or on silent mode. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being with us here today. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Nida Wahid, a consultant general surgeon and part-time faculty at Center of Biomedical Ethics and Culture, SUIT. Over to you, Dr. Nida.
बहुत शुक्रिया। बात हमारी अंग्रेज़ी में नहीं उर्दू में होगी, तो ये हमने तय कर लिया था, लिहाजा गुफ्तगू उर्दू में ही चलेगी। आवाज़ नहीं आ रही तो इसकी आवाज़ आपको बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। मैं काफ़ी करीब है मेरे, इससे ज़्यादा करीब हो नहीं सकता। अब बेहतर है? अब बेहतर है? कुछ आवाज़ ऑन है, बत्ती जल रही है, ठीक। अब बेहतर है? बस गुड, ठीक है। राहज़न है न कोई संग गिरा, रास्ता भूल गया है इंसान। आज हम जिस किताब के बारे में और जिस शख्सियत के बारे में बात करना चाहते हैं वो सब आपको मालूम है। जो शख्सियात यहाँ मौजूद हैं उनका तारुफ करवाना तो सूरज को चिराग दिखाने के मुताबिक के बराबर है। ज़रा आपा को का तारुफ कराने की मुझे ज़रूरत नहीं। डॉक्टर आमिर कहते हैं कि उनका तारुफ ना कराएं तो बेहतर है, लेकिन मेरे नज़दीक उनका कुछ तारुफ ज़रूरी है। डॉक्टर आमिर से मेरा वो ताल्लुक़ है शायद ज़हरा आपा का अदा जाफरी से रहा होगा, एक शागिर्द का, एक मेंटोर का, میں ایک راہ روا کا. تو ڈاکٹر عامر نے مجھے سرجری اور بایو ایتھکس دونوں ہی سے گزارا ہے. خود جنرل سرجن تھے, اب مکمل طور پہ بایو ایتھکس کے آدمی ہیں. تو ان دونوں لوگوں کے ساتھ ہم گفتگو کا آغاز کریں گے. آدھا گھنٹہ بہت کم ہے اس بات کو پوری طرح سے کرنے کے لیے, لیکن ہم کوشش کریں گے کہ جتنی بہتر بات کر سکیں وہ کر لیں. آغاز ذرا آپ ہی سے کریں گے ہم. میں نے جب اس کتاب کو پڑھا تو مجھے لگا کہ جیسے ایک چھوٹی سی بچی تھی جو اپنی آنکھیں بند کیے اپنے سارے احساسات کو جمع کرتی جا رہی تھی, اور جیسے جیسے بڑی ہوتی گئی وہ احساسات جمع ہوتے گئے اور آخر میں اس کتاب کی شکل میں ہمارے سامنے آ گئے. اس میں اس زمانے کا, اس زمانے میں موجود عورت کا, اس شہر کا, اس سے آگے چل کر کراچی شہر کا اور دنیا بھر کا جو ایک تبصرہ تھا وہ موجود ہے. ذرا آپ اس بارے میں کچھ بتائیے گا.
دیکھیے, اب تک تو ہم نے ادا جعفری کو ایک شاعرہ کی حیثیت سے جانا, لیکن کچھ دنوں سے انہوں نے اپنے یعنی اس کو تقریباً عامر کتنے سال ہو گئے ہوں گے, کوئی 5 یعنی 6-7 سال پہلے انہوں نے اپنی سوانح لکھنا شروع کی, اپنی کتاب جو ان کی زندگی جس طرح سے گزری تھی. تو پہلی دفعہ ہمیں یہ احساس ہوا کہ ایک شاعرہ جو مکمل طور پہ 6-7 کتابیں ان کے دیوان آ چکے تھے, ہم انہیں جانتے تھے اچھی طرح سے, بلکہ ہم انہیں بہت زیادہ یعنی ان کے اشعار کو کوٹ کرتے تھے, یاد کرتے تھے. ہم نے جب نثر کی ان کی کتاب آئی تو ہم لوگ بہت ذرا سے ڈرے ہوئے تھے کہ معلوم نہیں کیسی ہوگی, کیا ہوگی. پھر ایک سرکاری ملازم کی بیوی کی حیثیت سے, تو یہاں میں نے شاید پہلے بھی کہا ہو کہ سرکاری ملازم اگر ذرا یعنی سول سروس وغیرہ سے اس کا تعلق ہو تو بیویوں کی بھی نفسیات بدل جاتی ہے. تو قصہ یہ ہے کہ میں نے یہ دیکھا کہ ان میں ایک بنیادی طور سے ایک بھول پن تھا, اور بظاہر اپنے میاں کی کوئی نوکری کا ان کے اوپر زیادہ اثر کم سے کم مجھے نہیں نظر آیا. جب انہوں نے اپنے کتاب لکھنا شروع کی, جو رہی سو بے خبری رہی, اس کے کچھ واقعات جو شروع کے جو باب ہیں انہوں نے مجھے سنائے بھی, اس میں بلا کی سچائی اور بہت ہی زیادہ شیرینی ہے. اس میں انہوں نے سوچا ہی نہیں ہے کہ اس کو پڑھ کے کیا ہو, کون کیا سوچے گا, کیا کہے گا. بالکل سچائی کے ساتھ انہوں نے اپنی اس کتاب کو شروع کیا ہے. تو جو شروع کے باب ہیں وہ اس میں بعض پیراگراف اتنے زیادہ یعنی وہ پورے ماحول کی عکاسی کرتے ہیں, وہ چند سطریں. تو میرا بڑا دل تھا کہ میں اس میں سے کچھ آپ کو پڑھ کے پہلے سناؤں. تو میں نے کچھ انتخاب کیا ہے جس سے آپ کو اندازہ ہوگا کہ انہوں نے اپنی کتاب میں کیا کچھ نہیں لکھا اور کس انداز سے لکھا. دیکھیے, جس خاندان سے ان کا تعلق تھا وہ ٹونک والوں کا خاندان کہلاتا تھا, اور بدایوں میں ان کی ایک حویلی بھی تھی, بہت بڑی حویلی تھی. تو وہ لکھتی ہیں کہ مجھے یاد ہے بچپن میں میری سب سے بڑی آرزو یہ تھی کہ کبھی خاندان کے لڑکوں کی طرح میں بھی اس سڑک پر پیدل چلوں, اور تقدیر کا فیصلہ یہ تھا کہ میں پوری دنیا گھوم لوں لیکن میرے قدم اپنے محلے کی سڑک کو نہ چھو سکیں. اب یہاں سے آپ غور کیجئے کہ ایک لڑکی اپنی کہانی کی ابتدا کرتی ہے. یہ قلعہ نما گھر میری ننھیال کا گھر تھا. ایک گھر میں کئی گھر, بڑی حویلی, چھوٹی حویلی, دیوان خانہ, نانا کی کوٹری. یہ گھرانہ بدایوں میں ٹونک والا خاندان کہلاتا تھا. میں بڑی حویلی میں پیدا ہوئی. عجیب حقیقت ہے کہ بڑی حویلی کو اپنا گھر کہتے ہوئے ایک صفاک یاد میرے ذہن میں ابھرتی. جب اچانک مجھے یہ احساس ہوا کہ میں یہاں رہتی تو ہوں لیکن یہ گھر میرا گھر نہیں ہے. ٹونک والے خاندان میں بیٹیاں بیاہ کے سسرال میں نہیں بھیجی جاتی تھیں, داماد آ کے رہتے تھے یا پھر آتے جاتے رہتے تھے. لیکن میرے والد نے شاید سسرال کا یہ اصول گوارا نہیں کیا. انہوں نے کانپور میں ملازمت اختیار کی اور میری والدہ سال میں ایک مرتبہ بچوں کے ساتھ اپنے شوہر کے گھر بطور مہمان جایا کرتی تھی. دیکھیے کہنے کو یہ باتیں بالکل سیدھی سادھی ہیں, لیکن اس جملے کی حقیقت کو سوچئے کہ جو ساری دنیا جو لڑکی دیکھ رہی ہے اسے یہ احساس زیاں ہے کہ افسوس میں نے اپنے گھر کا صدر دروازہ بھی نہیں دیکھا, سڑک تو بڑی دور کی چیز. تو جب یہ کتاب شروع ہوتی ہے اس میں اپنے والد کی موت کا جہاں ذکر ہے, جہاں اپنے اس ارد گرد کے ماحول کا ذکر ہے, اور وہاں سے ایک لڑکی یہ فیصلہ کرتی ہے کہ وہ چاہے غور کرے اور چپ چاپ بیٹھے تو وہ مصرع موضوع کر سکتی ہے, کیونکہ شاعری کی آواز تو اس کے کانوں میں ہے. جس ضلع میں جس جگہ وہ رہتی ہے وہاں بڑی حویلی میں سب شعر و شاعری کے دل دادا ہیں, سب آپس میں شعر کہتے ہیں, بات کرتے ہیں. تو وہ یہ لڑکی سوچتی ہے کہ بھائی مجھ میں کیا کمی ہے, میں چاہوں تو میں بھی شعر کہہ سکتی ہوں, اور وہاں وہ مصرع موضوع کرتی ہے. اور اس میں سب سے زیادہ جو اس کی مددگار ہے وہ اس کی ماں ہے کہ اگر تم لکھنا چاہتی ہو تو لکھو. اور آخر وقت تک ادا جعفری نے کبھی میز اور کرسی پہ بیٹھ کے لکھا ہی نہیں. انہوں نے ہمیشہ اپنے پلنگ پہ بیٹھ کے کاغذ اور ہاتھ سے اس طرح سے کونے میں بیٹھ کے لکھا, تکیے کا سہارا لے کے, اس لیے کہ بچپن میں انہوں نے اسی طرح شاعری شروع کی تھی. تو یہ چھوٹی چھوٹی باتیں, یہ کتاب ان یادوں سے بھری ہوئی ہے. اور میں شروع کے جب باب پڑھتی ہوں تو ایک عجیب و غریب احساس نمایاں ہوتا ہے کہ دیکھیے ایک لڑکی کونے میں بیٹھ کے مصرع موضوع کرتی ہے, اور اس کی پہلی کتاب جب شائع ہوتی ہے تو وہ سوچتی ہے یہ میری زندگی کی ناؤ کھے سکے گا یا نہیں, یہ عہد نو بھی مجھ کو ساز دے سکے گا یا نہیں. لیکن یہ پیشین گوئی ان کی ذرا سی غلط ہوئی, کیونکہ ان کو تو ہر عہد نے منظور بھی کیا, مقبول بھی ہوئیں, اور جو کچھ درجہ ان کو مل سکتا تھا وہ لکھنے والوں کو بہت کم ملتا ہے, انہیں ملا اور بڑی عزت احترام کے ساتھ ملا. میں عامر سے میرا بہت دل ہے کہ عامر ان کے بارے میں کچھ بات کرے.
نہیں وہ بائک کی روشنی تو آن ہے مگر بائک میں وہ لے لیں آپ. تو پہلے تو یہ کہ مجھ کو ایک شدید امپوسٹر سنڈروم ہو رہا ہے کہ زہرا نکاح صاحبہ کے ساتھ مجھ ناچیز کو بٹھا دیا گیا ہے, اور مجھ کو نہ تو میں اردو دان ہوں نہ میں انگریزی آتی ہے مجھ کو, مگر یہ مجھ کو ایک خلش تھی کہ جو اماں نے زندگی بھر کو اس کتاب میں اپنی اردو کی کتاب کے اندر جو جمع کیا ہے, میں یہ چاہتا تھا کہ میری اماں کی کہانی میری بیٹی تک تو پہنچ جائے اس زبان میں جس زبان میں میری بیٹی سمجھ سکے. تو وہ اسرا میری بیٹی 6-7 سال کی تھی اس وقت, اور میں اردو جانتی, یہیں کی پیدا ہوئی ہے, یہیں اسکول میں گئی ہے, کالج میں گئی ہے, اردو جانتی تھی, مگر وہ کمفرٹیبل جو کمفرٹ زون ہوتی ہے ان بچوں کی انفارچونیٹلی وہ انگریزی ہے. تو اس کو میں تھوڑا تھوڑا کر کے اس زمانے میں ایک پیراگراف کرتا گیا, ٹرانسلیٹ کرتا گیا. پھر میرے بہن بھائی نے کہا کہ بھائی ہمارے بچے بھی ہیں تو ان کے لیے بھی کرو, تو لکھنا شروع کر دو. یہ تو آہستہ آہستہ کر کے اس کو میں لکھتا گیا, کیونکہ میں اس کو مجھ کو لگتا ہے ایک ذمہ داری ہے. اردو جو ہے اس کتاب کے اندر یہ ان کی صرف کہانی نہیں ہے کہ ایک خاتون کی کہانی ہے, یہ ایک عہد کی کہانی بھی ہے. 70-80 سال پہ یہ محیط ہے یہ کتاب. اس کے اندر وہ پاکستان کا بننا, پاکستان کا دو لخت ہونا, بہت ساری چیزیں اس کے اندر ہیں. ان کی اپنی زندگی کے مختلف ایسپیکٹس میں شامل ہوتے ہیں. اور میں یہ دیکھ رہا تھا کہ یہ اردو ایک تہذیب ہے, اور ہماری جو نیکسٹ ہماری اپنی جنریشن بھی اور ہماری نیکسٹ جو جنریشن ہے اس تہذیب سے دور ہوتی جا رہی ہے. اب یہ آپ منٹو کے بارے میں ذکر کریں تو منٹو کا مٹیریل, منٹو کی ویرائٹی اور منٹو کی پرائس, کیونکہ منٹو ایک اوڑھنی بن گیا ہے اس ملک میں ہم سب کے لیے. منٹو کو اوڑھ کے ہم پھر رہے ہیں. اگر غالب کی وجہ شہرت, زہرا آنٹی آئی ایم سوری, مگر غالب کی وجہ شہرت اب ہے وہ مٹن کڑھائی اور ان کا گول گپا کھانے کے بعد پیٹ خراب نہیں ہوتا, کیونکہ غالب ایک ریسٹورانٹ بن گیا ہے اور ٹیپو سلطان کی وجہ شہرت ریسٹورانٹس بن گئی. تو مجھ کو یہ تکلیف دیتی ہے یہ چیز. تو کوشش میری یہ تھی کہ بس بچی تک اپنی اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ اس جنریشن تک اور لوگ جو کہ اردو سے دور ہوتے جا رہے ہیں وہ تہذیب تھوڑی سی پہنچاتی ہے.
اس سے ایک سے جڑا ہوا ایک سوال یہ ہے ڈاکٹر عامر, کئی جگہ پہ آپ کو یہ لگا ہوگا کہ جو آپ کی والدہ جو بات کہہ رہی ہیں, ادا جعفری جو بات کہہ رہی ہیں, آپ جب انگریزی میں اسے لکھنے جا رہے ہیں, جو کہ مجھے بہت مشکل لگتا ہے کہ اردو کو انگریزی میں ٹرانسلیٹ کیا جائے, اور کبھی شعر کو انگریزی میں پڑھنا مجھے بھاری لگتا ہے, تو آپ کو بھی لگا ہوگا کئی جگہوں پر, اور اس میں اسرا کا کیا کردار تھا وہ بتائیے, جو آپ کی صاحبزادی ہے.
جی مسلسل یہ تو چیلنج پہلے چیپٹر کے پہلے پیراگراف میں آ گیا, کیونکہ اس وقت 15 سال پہلے 16 سال پہلے کی بات ہے کہ اس وقت ہم نے کہا, میرے بہن بھائی ہم نے کہ ہم کریں گے اس کو ٹرانسلیٹ, ہم تینوں نے کہا کہ ہم ٹرانسلیٹ کریں گے, اور تقریباً 1 سال ہم اس پیراگراف کو کرتے رہے ٹرانسلیٹ, اور نہ ہو پایا ہم سے, کیونکہ متفق نہیں ہو پاتے رہے کسی ایک ورژن پہ. سو ہم لوگ ٹرانسلیٹرز نہیں تھے, اور ہم کو پتا تھا ہم ٹرانسلیٹر تھے. ہم سب یہ سمجھ رہے تھے کہ مفہوم وہاں تک پہنچ جائے اگلی جنریشن تک, اور ہم لوگ وی شوڈ بی ٹرو ٹو دا سورس. سو اس میں بہت طویل گیپس بھی آتے تھے, اور ان طویل گیپس کے اندر پھر کیونکہ کرنا ضروری تھا, اور ہم کسی اور سے کروانا نہیں چاہتے تھے. اس میں اسرا کا یہ تھا کہ کیونکہ اسرا میری سبجیکٹ تھی پہلے, تو وہ چھوٹی سی 8 9 10 سال کی بچی, اس کو میں پڑھا کے سکھاتا سمجھاتا تھا, اس کی سمجھ میں آتا تھا وہ, اور وہ 8 10 سال کا بچہ پھر بھی تھوڑا سا قابو میں آتا ہے, مگر پھر وہ لیول اور اے لیول کے حوالے ہو جاتا ہے, اور پھر وہ ہاتھ سے نکل جاتے ہیں. مگر اتفاق یہ ہوا کہ اس کا رجحان لٹریچر کی طرف ہو گیا, اور وہ اس نے خود BA کیا انگریزی لٹریچر میں, اور وہ ماسٹرز کر رہی ہے انگریزی لٹریچر کے اندر ماشاءاللہ. تو وہ اس کا ایک کرٹیکل ویو ہو گیا, اور وہ اتنا کرٹیکل ویو ہو گیا کہ ہمارے جب پبلشر صاحب نے جب ہم کو اس کا پروف بھیجا کہ اب آپ اس کا اسپیلنگس دیکھ لیں, اس کے اندر ہم نے پوری دوبارہ سے ٹرانسلیٹ کر دی. تو 2 2.5 سال تو ہم سے دوبارہ سے وہ کرتے رہے, کیونکہ اب ان کا رخ جو تھا اب وہ ایک بہت ہی گہرا ٹیکنیکل رخ ہو گیا جو میرے پاس موجود نہیں ہے.
آپ نے ایک کرٹیکل ویو کی بات کی, اور جب آپ اس کتاب کو پڑھتے ہیں, چاہے اردو میں پڑھیں چاہے انگریزی میں پڑھیں, ادا جعفری کا وہ کرٹیکل ویو اپنی زندگی کی طرف, اس شہر کی طرف, اور اس شہر سے باہر کی زندگی کی طرف, مسلسل سیاست کی طرف بھی آپ کو نظر آتا ہے. لیکن وہ بڑی صفائی سے یہ کہتی ہیں کہ میں باغی نہیں ہوں. اس بارے میں زہرا آنٹی آپ کچھ کہیں گی؟
میرے تو خیال میں انہوں نے شاید کچھ خوف سے کہہ دیا ہوگا کہ میں باغی نہیں ہوں. آج کل مجھے بھی بہت ڈر لگتا ہے, اور ہر شاعرہ کو تھوڑا تھوڑا ڈر لگتا ہے کہ معلوم نہیں کیا بھائی کوئی کیا سمجھ لے کیا ہو. میں نے آپ سے پہلے بھی عرض کیا تھا کہ انہوں نے 10-15 سال تک تو کچھ کہا ہی نہیں شادی کے بعد, اور اس میں بالکل خاموشی اختیار کر لی تھی. تو اور کہا یہ کہ اتنی شاعری کر رہی ہیں, اور اثر لکھنوی صاحب سے شروع میں انہوں نے اصلاح لی, لیکن اصلاح کا طریقہ پرانے زمانے میں یہ تھا کہ لکھنے والے کا شعر کاٹ دیا, اپنا شعر بنا دیا. تو اس کے بعد انہوں نے فوراً یہ ریئلائز کیا کہ بھائی یہ تو میرا شعر ہے ہی نہیں, تو انہوں نے پھر ان سے معافی چاہ لی تھی. خیر انہوں نے اس کے بعد یہ کہ 10 سال کی خاموشی کے بعد پھر کیا ہوتا ہے کہ سن 65 کی جنگ ہو جاتی ہے, اس میں ان کے ایک دیور شہید ہو جاتے ہیں, اور اس کے بعد دروازہ کھلتا ہے خیالات کا, اور ایک کتاب, دوسری کتاب, تیسری کتاب, اور پھر آخر میں ان کو یہ کہنا پڑتا ہے کہ ہونٹوں پہ کبھی ان کے میرا نام تو آئے تو صحیح, برسرے الزامی آئے, کچھ تو ہو. پھر انہوں نے اپنی ذات کو پہچانا, اپنے فن کو پہچانا, اپنے شعر کو پہچانا, اور ذرا سول سروس کو انہوں نے پیچھے رکھا, جو بڑا ضروری تھا. میں تو سمجھتی ہوں نثر میں بھی اور شعر میں بھی انہوں نے سب کے لیے ایک راہ کو اجاگر کیا, روشنی دی کہ بھئی میں جس طرح سے لکھ رہی ہوں, آپ سوچئے کتنی مصیبتیں ہوتی ہیں لکھنے کے لیے, خاص طور سے عورتوں کے لیے, لیکن انہوں نے نہایت بہادری کے ساتھ بہت ہی تہذیب یافتہ لہجے کے سامنے رکھتے ہوئے غزل بھی کہی, نظم بھی کہی. نظم بغیر ردیف قافیے کی نظم انہوں نے سن 47 میں, سن 46 میں کہی ہے, اور نثری نظم انہوں نے کبھی نہیں کہی, یہ نہیں کہی. نظم محرہ کہی, آزاد یعنی ردیف قافیے سے آزاد, لیکن نظم میں بہر, ترنم, اور الفاظ کے جو سجاوٹ تھی اس کو انہوں نے قائم رکھا, اور غزل تو انہوں نے اپنے انداز سے بہت اچھی کہی.
بالکل. اپنی کتاب میں انہوں نے لکھا, ہوا یہ تھا کہ اس لڑکی نے جب عورت کا روپ دھارا تو اپنے آپ سے بچھڑ گئی. یہ اس وقت کی بات ہے جب ان کی شادی ہوئی اور وہ ایک پروسیس سے گزری جہاں پر ان کو کہا گیا کہ ہمارے گھر کی خواتین شاعری نہیں کرتی. انہوں نے کہا ہوا یہ تھا کہ اس لڑکی نے جب عورت کا روپ دھارا تو اپنے آپ سے بچھڑ گئی. گہنے لتے ہار سنگھار اور گود میں چاند سورج. 12-13 سال کا عرصہ کچھ کم نہیں ہوتا, لیکن وہ لڑکی مری نہیں تھی, بس ہجوم میں کھو گئی
تھی.
بات یہ ہے کہ عورت موت کا استقبال تو ایک ہی بار کرتی ہے, لیکن جنم بار بار لیتی ہے. اور یہ میرے نزدیک تو بغاوت کی کھلی اعلان ہے. جگہ جگہ پر اس کتاب میں آپ کو بغاوت کا کھلا اعلان ملتا ہے. ڈاکٹر عامر اسی سے جڑی ہوئی ایک اس کی نظم تھی جہاں پر ان پر تقریباً باقی کا الزام ہوتے ہوتے رہ گیا.
جی اچھا, بغاوت کے بارے میں ایک جگہ پہ وہ لکھتی ہیں, انگریزی کی ٹرانسلیشن تھوڑی سی میں پڑھ دوں. And as for myself, although I want to label my poetry as rebellion against the era and those traditions, I cannot do so. Rebellion does not seek permission, and I had my mother's consent to write. Perhaps it is because of this sense of gratitude that I continue to do so untiringly. ان کی امی کا جو کردار تھا ان کی زندگی میں, ان کے لکھنے میں, وہ بہت مسلسل اس کا ذکر وہ کرتی ہیں. اچھا, جو آپ جس نظم کی بات کریں اس کا تھوڑا سا پس منظر میں بتا دوں. 47 میں ابا پہلے CSP آفیسر تھے وہ پاکستان کے اندر, وہ پہلے وہ آئے, پھر اس کے بعد میری والدہ آئیں 48 میں, اور اس میں ہم لوگ کراچی میں یہ لوگ آئے, تو کراچی کیپٹل شہر تھا, اور بات آئلینڈ میں میرے ہمارے رشتہ دار تھے کرنل اون محمد جعفری, جو ڈائریکٹر جنرل ہیلتھ سے پاکستان کے پہلے رہے. ان کا گھر تھا جس کے اندر سارے منتقل ہو رہے تھے ہندوستان سے, جتنے بھی رشتہ دار آ رہے تھے ان کے مختلف کمروں میں, کمرے سارے ختم ہو گئے تھے. امی اور ابا کے لیے ایک ٹینٹ لگا دیا گیا تھا ان کے لان میں, تو اس ٹینٹ میں امی اور ابا کا وہ پہلا پاکستان میں گھر تھا. وہاں سے انہوں نے اپنا آغاز کیا, اور ابا کا فوراً جو ہے ٹرانسفر ہو گیا راول پنڈی ملٹری اکاؤنٹس میں. اب امی اس ٹینٹ میں اکیلی تھی. یہ ایک 20 سالہ لڑکی ہے جو کہ بدایوں سے کراچی پہلی مرتبہ, مطلب اپنے گھر سے نکل کے پہلی مرتبہ ایک اور غیر جگہ پہ آئی ہے. وہاں انہوں نے ایک نظم لکھی تھی, اور یہ تھوڑا سا اس کا ٹرانسلیشن میں بتا دیتا ہوں, اور نظم اردو میں بتاؤں گا کہ نظم کی ٹرانسلیشن نہیں ہو سکتی. My loneliness was punctuated with periods in which I was not alone. From somewhere afar, I could hear the familiar call of the koel, the cuckoo, جس کا ذکر وہ پہلے بھی کر چکی ہیں, بدایوں کی کوئل کا. So the familiar call of the koel, which was perhaps talking to me. Engaged with this companion of all seasons, I wrote a poem, اجنبی دیس میں. اس کا ایک چھوٹا سا اقتباس ہے. اجنبی دیس میں شام روپی کوئل کو کہہ رہی ہیں وہ, شام روپی تجھے معلوم نہ ہوگا شاید, تو مجھے دور بہت دور لیے چاہتی ہے. اب بدایوں چلی جاتی ہے اس کے آواز میں مما. یہ صدائے شیریں کسی بچھڑے ہوئے بسرے ہوئے ساتھی کی طرح, جیسے ماضی کی نہا خانے میں اب بھی آپ دبے پاؤں چلی آتی ہے. مجھ سے مت پوچھ کہ میرے لیے کیا لاتی ہے. یہ آواز, مجھ سے مت پوچھ کہ میرے لیے کیا لاتی ہے. شوق کرنوں نے پتہ میرا نہ پوچھا ہوگا, نرم جھونکوں نے سندیسہ کوئی بھیجا ہوگا. اب یہ 20-25 سال کی لڑکی ہے جو اپنے گھر کو اور اپنی اماں کے گھر کو, جہاں ان کی اماں وہاں ہیں, ان کی بڑی بہن وہاں ہیں, یہاں کوئی نہیں ہے ان کا, میاں بھی چلے گئے ہیں, ایک ٹینٹ پہ رہتی ہیں. یہ انہوں نے لکھ دیا, اور سن 48 کی بات ہے, اور 48 میں اور اب میں کوئی زیادہ فرق لگتا ہے کہ نہیں آیا ہے. یہ پوئم جو تھی نا کافی لمبی پوئم تھی, یہ انہوں نے لکھ کے بھیج دی. اس کے بعد تھوڑا سا اور لکھتی ہیں. آفٹر فنشنگ دس آئی سینڈ دس ٹو اے میگزین فار پبلشنگ. The newspaper reporter picked it up and wrote about my poem, twisting and interpreting and distorting the intended message. Saeed Jafri, میرے پھپھا ان کے بہنوئی, was Deputy High Commissioner of Lahore during that time. Verses from my poem encircled in red ink and accompanied by a misleading interpretation reached his desk as a senior government servant. I became aware of all this only through Saeed Bhai and became extremely worried with Noor not by my side. Noor Hassan Jafri, mere father. My concern was that now, as a writer, would I have to cater to the whims and desires of others while expressing myself? Would I have to take into account the bigoted minds around me before I put my thoughts to paper? This is when I realized that it was not just the outdated landlord feudal culture that was an obstacle to progress. There were other challenges as well. In my poem, I had merely had a dialogue with the black beauty, a koel, whose sweet sounds had momentarily broken through the solitude of my life. How long can such memories of one's maternal home keep one company in an in-law's home? Like fragile gusts of wind, these are gone in a moment. Even the fleeting moment of solace seemed to be unbearable and unacceptable to those who had no concern with my thoughts and my memories in the first place. This was 1948, and I was in Karachi in a tent as my home. A poem in which I had merely reminiscent about my mother's home became my folly. Unfamiliarity with the ways of the world, I had once again slipped into the world of my dreams. और यहाँ से उनका लिखना बंद हो गया.
और बात वही है कि एस्टैब्लिशमेंट आज भी ऐसे ही है.
जी,
किसी भी जगह पर लाल सर्कल बन सकता है. ज़रा आपसे जो है इसी सवाल के साथ जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है कि लड़की से औरत का जो सफ़र है, इस बारे में बार बार उनकी किताब में इस बारे में बार बार गुफ्तगू है, और उससे रिलेटेड अगर कोई आपको कुछ याद है, कोई नज़्म याद है तो ज़रूर.
नहीं, देखिए ये तो बिल्कुल बात सही है जैसे कि अभी आपने सुना, मगर दो चार किस्से बड़े मज़े के हैं जो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आमिर आपको सुनाए. वो ये कि भाई शेर लिख रही हैं पलंग पे बैठी हुई और धोबी से भी कह रही हैं कि भाई तुम हर दफ़ा कपड़े खो के आ जाते हो, और ये भी काम कर रही हैं. रात में खाना भी है, लोगों को उन्होंने बुलाया भी है, तो बावर्ची खाने को भी देखना है. ये तमाम चीज़ें मिलजुल के उनकी ज़िंदगी में बड़ी अच्छी तरह से गूंधी हुई थीं. किसी बात से कभी मैंने उनके मुँह से कोई शिकवा शिकायत या कोई थकन का एहसास कभी नहीं. जब भी मेरी मुलाकात होती थी उनसे तो हम शायरी उनकी अक्सर मैं पूछा करती थी कि ये कब लिखा, ये कब लिखा. मैंने आपको उनका गीत सुनाया भी है. मुझे उनकी पहली किताब में उनका एक गीत है जो उनकी शायरी से बिल्कुल मुख्तलिफ है, और उसमें इतनी खूबसूरती से उन्होंने अल्फाज को पिरोया है. तो उन्होंने शायद अब लिख भी दिया अपनी किताब में. मुझसे भी यही कहा था कि भाई मैंने तो ये गीत ज़रा सच बताऊं जब लिखा था, जब नूर की तस्वीर मैंने पहली दफ़ा देखी, मैंने कहा यहाँ मैं आपसे मुत्तफ़िक़ नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि ये गीत मर्द के लिए है ही नहीं. ये तो आपने ख़ुद अपने लिए लिखा है. जब आपका प्याम ठहर गया और आपको नूर अच्छे लगने लगे तब आपने ये लिखा. तो हंसने लगे, कुछ ज़रा घबराएं, कुछ शर्माएं, लेकिन फिर मान गई कि हाँ शायद तुम ठीक ही कहती हो. वो गीत बहुत खूबसूरत है. मैंने कई दफ़ा मजमे में उसे पढ़ा भी है. एक ज़माने में जब मेरी आवाज़ अच्छी थी तो मैंने उसे लय में भी पढ़ा है. शायद इफ्तिखार को याद हो, हमने लंदन में स्वेज़ में भी उनका जब जलसा हुआ था तो मैंने उस गीत को पढ़ा था. उस गीत की सजावट बड़ी खूबसूरत है, बड़ी खूबसूरत. दो नैन कमल घूंघट में घनेरी रात लिए, आंचल में भरी बरसात लिए, कुछ पाए हुए कुछ खोए हुए, कुछ जागे हुए कुछ सोए हुए, चंचल उषा का बान लिए, गंभीर घटा का मान लिए. और फिर आता है मिसरा के, किन गलियों दीप जलाए सखी, ये भंवरे कित मंडलाए सखी, ये सपनों से बोझल बोझल दो नैन कमल, दो नैन कमल. तो बताइए, उलझी सुलझी आशाएं, घूंघट में घनेरी रात, दो नैन कमल, बूझी बूझी, ये तमाम चीज़ें उन्होंने खुद अपने आप को देखा होगा. बने संवरे हुए तो अपने ही लिए लिखा होगा. कभी कभी अपने आप पे भी तो शेर कहने को दिल चाहता है. ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हम दूसरों ही के ऊपर शेर लिखते रहें.
इस किताब में उन्होंने कुछ और लोगों का भी जिक्र किया है, और एक तरह से ये लिखते में उन्होंने जो क्लास डिवीज़न है उसको चैलेंज किया है. डॉक्टर आमिर, ये सवाल आपकी तरफ इसलिए, फिर ज़रा आप इसके बारे में बताइएगा कि आप क्या सोचती हैं. इसमें जिक्र है, मैं चूँकि इससे बड़ा अच्छी तरह रिलेट करती हूँ कि मेरे बचपन एक कलंदर चाचा होते थे जो हमारे घर में रहते थे, और कलंदर चाचा हमारी ज़िंदगी का हिस्सा थे. वो सब कुछ भी करते थे और हमारे साथ भी थे. इसी तरह बहुत सारे लोगों का जिक्र है. جن میں آمنہ بی بی ہیں, رحمتی ہیں, بادل خان ہیں, جو ان کی زندگی میں مسلسل شامل ہیں. ڈاکٹر عامر, آپ نے بھی تو ایسے لوگوں کو اپنی زندگی میں دیکھا ہوگا جب آپ بڑے ہو رہے ہوں گے, کچھ اس بارے میں بتائیے.
جی ہاں, یہ جو کردار انہوں نے لکھے ہیں, یہ میرے خیال میں وہ ایرا وہ تھا, وہ دور وہ تھا جہاں کہ اس قسم کے کردار ایکچولی رہ سکتے تھے ہمارے یہاں. اور یہ اس لیے ضروری ہے, اگین یہ ایک اور وجہ تھی کہ اپنی بیٹی تک یہ پہنچانے کی, کہ یہ تصور میں اس کے آئے کہ ایسے بھی رحمتی بھی کوئی چیز ہو سکتی ہے. میں ایک رحمتی کے بارے میں اگر آپ چاہیں تو میں تھوڑا سا اس رحمتی سے پہلے ابھی ذکر کیا زہرا آنٹی نے, افتخار عارف صاحب نے لندن میں اردو مرکز میں ایک شام کی تھی امی کی. وہ ایک ہی شام ہے جس کو امی نے, جس پہ وہ امی گئی ہیں, ورنہ ان کے نام پہ کوئی شام نہیں ہوئی, ان کی کتاب کوئی لانچ نہیں ہوئی. تو اس لیے میں تھوڑا ہچکچا رہا تھا کہ میں یہ ایک بک لانچ اس کو کہا جا رہا ہے آج جو ہو رہی ہے, مگر شکر ہے اور چیزوں پہ بھی ذکر ہو رہا ہے. مگر افتخار عارف صاحب جو ہیں انہوں نے ہی کنونس کیا تھا اماں کو کہ وہ شام بڑی خوبصورت شام تھی, جس کے اندر میں تو ریکارڈنگ دیکھی ہے اس کی, جس میں زہرا آنٹی بھی گفتگو کر رہی تھی. اچھا, سو رحمتی کے بارے میں تھوڑا سا. سو آفٹر اے ڈیتھ آف مائی فادر, امی کے والد کا انتقال 3 سال کی عمر میں ہوا تھا, اور ان کو وہ بہت مکمل وہ یاد ہے, وہ ماحول اور وہ چیز اور سب کچھ. آفٹر ڈیتھ آف مائی فادر وین آئی بیکیم سو لاسٹ اینڈ لونلی, رحمتی with my mother's permission started taking me to her home. Otherwise, while living with us, she seldom visited her house. Rahmati had been employed from the very beginning to look after me, but she would tend to disappear unannounced for long durations, only to reappear again and claim her position and status in the household. Each time she would appear in a disheveled state with a black eye, a swollen face, or bruised limbs. Everyone in the house would know that her husband had beaten her up and thrown her out of the house after having spent all her earnings. Rahmati would be accompanied by her 2 daughters. Although Rahmati was like any other domestic helper, her appearance was something unique, with a dark complexion and prominent front teeth. But in my eyes, she was beautiful and very dear to me, perhaps because she was mine and mine alone to cherish. Or perhaps because the inner beauty of her character was visible only to the innocence of a child's eyes. تو یہ ایک کیریکٹر انہوں نے ذکر کیا تھا اپنی کتاب میں, اور بھی اس میں سے کیریکٹر ہیں.
جی بالکل. اور یہ کردار, زہرا آنٹی آپ سے یہ سوال تھا, یہ کردار موجود تھے اور زندگی کا لازم حصہ تھے, اور ان کا اسٹیٹس گھر کے کسی اور فرد سے کچھ مختلف نہیں ہوتا تھا. وہ کلچر, اس بارے میں اگر آپ تھوڑا سا کامنٹ کریں, پھر ہم آڈینس سے سوال
ہمارے
لیں گے.
پاس وقت بہت کم ہے, وہ تو میرے خیال میں عامر زیادہ بولے, میں تو بول چکی ہوں. اور عامر نے اپنا سب سے بڑی بات جو میں عامر کے بارے میں آپ سے کہنا چاہتی ہوں, ان کے دونوں بچے باہر چلے گئے تھے, لیکن عامر نے یہ فیصلہ کیا تھا کہ وہ یہیں رہیں گے اور وہ اپنے ماں باپ کے ساتھ رہیں گے. تو اس لیے ان کا وقت اپنے ماں باپ کے ساتھ بہت گزرا ہے, اور میرے خیال میں انہیں جتنی یعنی وقت انہوں نے گزارا ہے اور جتنا سمجھا ہے اپنے ماں باپ کو, خاص طور سے ماں کو, میرے خیال میں یہ بڑی خوش قسمتی کی بات ہے. اور یہ سلسلہ جاری رہے گا انشاءاللہ ان کی بیٹی کے ساتھ. تو میں تو بہت ان کو مبارکباد دیتی ہوں. اور یہ کہ عہد نو نے ساز دیا, میرے تو خیال میں ان کو عہد نو نے بہت کچھ دیا جو وہ ڈیزرو کرتی تھیں اور وہ اس کے لائق تھیں.
زہرا آنٹی, ایک چھوٹی سی نظم جو کہ آپ نے جو ذکر, وہ کیونکہ جو اماں سے میرا بہت گہرا, سب بچوں کا تعلق اپنی اماں سے ہوتا ہے, مگر چونکہ میں زندگی بھر ان کے ساتھ رہا ہوں, سو ایک اثاثہ ہے ان کا جو میرے پاس ہے, اور وہ اثاثہ ہی کے نام لفظ پہ ایک نظم انہوں نے لکھی تھی. فاصلوں کے موسم میں, اور یہ لگتا ہے مجھ سے بات کر رہی ہیں, فاصلوں کے موسم میں جب بھی میری یاد آئے, میرے نغمہ زاروں میں 2 گھڑی کو آ جانا. یہ ان کا نغمہ زار ہے, 2 گھڑی کو آ جانا. حرف جو لکھے میں نے, جو سخن کہے میں نے, اپنے دل کی ہر دھڑکن ان کے بیچ رکھتی ہے, اور ان کی دھڑکن مجھ کو اس میں سے ملتی ہے, اور یہی دھڑکن میں اسرا تک پہنچانا چاہ رہا ہوں اور جنریشن تک پہنچانا چاہ رہا ہے. اور اس میں ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ کردار ہمارے پبلشر کا تھا. زاہد کاظمی صاحب 15 سال سے مسلسل میرے پیچھے تھے. ہر چند مہینے کے بعد ایک میسج آ جایا کرتا تھا, واٹس ایپ سے پہلے کا زمانہ تھا, ایس ایم ایس میں بھی, کہ میاں کہ بیسکلی وہ میری خیریت پوچھ رہے تھے, مگر خیریت وہ کتاب کی پوچھ رہے ہوتے تھے, اور پھر ہم آگے بڑھتے تھے. اور وہ کئی بار کہتے تھے کسی سے کروا دوں, میں نے کہا تھا نہیں کروں گا میں. سو کیونکہ یہ اثاثہ میرا ہے.
और अब ये हम सब का एहसास है, क्योंकि मेरा ख्याल है कि मेरी बेटी भी इस किताब को पढ़ के बहुत कुछ सीखेगी। चूँकि हमारा वक्त टाइम इज़ अप का हमें नोटिस आ गया है, मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ डॉक्टर आमिर आपकी भी, और ज़हरा आंटी आपकी ख़ास तौर पे, क्योंकि आपने हमें वो सपोर्ट दिया कि हम यहाँ बैठ के बात कर सकें।
नहीं, बहुत
शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया, बहुत शुक्रिया,
बहुत शुक्रिया।
Thank you everyone for attending this session. The next session will be starting shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the next session. Please be seated and switch off your mobile phones or put them on silent. Good evening, everyone. We are about to begin our next session, the book launch of Dr. Naseem Salahuddin's Among My Own, The Untold Stories of My People. The moderator for the session is Shahnaz Wazir Ali. She is the president of Zabist and was awarded Sitara-e-Imtiaz, a National Civil Award for her services to education. Over to you, Shahnaz.
Thank you very much. मेरे ख्याल में तकरीबन कुछ और भी लोग वहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं, आके बैठ जाएं, तशरीफ़ रखें, क्योंकि हमें टाइम पर शुरू करना चाहिए और पाबंदी भी है यहाँ पे KLF में कि टाइम का ज़रा ख्याल रखा जाए। तो फिर आप सबकी इजाज़त से और डॉक्टर नसीम आपकी इजाज़त से हम शुरू करते हैं। ये है जी वो किताब जिसके बारे में आज हम बात करेंगे। बहुत ही बेहतरीन किताब है, बहुत सारी इसमें कहानियाँ हैं, कुछ गम की, कुछ बहादुरी की, कुछ मुश्किलात की, कुछ गुर्बत की, रिवाज की, और यहाँ पे हैं तशरीफ़ फरमा डॉक्टर नसीम सलाहुद्दीन. Dr. Naseem Salahuddin is an internal specialist, internal medicine specialist, which is a very, very difficult specialization to have because it covers a number of things. She's a highly regarded professional in her field. I think Naseem been about 40, 50 years of service now. And it's a great pleasure for me to have this opportunity to moderate this session or to have a conversation with my dear friend, Naseem, who's been a childhood friend, actually. We were together in school from class 4. तो ज़िंदगियाँ इसी तरह चलती हैं. कुछ दो पटरियाँ चलती हैं, मिलती भी हैं, फिर अपना अपना सफ़र करती हैं, फिर मिलती हैं. तो आज हम दोबारा यहाँ पे मुलाकात कर रहे हैं. असल में ये किताब, Among My Own, The Untold Stories of My People, ये किताब एक यकदम नहीं लिखी गई. तकरीबन 3-4 दहाइयों से ये डॉक्टर नसीम के जहन में थी. कहानियाँ तो थीं, किताब शायद नहीं थी. और 80s में, लेट 80s में नसीम लिखा करती थी डॉन के लिए. और वक्तन पर वक्तन अपना जो इनका काम था, सिंध के फ़र्क इलाक़ों में, रेगिस्तानों में भी और कुछ इंडस रिवर्स के किनारे के इलाक़ों में भी, तो उसके बारे में लिखा करती थी. और 2-3 दहाइयाँ गुज़र गईं और ये कहानियाँ जमा होती गईं. कुछ फोल्डर्स में पड़ी रहीं, कुछ कहीं शेल्फों पे पड़ी रहीं. और फिर मेरे ख़्याल में कुछ लोगों ने उनको कहा कि आप क्यों नहीं ये सारा इकट्ठा करके एक दफ़ा लिख देती. तो आज मैं उम्मीद रखती हूँ आप इनसे इनकी ज़बानी सुनेंगी, इनके अपने एक्सपीरियंसेस. बट यू नो, अ डॉक्टर is committed to many things. First of all, when we see a doctor, we think, here's a doctor who can treat us for an illness. We go to a doctor, to a hospital, to a specialist, for surgery, for medication, for treatment, for getting well. But here is a doctor who not only has treated her patients, but as she says in the first, third or fourth page, she said, when a patient comes into my clinic, I'm listening to what the patient does not say, has not said. वो जो खामोशी इख्तियार करता है पेशेंट की कई चीज़ों के बारे में, वो मुझे उस पेशेंट में नज़र आनी शुरू हो जाती हैं. उसकी कहानी, उसके दर्द की कहानी, उसके दिल की कहानी, ना सिर्फ जिस्म की कहानी, लेकिन कई दफ़ा उसकी रूहानी कहानी भी, और उसकी ज़िंदगी का एक नक्शा जो है वो इनके सामने आ जाता है. So she's a patient. She sees a patient as a human being struggling in difficult circumstances. I would ask you, Naseem, that what led you in your life as a young woman who is highly qualified internationally with top-notch degrees to go out of your clinic, out of the comforts of your home, into the vast deserts of Thar, and walk around and go through into very hard areas? What was it? Did something happen in your childhood, in your teenage years? Is there an influence in your life that made you do something different, something extraordinary, something that most doctors don't do? वो क्या असरात थे आपकी ज़िंदगी पे?
Thank you, Shahnaz. I think I'm fortunate to possess a spirit of inquiry, a spirit of adventure, spirit that makes me want to travel and delve into unusual challenges and try to sort them out. The trip into Tharparkar was just one single time, but I have had experiences in many other situations, both within my home, within clinics, within hospitals, in the mountains, in the oceans, anywhere. So I pick up these stories because they're so human. They just bring people that I can fathom their minds, their hearts, and then I it just stays with me, and this is why I wrote these stories over long periods of time. Sometimes, a few in a month, a few in a year, but there are a lot of gaps in between. And finally, when I decided to put them together in a compendium, this is where this book came out. And that too really was at the insistence of my friends and family.
Okay, there are 55 stories here. Some are about human bondage in Sindh, about how a husband and wife with an extremely sick child is traveling through the Thar desert, and Naseem looks at that child lying in the back of an open cart and tells them, we can help you. लेकिन वो सोचते हैं, क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि शायद वो बच्चा बचेगा नहीं, ये कहती हैं उनको कि हम आपको मदद करते हैं, हम आपको लेकर जाते हैं, क्लिनिक में लेकर जाते हैं, कुछ हम कोशिश करते हैं आपके बच्चे की जान बचाने के लिए। कुछ देर के लिए जो बाप है वो सोचता है और फिर सिर हिला के कहता है कि नहीं, मैं हारी हूँ, मैं आज़ाद आदमी नहीं हूँ, मैं अपने मालिक की इजाज़त से के बग़ैर इस ज़मीन से कहीं और इस इलाके से बाहर नहीं जा सकता। It is of bondage, it is of human dependence. There are stories about the oppression of women in high-income families, the oppression of women in poor families. There are stories about the elite and the problems that they have when their children get involved with things like drugs and drinking. There are stories about intermarriages and the forced nature through which marriages take place. There are a range of stories. So I would like to ask you, Naseem, which are the 2 or 3 most powerful impressions in your mind? What is it that comes to your mind most when you talk about the 55 stories, or they run through your mind? Which are the stories that you can tell us?
You know, Shahnaz, when I started putting the stories together, I did not intend to put them in compartments, as to what they were going to reflect. They just, I collected all the 55 stories, and then I said, what is coming out of it? And I'll try and explain what really came out of it. You already mentioned my adventure in Tharparkar with when for the first time ever, this was in the 1980s, I realized what feudalism is, what patriarchy is all about. And what also comes out of it in a few instances. Let me just step back and tell you something. That I had my training in the West, in the United States, where I did my fellowship and examinations and so on, and had practiced medicine there for a few years. Then I came back to Pakistan, and I worked at the Aga Khan University Hospital and the Liaquat National simultaneously. They were side-by-side hospitals. And so in USA and in Aga Khan, I took care of patients who were educated, who were well off. They had, there were people from the upper crust of society. I would see doctors and lawyers and people in the government services, and those who were they were well off. Then at the Liaquat National, there were people who were from the middle class. They were shopkeepers, they were housewives, they were miscellaneous jobs, or they were paid for by utility companies to, for their medical care to be written off over there. But since 2007, I moved to the Indus Hospital in Korangi, and I've been there since. I still am there. And there I see the kind of people who, I don't think you've ever, not many people have that experience. I see people who are homeless, who are drug addicts with AIDS. There are Marsis, there are Darzis, there are Dhobis, there are homeless people, every spectrum of people. So I am fortunate in having seen the entire spectrum of human beings, of people of our kind, from the wealthiest to the wretched of the earth, literally. It's like that. And I listen to them, I absorb their stories. And what I've seen other than the feudalism, because I've also seen peasants who come and tell me their stories of how they live in utter poverty and they have had to sell their hearths and homes and their cows and goats to pay for their medical health care. So out of these come out all these stories. And the other thing besides the feudalism and patriarchy that I just mentioned is the utter misogyny of our communities. And by misogyny, I mean not just men against women, but it's women against women. I mean, it just, blows my mind how a woman who perceives another woman to be below her socioeconomic status, or the physical appearance, or in language, or whichever way, she's considered inferior to her. Our society does not tolerate a woman who is not married up to a certain age. How dare she not be married? Why is she not married? And she's looked down upon. And this cuts across every crust of our society, whether from the richest to the poorest. They all have this obsession with marriage, whether it is right or wrong, whether the couple to be matches up in age, in mental, in physical attributes and so on. It doesn't matter, but they must be married, and they have no business not to be married. So these stories come out very poignantly in all of these stories. There's these stories of injustice, of the rich to the poor, of the poor to the poor also, condemning them for their even lower poverty. A domestic worker cannot tolerate a beggar. They'll also be told off. I mean, there's this kind of inequality, inequity in our society which is intolerable. The effects of consanguinity within marriage, within the family, or cousin marriages, it has disastrous effects as far as I've seen. Generation after generation intermarry, and what you see generation after generation, in many generations, are deformities. There's thalassemia, there's visual disturbances, malignancies, mental challenges, all kinds of stunting, short stature, tall stature, you name it, everything like that. I have even come across hijras and eunuchs who come to me for, well, many of them have AIDS, but when they tell me their story of why they are what they are, it hits me. I start to understand their lives. As a child, I was terrified when a hijra ran after me, and I went back into my room and hid under the bed, terrified that this person was going to come after me. Well, that didn't happen. But later on in life, when I came across this hijra who came to see me as a patient, and there was really nothing seriously wrong, but I did understand. I talked to him, her, I don't know, and they came out with a story of why this community of hijras behaves the way they do behave. Because they are ostracized from their homes, from their families, from society, and just left on the streets to be on their own. So where are they going to go? They're on the street, they're not educated, they don't have any skills, and so they go into begging and dancing, and the rest is in front of us. Their behavior on the streets is so really sometimes very repulsive for that matter, and that's, but there's a reason for it. You got to understand them, why they are what they are. So at least in the last some years, there's some understanding of the third gender and giving them some privilege, some recognition, but I hope this will get better with time. There are also patients who know that this is going to be the end of their life because of a deadly disease, a cancer or whatever. And several of them, I've understood, they're either their fear or their acceptance that this is now near death. But how they react in different ways is up to the individual. Some are more courageous, take it as it comes, but there are others who go into isolation, and won't communicate. But I think it's important, in all this to realize what is going on in their minds. You can't change many things, yes, but that's how it is.
सॉरी कुछ और भी आप बताना चाहिए? अच्छा, मैं सवाल पूछना चाह रही थी या कमेंट उस पर अगर आप कुछ सोच कर बताइए. देखिए आपने बेसिकली यूर अ डॉक्टर, मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट आप करती हैं, डायग्नोसिस करती हैं, लेकिन इस किताब को अगर आप पढ़ें तो ये तो माशरे के बारे में बात करती है. ये सिर्फ इंसानी जिस्म के बारे में बात नहीं करती, चाहे वो औरत हो, मर्द हो या बच्चा हो. So what is the implication of your work for medical students and professionals in the medical sector to begin to learn about society and sociology, रिवाज, tradition, वो सारे जो हमारे यहाँ इस किस्म की सदियों से चल रहे हैं ख़ानदानों में फ़ैसले, और ख़ास तौर पर पितरशाही, माशरे के बारे में. सो इट्स मेडिसिन एंड माशरा, दोनों चीज़ें, तिब और माशरा. What would you suggest? How should we change the medical profession's education paradigm to make a doctor more of a humanist rather than just a medical practitioner? Because many things lie outside the physical body in terms of what a doctor needs to understand. Is it viable for the medical profession to begin to think like that?
Medicine is so commercialized now that almost every doctor feels that the more patients he or she sees, the better is the income. So I think it's that attitude is going to stay there. But along with that, there has to be some humanism. And I'm sure there's a lot of it amongst our good doctors. I've given an instance of a doctor who, a surgeon who would not operate on that child until the money was paid ahead in his hands in 1,000 rupee notes, put in his pocket, and then he says, okay, now I'm going to do the surgery. So this is the kind of person. I call it a fly on the wall, the story, because this is something that was related to me. I don't go into a theater, but it was related to me from person to person, and this is really what it was about. Can I read this one story that I thought I enjoyed writing? This is about a young woman who comes into the ward in an unconscious state. She's got bacterial meningitis, which is a deadly disease, infection, if not treated in time. So I get her over there, I tell my residents to get cracking, do a lumbar puncture, start the medicine. But why I'm doing that comes in this Maulvi Saab. And I'll just quickly read some passages just to... the nurse tells me, the girl has no parents and the woman is her chachi. She was engaged to be married to a distant relative, but the engagement broke off and she got engaged to another person. She has been ill for 5 days and they believe that her illness is due to a curse from her ex-fiance's family. She was admitted the insistence of her chachi, but the chacha wants to take her away for dam. My bewilderment was changing to anger with an impulse to explode, but the ward was full of patients, doctors, nurses, and others, and dignity demanded that I bite my tongue. I asked for the Honorable Chacha to be presented to defend himself. In walked an older bearded man with the supercilious air of a patriarch who has ruled over his entire tribe. He looked me straight in the eye. Dr. Sahiba, with apologies to you and your profession, let me say that I have no trust at all in doctors, their diagnosis or their treatment. My wife insisted on bringing my niece to the hospital, but I wish to take her away. Her problem is something else. I swallowed hard. She has a serious infection and will die if you take her away. God's will, he rolled his eyes upwards. I tried another tactic. Is money the problem? We'll arrange. From his breast pocket, he pulled out a wad of crisp 1,000 rupee notes and flipped them playfully like a pack of cards. Give me 5 days, I staked. She'll be walking again in Maulvi Sahib is waiting for her, and she'll be walking in 5 hours, he said. He indicated to his frightened wife to get ready to leave, but she wrapped her headdress even tighter and carried on, reading faster and faster, notwithstanding his sharp tone. I realized that we were standing in the middle of the crowded general ward, but there was a hush as all eyes and ears were riveted on our altercation. Precious time was running out. What should I do? Call the administration? Human rights to defend the rights of an orphan? The police? The chowkidar? Probably none of the above. And now the Chacha was heading towards the bed to pick up the tiny, helpless, dying niece. Although seething inside, I forced a calm facade and offered a compromise in one last-ditch effort. I tell you what, why don't you let me treat the girl, and your Maulvi Sahib can do the dam. Right here in the ward if you wish. I'll do the dawa and you do the dam. He was obviously a man used to determining others' destinies, but the proposal seemed to interest him. This could be a face-saving breakthrough for both of us and might save the girl's life. Without actually articulating the words, he gestured a go ahead with a slight flexion of his head. Anyway, the rest of the story is about how we took care of the girl and so on and on. And then on the 3rd day, the patient began to show signs of awakening. She opened her eyes, took liquids, and sat up with support. The medical students watched with fascination this miracle of life. On the 7th day, as we went to her bed for morning rounds, the girl was gone. I looked around in panic, assuming that she had been spirited out of the hospital by the scheming Chacha. Then I relaxed as I saw her coming into the ward, supported by the Chacha. Both were smiling. In fact, everyone in the ward who had followed her story and her progress was smiling. As I turned to meet the Chacha's expression, I caught the triumphant glint in his eyes, which said it all. For him, the cure was the result of the dam. He would likely broadcast to his entire clan the success of his method and feel himself vindicated. My residents, on the other hand, would enter her as a case of successfully treated meningitis with the correct antibiotic. For young Yusra, which method had worked was irrelevant. All that really mattered was that she was alive, thank God. So,
अच्छा जी मेरे ख्याल में हमारा वक्त तकरीबन ख़त्म हो रहा है तो चंद मिनट रह गए ओके बड़ी तेज़ी से वक्त गुजरता है अगर कोई सवालात या कोई कमेंट्स हमारी ऑडियंस से हों तो 5 मिनट के करीब है हमारे पास.
Let me also just conclude one more thing. You know, I've written all the good and bad and everything that happens in our society, but I'm not blind to the good that happens in our society. There are people who are extremely large-hearted, philanthropic, and not only as individuals, as my good friend over here, Shama and Mariam and their family, they do enormously for every kind of human being, for the rich, for the poor. And then, you know, we depend entirely on heavy funding for institutions like the Indus Hospital, like the SIUT, like the Shaukat Khanam and, educational institutions. So we have these large-hearted people amongst us whom I deeply respect for their, for their large-heartedness and their philanthropy. So I respect, I just wanted to make that point as well.
बिल्कुल सही. मेरे ख्याल में हमारी बहुत अहम शख्सियात जो हैं पाकिस्तान में जो फलाह और बहबूद का काम करते हैं उनके बगैर तो पाकिस्तान बिल्कुल चल ही ना सकता. जी आपने सवाल करना है जी.
डॉक्टर साहब आपकी जो बुक है इसका नाम तो ये होना चाहिए था कि 55 मरीजों की सच्ची कहानियाँ या ज़ख़म 55 ज़ख़म, लेकिन बहरहाल आपने बहुत अच्छा किया. ये कोई फिक्शन नहीं है. जीते जाते किसानों को आपने एज अदीब के तौर पे कलम बन के इस माशरे पे बहुत एहसान किया और मुख्तलिफ डाइवर्सिटी भी है उसके अंदर है. इंशाल्लाह जो कारी है उसको दुख अपना ही दुख महसूस होगा.
जी मेहरबानी. कोई और कमेंट? अच्छा मेरे ख्याल में सारे लोग बहुत मुतासर हुए हैं नसीम आपकी कहानी सुनकर. जी डॉक्टर शाहना.
की कहानियाँ सुनती हैं और उनको आपने लिख भी दिया है और इतना इंटरेस्ट लिया उनमें, तो क्या ऐसा सारे डॉक्टर्स करते हैं? क्योंकि ज़्यादातर मैंने देखा है कि उनके पास वक्त नहीं होता है, वो बहुत ज़्यादा स्टोरी नहीं सुनना चाहते, वो कहते हैं बताए दर्द कहाँ है, बताइए, फिर वो दवा लिख देते हैं. तो इस किताब को मेरे ख्याल से ज़्यादातर हमारे जो प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं उनको पढ़ना चाहिए कि देखें कि एक डॉक्टर ऐसा भी है पाकिस्तान में जो सबकी कहानियाँ सुनता भी है, लिखता भी है और उसको पब्लिश भी करता है. तो थैंक यू सो मच. आई थिंक यू हैव डन अ वंडरफुल जॉब. कांग्रेचुलेशंस.
थैंक यू शाहना. बिल्कुल, मेरे ख्याल में बहुत अच्छी और मुस्बित आपकी जो सजेशन है डॉक्टर साहिबा, मेरे ख्याल में हमें इसी तरफ जाना चाहिए ज़रूर. मैं तो हमेशा समझती हूँ कि दिस शुड बी पार्ट ऑफ द मेडिकल कोर्स. इट शुड बी ए रिक्वायर्ड रीडिंग फॉर मेडिकल स्टूडेंट्स, ताकि वो माशरे के बारे में समझें, अपने लोगों के बारे में समझें, ना सिर्फ जिस्म के बारे में समझें. क्योंकि इलाज सिर्फ एक मेडिकल किस्म का इलाज नहीं होता, एक और भी इलाज होता है, और वो डॉक्टर नसीम सलाहुद्दीन आपके सामने मौजूद हैं. शुक्रिया आप सबका, बहुत बहुत मेहरबानी इस सेशन में आने की.